is the best team in the world, finally fucking does it. They were down almost 15,000 gold. No team fight, no nothing. It doesn't even matter, though. They come back, RTZ on the PA. Let's go.
Oh man, gonna come back onto camera just like they came back in that series. But let's talk about how it was even possible.
For real.
Because we look at how the draft is set up on both sides, right? And you see that Enchantress get locked in nice and early. And this was something, Neil, that you kind of were breaking down for me, why the Enchantress is able to be an early pick right now.
Yeah, Enchantress, you very rarely have to worry about this hero getting countered, because if you do have to counter Enchantress, that means you're leaving a lot of other gaps in your draft. The most obvious solution is you draft a lot of magic damage. We saw the Sand King early on, and it's just, you start going a little tunnel vision on countering one hero, and that's why the hero is so strong right now.
Yeah.
And you pull in something else like a Phantom Assassin in the background, it just makes it too difficult to deal with.
Well, yeah, I mean, even with that Ogre getting locked in, right, you say, okay, we're going to try to shut down the Enchantress before they can get up to level 2 on an ability that's basically going to mitigate what all the right clicks are going to be able to do, and suddenly Enchantress still creates space, and then PA does get that farm on.
I mean, it really was. There's sort of, both teams sort of had the steroid to buff up their carries, and they sort of come into place at different times. Early on, the Bloodlust is going to sort of enable the Slark to make plays. And Secret, they had all 3 cores pretty much sitting at the top of the net worth for the first 20 minutes of the game. It looked like, oh, well, all lanes have gone Secret's ways. This is going to be a very tough game for EG to really swing themselves back into. But it was just a combination of plays and the ways they could create space for this PA, RTZ to make the most of the Empower to catch back in, and just Sumail again popping off on the main stage and giving us a ridiculous showing in that Ember Spirit, which at the end of it all, you could see it. He was in the mind of mid one. He was just chasing him, diving him with these remnants, and it was impossible for Secret to deal with.
Yeah, and the fact they were, I think it topped out at what, 17K net worth? And you looked at both sides, right? Neither team had like team fight like we saw in game number 2 at the Enigma and Earthshaker. Like, it was an RP on one side, and then on the other side it was like a Sand King.
Yep.
And these were heroes, the carries in both roles also.
Yep.
It was a Phantom Assassin on one side, a Slark on the other side. Completely marked difference from the teamfight carries of like the Sven in previous games.
It almost felt more like skirmishy, would you say?
Yeah,
when you
it was. I mean, you saw the score, right? I think it was 11-11 at 30 minutes in. That's not very many kills per minute. All it took, though, was 2 empowered cores in a fight, right? And there's your team fight.
To go back to the beginning, though, it did seem like for a while, you look over on the side of Secret, and they are almost beating EG at their own game. It seemed like they were getting that early farm so convincingly.
Yeah, they were. I mean, they were winning all 3 lanes. Z and I can already tell you, Bulba, if he's sitting up in the EG booth, is like, S4, what are you doing? What are you doing? 100%.
I think everyone was right. All the EG fans are going to be like, S4, oh no, he's died once. Oh, he's died twice. Oh no, here we go again.
And he ate a lot of that because, I mean, as you said, it was an Ogre Weaver. They were set to shut down that lane, and eventually it's Enchantress. You get level 4 Untouchable, you get the level 20 talent. No one's hitting her. She's just literally unloading.
Let's actually talk to S4. We can actually talk to S4 right now about how hard it was to actually play in that matchup.
For the man himself, that was an incredible match, and I want to start with how you went into mentally game 3 after game 2 went so horribly wrong for you guys.
We actually felt that they were kind of scared in game 2, and we kind of used that to our advantage, and that kind of boosted our confidence because we felt like they're playing a bit scared in game 2. Even though we lost that game, we didn't feel down going into game 3.
Group stage, you had a bit of a rocky start. Did you take any specific lessons from group stage heading into main stage, or did you have any team meetings where it was like, guys, we gotta refocus, we gotta do this?
Yeah, it's been a rough couple of weeks. It's been a roller coaster for this team, and it's been like a good roller coaster. Mm-hmm. It's been going down, up and down, up and down, and finally we got to this moment where we play on TI stage, and we've been really practicing so hard, our team, and it's nice that it's paying off.
Dota is obviously a game, but it can get very personal, as you've seen firsthand over the years. You've had a chance to play for several captains. You're playing for Fly now. You've also played for Puppy, who you just played against. How would you compare their leadership?
I would say they're actually kind of similar.
Really?
Yeah, I respect both of them a lot. I think I'm going to talk about the series a bit. In game 1, we won game 1 kind of convincingly. And then I think Puppy's strength is that he really puts confidence in his whole team. going into game 2, they kind of just washed game 1 away, and then they went into the game and they won it convincingly, game 2.
Is there a kind of game that you prefer? Do you prefer the team fights, or because it's interesting? Sometimes we get these really long games where it really goes back and forth, and then other times you get the game that we just had, which was just completely different.
Yeah, we used to be like an early game team, EG, and we always like won our early games in the past year, and we did really badly in the later parts of the game. So this is what we've been practicing really hard, and we've been looking at a lot of the Chinese teams, and we have a lot of respect for Vichy Gamings and LGDs, and they have so much confidence in their team fighting, and that's what we're trying to like learn from. And I think LGD and Vichy, they're very strong, and they're gonna win this tournament.
What did you just predict? I'm sorry. I know I'm supposed to send it back. Just really quick follow-up question. You're saying that you predict one of those teams will win TI?
It's a comment from Fade into you yesterday. He said LGD is going to win this tournament.
That's right.
Yeah, because he's a fan of LGD.
Yeah.
And he's playing for
So you're going to
Vichy.
hop on board that?
Yes, I'm hopping on board.
Oh, that's very sweet. And very quick, I have to ask about facing OG. Do you feel like this is a little bit of payback time, possibly, for TI8?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm just going to have fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take it, and then I'll grill you on that later. S4, thank you so much. I'll right back to you.
Man, it's such a class act, and I think one of the really important things that we do here as well is the idea that you do have Puppy right now, even coming out of a loss, having that potential. He talked about it in the series there in the interview, but Puppy having that ability with his team to wash away some of those losses. But now we are going to take a quick break from all of this action and actually get to look a little bit at all of the films that are currently in the contest. I'm very excited for that. And then once we actually do get to check all of them out, we're going to have a very noted shift in the day. All of a sudden, we're going to be getting into the lower portion of the bracket, and it's going to be those elimination series. It's one of the hard parts of the day to actually see teams get sent home. So far, people have only been sent to the lower side of the bracket. They have not been eliminated yet today, and we're going to be chopping down 2 teams after that. But now we can put our full attention onto all of the fantastic films. We're actually going to get to see who the winner is of the film competition right now on the stage with Dove.
那今天呢，我们看了很多创意动画短片，你们看得还尽兴吗？为什么呢？因为接下来我们就要公布本届 TI9 创意动画短片前3名的获奖作品，让我们一起来看一下第3名。
Divine Rapier. The end.
哇，很精彩。那接下来让我们来期待第2名的获奖作品。
The Aegis of the Immortal. Long ago it was owned by Lyrical the Keeper, who obsessed over its will-bending powers. Until a hungry Smeevil, following the scent of cheese, unwittingly wandered into his secret shop. Though the Smeevel's affection for cheese was great, the wretched creature was no match for the Aegis's power. Cursed by the gods for his crime, he was transformed into a monster, destined to be hunted by those who seek the Aegis. His fate might be sealed, but his thirst for vengeance will not be quenched until all feel the wrath of Roshan!
不一样的风格，一样的精彩。那接下来相信大家一定十分期待，最终获得冠军的到底是谁？我们一起来看一下。好的，掌声送给所有的获奖作品。那再次恭喜你们，也希望在明年呢，继续能够看到你们的作品和更多作者的作品。那接下来让我们稍微休息一下，一会儿比赛见。
This is going. Oh.
Folks, we have already had such a fantastic look at Dota today, but there is a big change now in what we are going to see. All of a sudden, we are going to be on the lower side of the bracket. We are going to be sending teams home. Toby, you're a lot shorter than I remembered you. This is the first time we've been on the panel together.
I don't. This is the first time I've ever been on a TI panel, and for some reason, I'm feeling a lot less than myself.
You're in Tsunami's chair. It must be cursed.
Something is. There we go. Here we go. I just need a chair replacement. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now I feel.
There he is.
And you could see there that Toby even thinking about the weight that is going to be on these games getting slightly deflated there. He has regained though.
Is this a fat joke? I lost weight, bro. I lost weight.
It was a chair. No, it wasn't.
It wasn't.
That was a nice
wow,
one.
someone's insecure. Anyway,
I'm normally under threat on a panel. That's why.
I just spat on you. Sin lol. There, perfect.
Okay. I saw this lineup. I assumed this was going to be the serious panel. I really thought that this was going to be the serious panel because we got the serious matches. First up, it's going to be RNG versus VP. And we look at both of these squads, and RNG, I think this is a team that we know does have some potential upset, has the upset potential. Looking on the side of VP, this is a team that we've seen do it throughout the year, and now all of a sudden they get to TI, and it almost looks like history's repeating itself.
Yeah, the CIS teams always seem to have this problem when they reach TI, something goes wrong, be it internally, be it draft-wise, be it overconfidence, just be it many, many different things that continue to be listed throughout the ages. So, yeah, this is no different. Virtus Pro, at the start of the group stage, they looked absolutely, well, disorganized. And later in the group stages, they looked like they were still disorganized, but their individual plays were starting to increase.
Okay, I think that with all of that, now we need to look at what RNG does have in store. Do they have the potential for an upset? We're going to find out right now. RNG from the region that we call home for this tournament, from this Shanghai arena, we are going to hear the very halls tremble. Do they have the potential to start creating waves in the lower side of the bracket? We've already seen just how much damage that China's been able to do to this bracket, already guaranteeing their place on the final day. And now, fueled by the arena, will they be able to take down a team that's already had a disappointing road? And Trent, when we look at this team right now, with all the factors, all of the gas they have in their tank, first we need to ask what VP can do. Virtus Pro is going to be taking the stage right now in a crowd that has a lot of stock in the Chinese competition here, and you can hear the respect already coming out in the arena. This is going to be a matchup that determines who stays in TI and who goes home. And we were talking about the success that VP obviously has seen throughout the year, a fantastic team, and as Toby did break down, they're a team that has been plagued with having less than optimal TI runs, but we're going to be able to take a look at VP at their home in Russia.
Тебе нравятся наши тиммейты?
Нет, скажи так. Ну ладно.
Блин, ну это очень странный вопрос.
Привет, ребята, мы в Москве, и сейчас мы покажем вам достопримечательности нашего города.
Паш, ты уверен, что ты знаешь, что делаешь?
Нет.
He has no idea where we going.
Если нам к главному входу, там туда. Это то, что я рассказываю, это не скучный сад называется. А парк Горького туда, да, пойдем туда. Я не там был, в другом месте. Ты всю жизнь живешь в Москве и не знаешь, куда идти, да?
Паша is very bad guy.
Роджер, либо он делает игру очень легкой, либо он делает ее очень сложной.
Ваня, ну, гонка началась! Да что ж ты нас не предупредил, идиот?
My question to you, you can discuss between each other. How are you going to win the international?
Я думаю, на больших моментах мы стресса не чувствуем. Единственное, пока что место, где мы можем как-то чувствовать себя в дискомфорте, это инт, потому что это все еще неподъемная для нас пока вещь, но мы пытаемся ее покорить.
The International — это особенный турнир. В принципе, я не вижу принципиальной разницы, играешь ты с Secret или с какой-то командой послабее. Ко всем командам мы будем готовиться на 100%.
Все хорошо, все хорошо. Я вообще не боюсь.
Инстаграм качаешься?
Волосы запечатали.
Блядь! Хватит паниковать, пожалуйста. Успокойтесь.
Last two TIs, VP placed 5th and 6th position. Why do you choke at TI?
Классический вопрос, почему мы всех ебем весь год. Я надеюсь, это не попадет на камеру. Да, интересность.
Geniuses will knock Virtus.pro out of the competition.
Особенно, когда ты провел очень успешный сезон, от тебя ждут действительно топовых результатов, что ты хотя бы в тройку войдешь сильнейших, и это давит.
По-другому, наверное, то, что нам уже нечего терять на самом-то деле, и мы будем к этому инту подготавливаться и, в принципе, идти с какой-то легкостью.
Сложно сказать почему, но все играют на максимум, а у нас почему-то максимум не выдается. Надеюсь, что-то поменяется.
Как ты там говорил? Ведь только на английском. Feeling good, man.
And you could hear it from them. They don't feel any pressure when they're at some of the biggest tournaments of the year, but the second they get to TI, there is a noted difference. And I think that we've seen that throughout the year. We see them even fall behind sometimes early on in a tournament. They're able to wash that, get forward, and then start winning the games that they need to. And Sin, what is the pressure really like when you get to a stage like this at TI?
I think it really depends how much pressure you put on yourself. And for VP, it seems to be something that they are struggling with that other teams aren't to the same extent. In some ways, maybe you could draw parallels to Secret, who have had great years multiple times going into TI and don't do so well at TI. And maybe it's that pressure of the expectations. You've won majors, you've done great, you're expecting, both for yourself, but also the fans are expecting you're going to go far here. And if you put too much pressure on yourself in the booth, you start overthinking it, a couple of moves, you second-guess yourself. The other teams that are just there playing their best Dota and don't think too much about it, they can beat you in an unfavorable matchup.
I think it's a mental block too, right? The wordage that, or the verbiage that we basically saw in the interview was the idea of it's like, we haven't reached that height yet. It's almost like you basically don't know that it's possible because you haven't achieved it before. So that pressure really does come internally rather than from all the lights, all of the fans here. So Trent, what do you think is going to happen in this particular series when they're going up against a team like RNG that does have that home field advantage as the added fire?
Yeah, I think as much as they've kind of struggled, I still think they're almost underrated at this point, right? Everyone's just assuming they're going to choke. Everyone's assuming they're going to run into this problem. And RNG is a team who should have that ease, you would think, who shouldn't be feeling all this pressure, but because they're one of these underdog teams, right? That's where that story tends to come from. But they're in Shanghai, so it's kind of a reverse thing where there's this added pressure that typically a team of this caliber might not have.
But that's the 4D chess from VP this year. This year, they're pretending
Just
to
pretending.
be bad. They're pretending to be bad.
Right.
Okay.
I've done that before. Yeah, I totally understand that. Now, you, before we even started, you said, Rich, I think VP draft is going to be one of the most important things in the series.
It's not just the way they draft, it's who's actually doing the draft for them. Like, before it was always Solo leading them. How many times did he win, like, MVPs at ESL 1s just by just drafting them a far superior lineup that the team could just be really comfortable and flexible with. And now you've got Ramsey's doing the pick, Solo's actually sitting at the back with a headset, and there's Ezekiel who's actually sitting in the seat that's taken from Solo. So it really feels like you don't have that same kind of synergy that's happened throughout the year where the guys have just been chilling, laughing, joking inside the box. It's like, what are we going to pick this time around? This seems like really good. I think long are the days gone when you could just turn up to a BTS tournament, pick every single hero, and then still win.
Yep.
I think there's also something else maybe about TI that VP are a bit unfortunate with, if you will, is the meta changes going in. I feel like when we come to TI, teams start playing a little bit safer, but also the patches leading into it sometimes slow the game down a little bit.
Yep.
And VP have been really good at playing aggressively. So if you're the way the Dota year works is that whatever is considered the strongest style has a tendency of getting nerfed. So if VP are winning tournaments early in the year by playing super aggressive, well, their aggressive heroes get weaker and slower heroes get stronger. And when you come to TI, some of your best strategies are just not as good as they used to be.
Yeah, we need to have that all in our mind right now. We've talked about it plenty, but we're ready to jump into the first elimination match of the day. Let's see who will stay in TI.
Versus Game 1.
Thank you, Rich. We're here now, though, to talk a bit more about the picks, the teams, what we have in store for us. Virtus Pro up against RNG, elimination at stake, going with Gunner Purge. We had a TI winner on the draft panel, but now a title he can't claim. I've got an NADCL champion, a Nexon champion. You guys have some championships of your own.
Yeah.
Welcome.
I won something 5 years ago. I'm going to keep bringing it up, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's what we're here for. what do you make? What are your first impressions, Purge, with these two teams going head-to-head?
Well, VP obviously underperformed in the group stage a little bit. They barely made winner bracket. Then they got knocked to lower bracket. So I would say I think they still look good, but they don't look like their top form. So I think that's probably better than what RNG is dealing with, in my opinion. So
Do you think there's any momentum though that RNG coming out of that BO1 win?
I think it could help. I think RNG is a team that has really good highs as well. I just think that their average play is definitely below VP's. So if the average for both these guys shows up, I think VP has the advantage, but you never really know what's going to happen.
Already, a lot of picks coming out very quickly. Gunnar, we're seeing crazy team fight from VP. Tied Enigma first two.
So VP over the whole season, I think, especially at the Dream League major, they would pick a bunch of team fight. They would pick like Tidehunter, Enigma, and they would put the Tidehunter as support, and then Enigma as a support, and then they pick another team fight. So they do tend to go for some early game aggression, but they also like going just 3-4 team fight heroes, which is, like we talked earlier, that's like one of the better things of this tournament. Yep. You get a bunch of team fight, you hold your high ground, and it's kind of secure.
Do you think that's been one of VP's better looks since they did have that kind of struggling group stage?
Yeah, I think when they kind of draft some more team fight and they can play the map better, I think it looks better for them.
Okay. As for Royal Never Go Up, we have first two Alchemists. This is a carry that came in very popular early stages of the group stages. Kind of has fallen off a bit. We're still seeing it here first.
Yeah, I think it's actually a pretty good pick in this case because if VP does end up putting either Enigma or Tide as a 4, it's going to make it a little bit harder for them to pressure the enemy side of the map. They normally sit back, continuously farm while kind of defending towers, but they're not going to be able to get on the opposite side of the map and kill the Alchemist and prevent them from catching up or gaining more gold than anybody else on VP can gain. So I think it's a decent opening. One advantage that VP does have though is that Tidehunter is excellent at stopping like disruption and save abilities because Ravage is such a big AoE that it's almost impossible to either have a BKB on Shadow Demon or for him to disrupt the guy that gets gone on first. So I think that's okay for Royal Never Give Up, and outside of that, SD is just going to be good at all stages.
Do you think it's important they get some kind of Enigma Black Hole cancel, or is just having the save alone from disruption going to be enough?
A lot of teams, what they do is they pick, if they don't really care about it, they'll pick kind of a soft counter, which is like a Rubik. These heroes that it's like a Wyvern kind of thing, it's like, it's okay, and they don't really think about a hard counter. I know Keen used to, they would never care about Enigma. This was like 4 or 5 months ago when Enigma was the first pick every game hero. They would pick maybe a Rubik and a Wyvern, and then they call it a day. So I don't think it's necessary that they pick a hard counter to Enigma. They just kind of, think about some 1 or 2 maybe heroes.
Yeah, it feels like a hero that is more dependent on how your team plays grouping-wise against it. Like if you let them give you big black holes, then maybe you need to counter. But a lot of times now it just feels like a hero that's mostly sitting on the backline, kind of waiting to get like an important 3-second channel on a carry pre-BKB or something. So I think it's more going to come down to does Royal Never Give Up not make mistakes? Do they not group up heavily? And ideally, does SD not get caught as well?
So the interesting thing about this Alk and Enigma is they have the same kind of like thought process in the draft. They're both good when the enemy 4 cannot walk into your jungle. So Enigma, so they pick him and they're like, okay, if this is a 4 Enigma, we don't want the enemy supports to walk at our Enigma, so he's a good game. But because of that means the Alk is also going to not have a 4 walking into his jungle. So the Alk is kind of playing off this Enigma, giving himself a free early game.
Are you more inclined to run the Enigma as a like reposition then, so that your 4 can be more active?
You can, or this Tidehunter, this Ogre even, can maybe just walk at the jungle. Yeah. He can't be like pressured. The acid spray doesn't do much. So
this is the first time VP's picked Ogre, I believe, at TI so far. It's a hero they haven't touched despite it being a very strong hero. So I'm kind of curious, do you guys have any idea why they might be thinking it's worth it now? Just a lane stabilizer, can bully the Alk, that kind of a thing maybe?
And if they're running one of Enigma or Tide as support, I feel like they need a 5 position that's kind of selfless. And in the past, Solo played a lot of Ogre. Yeah. That was always one of his heroes. So to me, it's just kind of a non-greedy 5 position. I don't think we're going to see a Midas if it's Solo playing it, but maybe he's the hero that runs in the jungle. Solo likes to go on those kind of deep warding missions.
They might be thinking of picking a ranged hero. I don't know which ranged hero would be really good right now as their carry, but usually when you pick these ranged squishy heroes, you want kind of a tanky, beefy 5 to lane with you, so that they kind of are like a body block between the enemy support and your carry, that they have to walk through your meat shield. But the carry is the meat shield.
It's going to be Lifestealer as the front liner. One of the more popular carries of this tournament, something Ramsey's well known for playing. And as far as the matchup against Alchemist, is this like the right kind of carry you want to be having when you're up against Alch?
Yeah, it's fairly good up until a point. I think I would like around level 18 to 20, 24 on the Alch. It's fairly good for him. He's really tanky. The Lifestealer actually can't kill him, but I think once the Lifestealer gets the 5-6 slot that we've seen where he has this heart and he has this AC and this abyssal blade and he's just this beast on the map. That's when each hit on the Alchemist is healing life for a quarter of his health.
Oh, there's another save on RNG here with Abaddon picked up. I think they've run it in a variety of positions. Classically, Lina playing it as a 4 maybe or a 5, but yeah, it'll be great to help keep the Alchemist alive. You can disrupt him, you can also dispel the Spirit Vessel, so it should give them good capabilities to cover either the Lesh or the Alp.
And it feels so good against like the big team fight of Tide Enigma. It's a hero that maybe doesn't care if he gets Black Hold if he's in the front line.
I'm more inclined that they're going to put the Abaddon on the 3. If this Abaddon ever gets an Ags and he pops ult during Black Hole and Ravage, no one's going to die.
Yeah, we've seen a few of the teams from the Chinese team run that 3-position Abaddon at this tournament.
I also think they can tri-lane this out because they want to give him a good early game with the Shadow Demon Lesh support duo. And they just get Disruption into stun with an Acid Spray, and then they can maybe get a kill.
Don't think they're inspired by Sumail to bring back the mid-Lesh rack after that earlier series. Mid-Lesh is looking really strong right now.
It's looking strong, but at the same time, there's a lot of these heroes that are going to jump the Lesh, and his save is not enough, I think.
Okay. What would you say World Never Give Up's lacking with their draft now that they're going to their last pick?
An early game, like, physical damage hero that they can group up around 4. I think maybe Death Prophet could be a good hero for them right now. It kind of gives them this... They have enough save for a Death Prophet, I think, where he can get this Yule's BKB Ags, and he'll just kind of frontline. With the Abaddon and the Lesh, they have a lot of tower push together. It's also really good against Snakes throughout almost every stage of the game.
Do their last Benny. I do like having the idea of heroes that can punish some of these long cooldowns. Enigma Tide, something I always talk about is, you know, their ultimates, you're spending 2 minutes of downtime after you've maybe won a team fight, you respawn 30, 40, 50 seconds later, and you can punish the fact those spells are down.
I like that the RNG fit the Lesh into the lineup, not just because it's nice to have 2 cores that are frontliners, but also because it gives them a way to take tower, take towers while Alchemist is busy somewhere else. Whereas on the VP side, it's pretty common for Enigma to get a Vlad's or a Helm of the Dominator do the same thing. The Shadow Shaman also going to further that too, with ward drops.
Yeah, so it's going to be a mid-Lesh and a 4 Shadow Shaman. I think this is now not going to incline a defensive tri-lane at the start of the game. I think they're most likely going to put the Shadow Shaman with the Abba, try to give him a few levels, and I think once Abaddon's level 3 probably, they can abandon him. The Lifesteer can't harass him with the open wounds, he's always going to be able to shield it off, and then the supports are going to be able to tri-lane this Alchemist.
Yeah, this is a lot of tower push coming out from World Never Give Up with the Lesh and the Shaman. So the ability to pressure even while the Alchemist farm is definitely there. Something that VP have to be careful they're not too greedy around some of their heroes now.
I think they need to pick a low cooldown, like kind of flashy hero for their mid laner for Virtus Pro. I think maybe Invoker could be okay. It's a little greedy, but I think he can go the Kloss Wex build. Is really good this game. He gets an Urn. It's really good against the Alchemist as well. It lanes well against the Leshrac, so I think Invoker is probably one of the top picks for Virtus Pro.
I think one downside of their lineup, though, if they go Invoker, is that their long duration stuns are kind of weak. They have like Fire Blast, they have Ravage, they have Black Hole, but outside that, that's pretty much what they're limited to. So it might make it really difficult to get pickoffs, even just small ones.
So do you think maybe something like a Dragon Knight for a little more stun, kind of frontlining your towers?
The Dragon Knight could be potentially good. I kind of like the idea. Yeah, sounds okay.
It's also this, Blink Buyer, so your Enigma and your Tidehunter have like an easier way of following you up. The DK can do the actual initiation, and then the other two can just counter initiate.
That helps so much too. I see a lot of teams successful with Tide in that way. The initiator jumps in, stuns the guy, Tide blinks right on top of him to guarantee the stun the outsider guys. It guarantees those easy kills. And they grab a Storm Spirit. It's a VP hero.
Storm Spirit last pick for Virtus Pro, and no one classic. And it's a man who knows VP and the CIS region very well. We're going to hear his final thoughts on the draft before we hop ourselves into it. Here's Dendy.
Hello, everybody. So what we see here is Royal Never Give Up. We have an insane pressure lineup with Rasta Leshrac. We're going to create a snowball thing, move around together, and then we also have a timing hero like Alchemist. He's going to get his fast radiance at Dagger and then go in, and we're going to see a lot of crazy action right there. What about VP? We're like bears, we need to farm some honey. After we farm some honey, and we have Enigma for late game, so if we deal with the game to BKB Enigma, Royal Never Give Up have almost nothing to counter it. They have no cancels. So we're gonna see bears farming some honey to fight, and Royal Never Give Up, like a honey badgers, move in. So it's going to be crazy fight. Giving it to handsome casters, Blitz and Kep.
That's right, we've got our handsome casters here, and it's Honey Badgers versus Bears. And honestly, Denny's just amazing. That was a really apt analogy to what we're going to be seeing here in this game, right, Blitz?
Yes, he did it in a way that even you could understand.
That's true. I was sitting here as the play-by-play caster going, I don't know what's going on, but now I know. Honey Badgers versus Bears. Surely in nature, Bears win out, right?
Yeah, I'm sure Toby's like writing notes in the bench. He's like, that makes sense. As we're going to get into a game, it feels like for whatever reason, everyone picks Storm around me.
Yeah.
It's going to happen again.
You know, it's just your good luck charm. What can you say?
It's not, because I think he's going to lose this game later.
Ooh, really? So you're siding with the Honey Badgers here. Is that simply because they have an Alchemist?
I just think it's kind of going to be a little bit rough.
Why? Why is it going to be rough? Is this not the free Storm game? They don't have a ton of stuns, right? They've got one instant disable, which is the Shadow Shaman. What doesn't make it a good Storm game, Blitz?
I feel like his timing is just going to be a little bit rough. Like, I think he is going to miss his timing. Every time he zips in, he's going to have a hard time because part of what makes Storm easy and fun to play is you can burst the backline support, get in, get out, and suddenly you have a 4-on-5 fight. But I think in a game like this, it's not as easy to do. When you go in, you're going to go into this Abaddon who you can never burst down or kill. We saw Quakefa's Storm playing against the Leshrac. It's not easy to play against that stun. Shadow Demon and Shaman. Shadow Demon is a surprisingly annoying support to play against for Storm because he has a hard reset button. If you don't go on Shadow Demon, he's going to get you every single time, or he's going to save his teammate. And then Shaman's there to sort of protect him as well. Like, they have good ways to defend around that.
Virtus Pro, they were sitting on the high ground. RNG, though, marching in force with the 4-man, trying to secure these bounding runes and maybe getting a first blood as Ramses chose to open wounds to try and get a kill, but instead, he may fall. Blast shot from Lana. The second place finisher at TI9 will secure the first blood for RNG.
So I really liked how Dendi put it, though. He was saying one team is going to be very aggressive, the other team's just going to farm up. VP, they have to play around the Enigma more than any other hero. I feel like Roger needs to have a big performance. It's not really going to come down to the Storm's game. If you're no one in a game like this, you're just going to rotate around the map, try to open up the side lanes as much as you possibly can. And that's all you can really do. The game, I think, is not fully in his hands.
I don't think I've ever seen a more value, at least with the new Curse of Avernus, a more value level 1 Curse of Avernus for Flyby there. Got a lot of damage against the Tidehunter. They actually have a 1v1 matchup here while running a defensive tri-lane to try and protect the Alchemist. VP, though, trying to assert some early aggression, running the Lifestealer into the Alch. I'm sure this is all just about trying to shut down Monet's farm, right?
Yeah, if you can make it so that the Alch doesn't hit that 12 to like 13 minutes Radiance timing, I mean, most people can get it by 11. But if you can slow it down to the 20-minute mark, 18-minute mark, you're going to have a lot of room to play with.
They can also be greedy with this Roger 4-position Enigma. Balanum, he knows what this Enigma wants to be able to do. He wants to be able to free farm the jungle. And that's why he's there, trying to sap some of that experience. Maybe take a last hit or two.
I think he's doing the right thing.
Kill some Eidolons. And Shadow Shaman's base damage is so good for this.
Yes, and Roger's going to deny it, but getting him out of the jungle and forcing him away so they can't help out this bottom lane, I think is completely the right idea. This is what's going to allow Monet to have a free lane.
Now it means the Enigma won't be able to just like pop over to that bottom lane, go for a gank with a Malefice or something like that. And Shadow Shaman, Lanham can choose to assert his dominance, right? He can either continue to follow Roger around into that other jungle, or he can go back and go for the full defensive tri-lane around Monet.
Yeah, absolutely. Or they can just go towards mid and harass down no one. Like, slowing down his game makes it so that you're protecting your side lanes anyways. And that might be what he opts to do. Just hanging around here, maybe looking for the courier, but bottom lane.
Look at all these stacks with the disruption as well. They're going to be able to get the 5th poison. And perhaps another one that's not going to be enough to kill Solo, but it will do a significant amount of damage. We're seeing the power of this 5-position Ogre. It started things off really well for Secret against EG in that game 3, just bodying the Enchantress. And here Solo's having his influence in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, the best part about playing Ogre is just the pure amount of regen that you have in armor. This hero does not care about trading. It's like one of the few 5-position heroes that just doesn't really feel bad ever about it. And Roger, if you see,
I mean, Lanem is not giving him an easy time in the jungle. He's taking the last 2 hits right there. I think he understands that Roger's the key hero, like we talked about. The Enigma Black Hole is the best spell in this game. If you know that, slow down the Enigma's game. And conversely, what that'll do is just help your Alex game, as Monet even digs in the middle of them.
Having a little fun with it. How's our mid matchup supposed to go here? The Storm Spirit versus the Leshrac. No one doing very well for himself. Is he outplaying Setsu, or is this how the matchup goes?
I think you have to win the first wave if you're Lesh.
Okay.
That's usually how it goes. Like, you have to hit the first stun, get the range creep, harass out, and then you can win the lane pretty easily.
So the onus is on you. You have to be able to land the split burst and kind of put pressure on the Storm Spirit right away.
Yeah, because if you think about it, until level 3, your Lightning Storm isn't going to be very good.
Yeah.
Like, right now, at level 2, as a spell, 120 damage, doesn't really hurt you that much. Storm's got good enough base armor that it deals with the Leshrac's right-click pretty well. So it means that you have to take advantage of going for the range creep, getting the last hits on them, and he's just not doing so right now.
An Invis Rune to be able to reset, but Apu is here. Is he going to try and grab it? Fire blasted up. Solo says, sorry, buddy, but I can't give you this refill of the bottle. I'm going to have to take it for myself. Apu turns around, slowing down the Storm Spirit, knowing that if Solo got another stun, he might have given up the second kill.
And look at this, once again, Lanem chasing out Roger. He's going to cancel the clarity. No.
Dude, Lanem is relentless. It seems both in life as well as inside of this game. This is a man who attended the first international, was on E-Home, managed to play second, and has continued to play for this long. Very, very few times do you see a player have such a long career.
You know what this reminds me of? The way that he's playing this Shaman is sort of how a lot of teams treat Bounty versus Chen.
Yeah.
Where they just walk it around.
5-minute Bounty Runes. Roger reveals himself. Securing the Bounty Runes, but RNG with an Alchemist, they're fine with the 2-2 split any time of the day.
The thing that does scare me about Lanem's game, though, is eventually this Enigma will catch up.
Yeah.
Like, he'll hit level 3, he'll have level 2 conversions, and he'll be just fine. Whereas Lanem, I mean, he's in a different position entirely, as they do spot him jungling, but they want to try to make the rotation onto the Storm mid before he hits level 6. They'd like to lead with Afu if possible, so he's going to go all the way around to get the complete sandwich.
This is about that time that no one would usually rotate into the jungle to finish off his level 6, right?
Yeah, they're trying to anticipate that right now, and that's exactly what he's going to go for, but he's going to walk in, Setsu.
They get there in time. Setsu and Lanem, they're going to be able to get the Ether Shock as well as the Split Earth held until after the Shackles. They'll be able to get that kill. Trading out Lanem is no big deal for RNG. Getting the very, very big kill and shutting down no one and keeping him at that crucial level 5 is what the goal was.
That was really well done by Afu. He decided to go for the left angle in, because if no one does indeed decide to go for the jungle right there, it completely just wastes 2 people time.
Yep.
But instead, he goes in, finds the angle, completely goes around, and that's just being patient. And he reads no one perfectly. A lot of Storms at this point will just farm out this side jungle camp, get their level 6, and then you have a free lane. The Leshrac will never kill you.
And once he gets into that position, right, it's really hard to gank him because he's right on the high ground. Your smoke is going to pop. He's going to spot you. He's right by his shrine. There's going to be TP rotations. So it was crucial for RNG to catch him before he retreated to his jungle. Lanem is going to be spotted.
And he's just trying to soak
by that
XP,
ward.
trying to slow down Roger as much as possible. But like I said, he's going to hit level 2 conversions. Lanem's still level 2 only.
How do you fix this problem for Lanem? Does like Setsu at some point give up the mid lane to Lanem for him to be able to make a comeback?
I'm not sure, because it's a little bit scary having a Tidehunter in the game, especially when he has this many levels early on. What ends up happening is any sort of initiation that happens, you can sort of play like a Quap or a Puck where a fight goes on, your team's getting assailed under the tower, you TP in, and you threaten with Ravage.
Look at Flyby, he's just laying into Pasha, and Pasha for the most part has been ignoring him, and the CS reflects that. Pasha really has not been shut down by Flyby all that much. It's just a few CS behind him, despite the fact that we do have this 2 levels Curse of Avernus plus Phase Boots on the Abaddon. Solo trying to interrupt Monet's farming.
Yeah, they're going to bring up Roger here too.
But Monet does have the Chemical Rage. He's going to pop it here. Afu also rotating over to make sure there isn't a greater force of VP heroes. Everything's all about Monet right now, and this is not the Alchemist of old where you're farming up to be able to get 4 or 5 items and then you're finally a threat. This is a very mid-game centric Alchemist in the meta right now. Lanham's going to be gone on the bottom lane. Pasha rotating out of his lane. He says, it's time to take some tower, boys. They cannot bite into the Ravage, and so they should be able to get that kill and that tower for free-ish.
And this is the best part about this Tidehunter, is because he's been given a free lane, you know that he's strong. He has Phase Boots, Bracer. It's not easy to burst him. You don't want to fight around him. And Ramsey's TP's top, but Flyby is not an easy kill either.
And that's why I said ish, right? Is that Flyby was going to try and pressure that top tower, but Ramses does manage to clear out most of the creep wave, keeps the pressure off that tower, still getting CS. He's just not really threatened by a solo Abaddon all that much.
And they're going to run into Solo here.
Oh, Monet managed to get the kill on Solo.
I mean, he hung around for so long. Like, Monet was just farming. Yeah. He kept poking his head, and at some point, somebody was going to come in. Like, the fact that he didn't think he was going to get punished for that was a little bit crazy, but it doesn't really mean too much as it's just an Ogre. The bigger news for VP is they were able to defend their top tower and get the bottom one for free.
They're trying to jump. Setsu here is going to be pulled back to Solo with a Fire Blast. Chain setting him up. Setsu still alive, but the final nail in the coffin is going to be the Gush from Pasha. It's another rotation by him, picking up this team fight. You expected maybe that he would be farming his lanes for 15 minutes, but no. This has been an active Tidehunter as soon as he's gotten level 7.
He needs to be too, because he doesn't have a 4 position. There's no other playmaker in the game for him.
Yep. 3-3, 10-minute bounty runes are coming up, and you know, with an Alchemist in the game, there's always going to be fight about it.
Yeah, plus no one is a little bit hampered by all the action that happened. The gank, he just got treads. It's not fun to gank his Storm without treads. Don't have enough attack speed. You want the ability to tread swap when you do gank. Now that he has it, maybe he gets active trying to build into that Kaya. I'd like to see him rotate and play around this top lane, though. I don't think that Flyby is really the hero that you necessarily want to go for. He's not an easy kill, and I feel like it takes too long. The alternative is I could see them collapse into mid-tower. I'd like to see some sort of smoke play. Bring your Ravage. Show how strong your Tide is at all times. The only downside is they don't really push towers that quickly.
No, they certainly do not. The only reason they took bottom is just because they had 4 heroes there. Yeah, that's maybe part of the reason Pasha has been hanging around this jungle area. He's taking away from Monet while simultaneously putting sort of a passive pressure on mid lane, ready to make that rotation. While top lane, Ramsey's trying to go and kill on Lanham, but there is going to be the Aphotic Shield, and if anything, Ramsey's got to be careful. If his rage runs out, Flyby could go for the silence, but that's what Infest is for. Takes away the Siege Wagon while the rest of his team with the Siege Wagon of their own.
So this is the play that they make. Bring your Tide to the front line, and Flyby's like, you can do that to bottom, but not to mid.
Yeah.
This is the correct play. They were making it around the Siege Wagon. They brought all their cores here. We talked about how important it is in our other cast too. Protecting this mid tower is what enables some of the greedier cores like Alchemist. It's what allows you to protect the jungle without having to smoke, as Lanham forced the TP out of top.
All the more important when you're matched up against an Alchemist, right? Like trying to take away some of his farm. Take advantage of the fact that he is AFK jungling right now, is not going to come out of that area until he has Radiance +1 item, usually maybe Blink, possibly AC.
And I'd like to see them continue to try to go for this mid tower though. Let Roger get his mech, he's somewhat close to it. Make your way towards mid, show the strength of your 5-man.
It's hard though, with Flyby sitting there, he is so farmed, sitting at 5,200 net worth, even ahead of the Lifestealer with Vlads and Phase Boots.
He's serving a similar purpose as the Tidehunter, but he wasn't forced to go for the 5-man as early. Yeah. That's the big difference here. Pasha. Run into Pasha.
Backstroke nearby, but RNG, who had smoked up on the high ground, they're going to be able to find him. Purging Pasha. They're going to be able to get the silence on him as well. Pasha holding on to the Ravage for a while, but now he can turn. Papa potentially does manage to get it off the hole. Right on top with the 3-man black hole. They got completely baited in. That watermelon looked awfully delicious, and RNG wanted to take the bite. They do manage to finish off the Tide, but it's going to cost them 2, possibly 3. Another Aphotic Shield activates the Shrine. Flyby, very tanky here. Knows that he needs to be able to fight back. He's got no other options. A second round of Aphotic Shield for him. Is VP really going to try and chase him down all this way? Another Aphotic Shield's coming up, but the Fire Blast multicast comes just a bit too late and a bit too far away.
Still a very good fight for them, as they're going to run in, find art style here. War trapped up by Lanham, trying to get out, but this should be enough as Lanham picks up the last hit, but Ramses during this entire time trying to get back into this game through the farm. But he might be a little bit behind right now because the Alchemist has just completed his Radiance during this time.
What is the timing that you're usually looking for with a Lifestealer against an Alchemist? How does that matchup really work?
I don't know, because I don't think you can go straight up for the Radiance.
Yeah.
I feel like that loses you the game, which is why indeed he opts to go for the Armlet, because you're always going to be one item behind the Alchemist in that regard.
Yeah.
He'll get BKB, AC, then he's unkillable anyways.
And your damage over time just really isn't going to have effect on an Alchemist.
Yeah, you want burst.
Rage. You want that big burst, so that's why he's going Armlet. Probably, what, Deso after that? Maybe an AC at some point?
Yes, I'd like to see... I could see Deso AC.
Yeah.
I think that's the perfect build, in fact.
And you've got the lineup to be able to enable that burst with a Storm Spear.
The only downside is their initial burst is going to come onto the backline.
Yeah.
What'll happen is Ramses hops into the Storm, they try to catch out the Shadow Demon. Once he gets bursted, maybe then you move on to the Shaman, and you sort of have to just leave the Alch for last. Hope that you have enough control for him, which VP likely do. Their lineup just has to greed out a little bit more because of Roger.
Setsu. Virtus Pro, they have their eyes on him. The slow roll forward from no one is going to be able to catch Setsu. The TPs are coming in. The Shadow Demon looking to be able to get that disruption, but he's just not there in time. Afu now looks for the offensive disruption. He's got both Flyby as well as Monet, who's going to make his first showing with the Radiance. Solo is going to be the victim once again of RNG's rotation.
And they feel fine about that. The Storm gets out no problem. Was able to pick up the last hit because of that plus 30 overload damage talent. A lot more Storms have been taking it lately. And it especially helps if you're trying to enable other cores. If you know that you're not the real one position, which I don't think he is in a game like this. All he has to do is be able to fight in the mid game. And RNG are taking advantage of this.
Words being used with that curse as well.
And Setsu's not quite there yet. Maybe they take the fight.
On him. He's going to be a little bit low immediately. The Aquatic Shield comes out. They turn around Hex. Oh, no one didn't expect that one, but he is going to be saved. He's able to jump out. Now the Ravage coming down is going to be able to hit the Abaddon while they focus down the Shadow Demon, but he managed to get off the disruption. Can Flyby save him, or else he's just going to focus on Monet entirely. Monet in front of all these heroes now with Setsu in with Radiance as well, as this burn damage coming out from the Last Strike. It's too much for VP to be able to handle. Oh, Ramsey's trying to man fight against this Alchemist with the Fire Blast. Can they actually do with the Gush as well? So much minus armor. Monet no longer has Chemical Rage, and he's actually going to fall. No one dies, but it looks like VP will take on Setsu as well, with Hasha living through it all. RNG, they came through and thought that they were bigger than VP with their Radiance and Leshrac timing, but it didn't work.
No, Setsu is still dead. For a little bit too long, he's making his way up, just doesn't have enough time. As Lanham gonna run into the Tide real quick, but I mean, Pasha in this game has been an absolute monster. His positioning, the way he's been using his Ravage, his team fight, his positioning in that fight enabled all of that.
I think what's cool about that is that his movements and stuff have been very atypical of Tidehunters.
Yes.
Right? And it takes a smart player to be able to think outside of the box, think outside of your average Tidehunter games, and think about what will win us this game.
Oh, for sure. Pasha right now is playing to win 1-1-7, but his score doesn't really quite reflect the impact that he's had in this game.
Yeah.
He's just been a thorn in RNG's side, and you'd like to see them bring him here so that he can defend mid, and look at that, he's here again. It's going to make the jump.
For the captain of VP, but bottom, he's going to be a bigger one with a beautiful black hole. Managing to lock down to 3, and it looks like Monet's going to get popped before Flyby could provide any sort of saving grace. Now Wafu will die as well. How many times are you going to kill Solo before you realize it's just a bait?
And they all have range heroes. They have a lot of range heroes, but they keep running into the black hole of Roger. And again, it's Pasha leading the defense for his team, telling them, we're not giving up this tower.
Nope.
And as a result, they're going to take mid tower for themselves. This is going to open up the jungle for them to take advantage of, and that's exactly what they draw around. They're saying this area is now ours. Don't allow RNG back in here.
Very decisive movements from VP, whether it's taking that top fight or this one right here, reading the fact that RNG have put themselves in a bad position trying to move into that high ground after Solo, and all get clumped up for just a beautiful black hole. Even if they didn't have Ravage, VP still red. That was a good fight to take.
I think RNG's thought process there was there's no Ravage up, and we have so many different cancels for this Enigma. Why wouldn't we? Top lane,
Oh, look at that win probability. It's nasty already. VP with the 82% win probability by 17.5 minutes in. I mean, Dendy said this is going to be Bears who are just going to be farming up some honey. VP have been doing that. They have the better late game with this Storm Spirit, Tide, and Enigma combo. Let's not forget that Lifestealer and Ogre are not slouches in the late game either. This is really concerning for RNG.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing that we all thought was VP would be a little bit more passive. I think even Dendy thought they'd be a little bit more passive, and they just sort of been running at them, and it's all on the heels of Pasha. I can't talk about his play enough in this game because I feel like his positioning, the way he's rotating around, protecting his team's towers and leading fights. This is a Tidehunter without Blink Dagger, and he's always in a good position. Bottom lane.
Jumping forward. Oh no, he actually pulled down the illusion. And now,
this might be a death now.
Ramses is way too far forward as a result. A bit of an error. Oh, Ravage going out, but now Ravage has been used for nothing. VP, now it's their turn to make some errors as the pressure of TI continues to crack teams.
Maybe, I think if he actually hits the right one, probably gets out.
Yeah.
He doesn't get purged there. It's pretty quick.
He quickly kills the Shadow Demon. Might be able to infest inside of the Storm Spirit. They get out together, but now RNG have an opening here. Now it's their turn to punish mistakes. Getting a Roshan like this is really going to kill VP's timing that they were getting to, where they were able to actively and confidently contest RNG.
And without the Black Hole, without the Ravage, that's really what signals this. Is
I mean, I can't believe they're really going to try this without Black Hole, without Ravage, but the Midnight Pulse is forcing RNG outside of the pit. Now the Disruption going in, they're going to try and get the kill onto the Storm Spirit, and they've got it too. With the Yield Scepter into the Split Earth, and the Godstable Concoction as well. Ramses trying to finish off some of the supports, but there is going to be the Disruption out from Afu. Flyby is ready to go with some heals as well. Bottom's going to be able to limp away. No one with a buyback is going to be able to finish off at least one support, but Ramses, he needs to be able to get out of here with his Rage Timer, but the Unstable Concoction nails him. He's trying to get away from Flyby right now. Slow down. Oh, the Black Hole instantly gets canceled by Sensu. Beautiful Yield Scepter by him. And now looks to be able to chase down the heroes. They couldn't actually get the two big cores of VP, so it'll have to suffice for Roger. The 4th position Enigma, he will be the one to fall. And RNG, can they go back to the pit after a short pit stop at the Shrine? Roshan still at 2,000 health.
Absolutely. This is theirs for free now. The Black Hole just came up, wasn't able to accomplish enough. And this is going to be relatively free for them.
Yeah, look at that. Monet carrying that fight when it comes to the damage, but it's also the disables and the saves from the other RNG members.
It's if one hero can't get you, another one will. They have so many different ways to protect each other, which is what we were waiting for. They finally get off a clean fight.
And all of those buybacks, the two supports of RNG bought back, but well worth it to be able to get a buyback out of no one while still claiming the Aegis.
And Lifestealer going for the Deso, it looks like.
And he's almost got it. At least getting within striking distance, but he can't afford to die here, and he's already used the Infest. That's going to make things awkward, especially if he gets hexed up by Lottom, who had Aether Lens, was able to get the stun outside of the tree range, and Ramses now being
stunned
up. Does have the rage up in a second, but he won't be able to TP away so easily if Monet can actually find him and punch him down, but they went left while Ramses went right. 12-16, and we've got ourselves a pretty even game. It is an Alchemist game, so that net worth being even may still be in the favor of VP, but RNG with the Aegis should be able to start knocking down some towers and build up a bigger net worth lead.
The scary part about the Aegis at this point is it gives you so much map control.
Yeah.
This is what's going to enable RNG to get a little bit more space on the map. They were sort of getting choked out for the time being, but this is how you continue to protect your jungle. If you notice the 2 wards that they were able to place as a result of these fights. And now they can get a little bit more aggressive.
They're just going to do that classic sweep from tier 1 to tier 2. They're strong enough that VP don't want to contest the first. There's still no Black Hole up. There is going to be a Ravage, but I don't think they're contesting Monet and all these Serpent wards. On the other side of the map, there is Roger trying to get some damage onto the tier 1 tower, but doesn't quite finish it off. If anything, Monet is going to be happy to find some Eidolons to farm.
Top lane not being denied for the time being. gonna D-ward, reset the map a little around their Alk. There's only one more tier 2 tower to take, but it's the mid tower, and it's not an easy one.
But do you think RNG should go for it? What should their plan be with this remaining Aegis timer? Can they just boldly go to the tier 2, or is the team fight of VP too scary?
I think it's always scary. I think the better move is to sweep out this jungle as a group. Try to get wards down if you have any. Take advantage of this, but they actually don't have any. So maybe they just go down mid. They can meet the creep wave, it's almost there.
Monet, they push down top. He's gonna cut in this mid lane as well.
I think if you're VP...
Storm Spirit.
Oh, they'll wait for the BKB on Enigma first.
Oh, is that coming in? Ooh, they do not have a cancel for it, so that would be a sick pickup on RNG. They're going to push the pace. They've already taken this tier 2, but they are showing no signs of slowing down as Monet is going to go for the stun onto Solo, the follow-up, the split earth, a clean kill, no rebuttal from VP, and now going to be forced into a 4 versus 5.
And look at this tower, it's going down really quickly.
Yeah, Monet's just chopping it to bits, but they do have the Lifestealer and Fest combo. Money got hexed, as well as Fuel Scepter. They're going to try and hit with the split earth, and no one. He's just dead with that no. And look, the Rams can actually save him with the black hole on top, and he takes out. It's only the no one doesn't have buyback either. Apu does manage to actually kite around the Lifestealer as well. This is a disaster for VP.
And Apu's good.
Swims away, but the unstable concoction is taking. It's going to find the Tidehunter. He's going to burn out from the Radiance and the Aphotic Shield explosion. Just a little
Apu's still getting chased.
HP, but he's still good. And Ramses, who had been making this chase for so long, he does have his rage. He will be able to fight back, but what can he really do with it? Setsu, he's so mobile that Ramses certainly won't be able to bring him down. He's going to be forced to TP back to base, and that is going to be a mid lane of barracks at least, if not more, with 40 seconds on the clock for no one.
Ramses just chased Apu around the map for almost a minute. Doesn't die, wasn't able to help his team.
And again,
they're just going to go for it.
Solo will fall. Roger has the buyback. Oh no, they're going to lose Ramses as well, who instantly buys back. How is VP going to stop this push as RNG? They seem unstoppable right now.
It's happening in a hurry right now, Cap.
They're going to try and go for Apu with the Solar Crest, Aphotic Shield. Somebody heals coming out from the Mist Coil as well. They're going to turn onto Ramses. Monet runs out of the chemical range. A nice Fire Blast stun onto Monet. And now without the chemical range, they're going to try and bring down this Aegis. Monet, he's somewhat okay with this. They're actually going to try and focus on some of the other heroes as Monet will slowly take out, but first, he'll be able to bring
Monet's still alive.
Flyby. You have to deal with Monet at some point in time. He has the Radiance at burning you down. He has that AC aura. Now he's going to the BKB, but if they finish him off, there it is. They just wait out the Aegis. A beautiful read by VP.
It did cost them the racks, though.
It certainly did. That could not feel good for VP as they're down 9,000 net worth, 1.5 lanes of barracks.
That's one of those weird situations where I think they knew that the Aegis was about to fade out. They had a better timer on it, obviously.
Yeah.
But the downside of it is the 100 HP Alk just took racks in front of you.
Yeah. I mean, he only needs a few seconds with that Assault Cuirass, even if he's not in Chemical Rage 4.
And Lonam going to run into no one here. They found him once again. Doesn't have the mana, though.
Let me get away from this one. The zip. This time, Setsu, he's been really good on the timings. With that Yule Scepter split earth, he's been reacting very quickly, but this time, he missed on no one.
And for the next fight, they will have the BKB Black Hole, but I mean, timing-wise, what we've learned is Dendy's right.
Yeah.
They're going to ball up. They're just going to sort of go for it. I think VP were outplaying them. They were overplaying their late-game lineup by taking these really smart fights. But they missed 1 or 2 ultis, and all of a sudden it just resets the game. They're able to take Roshan. I mean, they just march down towers.
We saw the win probability was heavily in the favor of VP at one point in time, but no longer. As now it's siding heavily with RNG, as it should. And it's going to take a bit of a miracle here for Virtus Pro. Let's see what they're able to pull off. Their backs against the wall in this game one. Virtus Pro have long been known to choke at the International. You heard it themselves. They said they don't know what it is, but the International is just a special tournament. And everybody else seems to fare okay, but VP always perform much worse than they have the rest of the DPC season. And the hope was that coming into this tournament, not being the front runners, not being one of the top 3 teams, may have given them a little more leeway against some of the other teams. Maybe they didn't study Virtus Pro as much. But being in the lower bracket and now potentially 1 game down against RNG, the VP curse seems to be returning. 17 to 18, 28 minutes in.
And this is where you stop things. There's no one. He's looking for the jump right now, but doesn't want to go in first. Doesn't have a BKB.
Yeah, we've seen that because the lack of the BKB, both the Shadow Shaman and Setsu's Leshrac.
Here's the problem.
Super fast on their timing.
You go in for Lanham, he gets disrupted.
Yep.
Fight stuck.
Yep.
Fight just ends. You can't go on flyby. And if you can't go on flyby, then he'll just reset the fight for his team anyways. All your stuns are cleared out. He feels fine. Even if he gets Ravaged, just pop his ulti.
VP gonna go in. Up. They decide they're gonna try and fight around these shrines.
Oh, they went on the illusion!
They went on the illusion! They do have
He's just realized.
BKB. He does manage to get the black hole. The backline just evaporated. The 2 supports are already down. Setsu stunned up on the side here, but the cores of RNG are fighting strong, and they've already got a bash on Roger. Meg's gonna be able to heal him up a little bit more. Miss Cole not gonna be enough. Ramses gets the rage off as well. Can they help him? He's got an infest. He should be able to get away. No one's
out of
mana. Just shy of being able to get to the other side of the cliff, but now he's stuck and now he's dead.
Oh no.
He has the buyback though.
That initiation. It took them so long to realize too. If they had the damage in that fight, maybe this looks a little bit different.
The buyback is available for no one. RNG are here in force. This is Pasha certainly needs the help. No one tries to jump up immediately, gets hexed up. He's trying to go for Abu. Just you pointed out, anytime he's going for the back line, RNG has the answer, and Ramses will fail to get the kill that no one could not pick up on himself. And now he's being controlled up by the shackles, finished up by Setsu, and that's it. RNG take game number 1 against the CIS powerhouse of Virtus Pro.
And that game happened in a hurry. We were looking at an 82% win probability for VP at one point, and that was at like 17 minutes. And 10 minutes later, the game's just over.
Royal never give up, as you said, hit him in a hurry. And Monet giving the wave to the crowd who have been very supportive of RNG, giving them plenty of chance, cheering them on to victory here in game 1.
And now they're 1 game away from knocking out VP, a team that you and I predicted in the group stage before the games had started to potentially be our favorites. They didn't have that pressure going in.
We talked about it, said maybe the VP magic will come back in time for TI. Maybe they've been keeping their heads down, ready to go, but it seems like Virtus Pro, the choke is still real. How did they get their headspace out of this one? Over to the panel.
My goodness, what a game of Dota. And yeah, I think that's really the big thing that we do have to talk about. The casters have said it very, very well. And we look at VP, this is just a tournament sin that has been their roadblock.
Yeah, I was hoping we would see a bit better showing from VP today going into this. Okay, down you go. Yeah, I was hoping VP would just do better overall in this game, but like when it comes to the team fights, the things we're used to seeing from VP in the past is this really good understanding of how to play around each other, who goes in first, how you position yourself relatively. And in this game, I just see countless situations where no one Storm just jumps in, gets hexed, and dies. And when you watch the really top-tier teams of this tournament so far play, they're very good at this, like weaving, buying time, playing off that.
Yeah.
VP, it's just not there.
They're shrinking like Rich, whereas RNG are rising to the occasion.
Major shrinkage.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I do want to say, there's kind of one moment towards the end of the game, Trent, that all of a sudden it's like, okay, this is looking like it might be done and
Kind of
dusted.
just over. I think like when they had that last chance, right, where they tried the initiation, last Hail Mary team fight, and then you have yourself positioned so nicely with the smoke being popped. So no one's like, oh, of course, it's the right Leshrac, but he's hiding out of vision. They go on the illusion, and that was just kind of it. I mean, the game was probably over that point anyway, but that's a nice big defeat there at the end of like still getting a real stylish play.
Now, I do want to take a moment here. We typically don't get to talk about it as much, Toby, because we do obviously have all of our glowy-brained folks over on the draft panel who really do break apart.
Would you like a dull brain, would you? Like a little dim light?
We're the cuties.
Oh,
right?
the cuties. Yeah, cuties. All right, yeah.
Right here.
Yeah.
When we talk about this draft, I really do want to tear into it for a second because you were the one who really highlighted the draft, right? You were like, it's all going to be about the draft for me. What did you see go down?
You know, the draft actually felt like it was a team secret starter. Like, it was like, okay, we're going to run the Enigma, we're going to run the Tidehunter together, and through this overwhelming power, we'll just take over. The Storm will get some space, but then you kind of get this Ramses lifestealer, which is very VP. Like, I'm just going to sit in my lane, I'm going to be able to survive, I'm just going to be able to tank, and eventually I'll carry this game. And that's why I said, like, I want to watch the draft, because I feel like, I don't know if you guys agree, but like, it's just disjointed. Everything doesn't look like it's working towards one objective, unlike what happens when you have like this Leshrac lineup, which is just able to push after you have one good fight.
I don't know if I feel like that was a lineup problem. They actually played a really good early game, and the Dota Plus never lies, right?
Yeah.
That was an 80-20 game for VP at one point.
Yep.
You've accomplished the goal of the game. You're leading on gold minute 20 against Alchemist. You're doing great.
But isn't that the key word there?
You're doing
that
great.
Alchemist?
Oh, I thought
mean,
you meant you're
come
doing
on.
great. VP is doing great. It means they're going to fail.
Did anyone
That's
think
what you're
Alchemist
going
was actually going to lose for a second?
for. I thought they were definitely.
I thought it was going to happen.
It's Alchemist against Enigma late game, and you have farm on VP's correct heroes. Like, the game is going super well. I don't think that was a drafting problem. I think they got outplayed in fights. Like, and they RNG played around the cooldowns.
Yeah.
Tide ultis down, black holes down. They take fights.
Yeah, I do want to kind of put that under the microscope too, because you talk about actually looking and seeing. It looks like it's an 80-20 game. We've seen, and this is back in groups, we've seen comebacks for megas, right? I think we've seen 5 at the tournament already, at least 5 in groups. And the question is, yes, the game has changed. That's more possible than like the first time we saw it all those TIs ago. But when you look at that situation, what is causing it? Is it sheer outplay, or is it actually the onus on the team that throws it? Do you think that there is some additional pressure?
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely onus on the person who's ahead, right? Because in order to capitalize on that, mistakes have to be made. I think they were at a point where they had to make a mistake in order for RNG to get back into it. They did. It's also, again, it's the Alchemist in terms of like, not only can you not, you can never make mistakes, but an Alchemist just punishes it so hard, because every second that like you're dead, right? He's gaining, he's climbing, he's getting the next item and selling the next item, and you can't keep up with trying to deal with how he's itemizing against you.
And there's the human aspect too. They can't see the graph. They don't know what state the game is in. You might feel like the game is very different than it actually is. It's easy for us to say, oh, we look at the graphs, we see all the wards, blah, blah, blah. But the teams have their own vision, they have their own read on the game, and maybe VP felt like, okay, we're behind, we need to force fights. And we're just here like, why are you forcing fights? You're winning, Yeah,
this is very, very insightful. And my mother actually just texted me not so long ago, and she was talking about how insightful she thinks Sin truly is. She's a big fan of Sin.
Yep.
And one of the other things she wanted to know, she goes, they keep talking about Alchemist. What's going on with Alchemist? Why is Alchemist so good?
Because he can make potions.
Okay,
You
Sin?
can tell her that. That's something she could probably digest. Yep, there you go. Send a text out quickly. Well,
she said Sin lol.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she said Sin lol.
Nobody could have seen that coming.
Oh, man.
That was really unpredictable.
He's reaching deep into the bag today.
That's my mom for you, But what is it about the Alchemist? I mean, I can actually rely on you, unlike Sin.
On me?
Well, yeah, what is it about the Alchemist? I heard.
Sure,
Get him, Toby.
I'll answer your question that's not Alchemist related then. I actually kind of felt like Alchemist got a big helping hand by this Abaddon that was just able to also be a frontliner alongside the Alchemist. So even though the Alchemist didn't, he was ahead by 1,000, you expect to be like 3,000 around the 20-minute mark. You just win this fight. It's like, okay, now we take Roshan and we push with Aegis Immortal 1 and just shields and harassment from the other. They're like, there was no real answer that they could find to both of these problems, which then just made it so Leshrac didn't have to have all these survivability items, because you could see him like, Lesh, full movement speed build, just wanted to hunt, just wanted to push. Enabled by both the Alchemist and the Abaddon.
I can really get behind this idea that Rich is going to ask us a question and we just answer a different one.
Yeah.
I think I could get used to that. I think that's really great.
Yeah.
I love it.
Sin, what do you think of me?
Trent, that was a great game.
Thank you.
I mean, I think that was a great game.
It's really good. A little unexpected, I would say, to take game 1 like that, but this is what the fans come for. I mean, definitely these fans came for that, as you could hear. Very excited for RNG, because I'm sure, they were here cheering for LGD and VG. They have expectations and hype. Today was more of, I was just like, well, maybe they'll do it. And now suddenly they're up a game. And now they're just going to even further to fall in disappointment like true fans.
Hey, Sim was back in this team. You were back in this from the start.
RNG?
Yeah.
From what start?
Well, the start of the playoffs.
Yeah, I think I said toward the end of the groups, RNG picked up steam, and I think they're showing that they've improved a lot. Because their day 1 and 2 were not good. By the way, do you still want an answer to the Alchemist question? Do you still want to know?
So I want to go back to people who were, I credit where credit's due. One of the first people who really was hyping up this RNG team was actually Kyle. I remember we were all in a room together with Kyle, and Kyle was just like, I think all of the Chinese teams are looking super good headed into the main event, and he really did.
Keen?
I mean,
Sorry, what? Oh, continue.
Seriously, though, I think we did see a lot from this region as a whole. Keen obviously going to be the first team that does bow out from the region, but they did it in style. I think it was very exciting to watch them play, but we still have 3 Chinese teams here.
Yeah, it's the toughest region, right? Yeah. I mean, sorry, Europe. I think trying to qualify and play there the whole year in China.
Tougher qualifiers. I don't know if the region was harder. There's the European or the Western teams at this tournament are still looking pretty strong.
That's very true. But I think like through the entire year, I'd rather have like played in Europe than China. Does that sound good? No?
How do you feel about that, Sin? Yeah.
It's like 50-50.
Yeah, what do you know, Sin?
Honestly, I think it's 50-50.
50-50?
I think both regions have been really strong. Like, it depends what your goal is, right? If it's qualifying to the majors, in Europe, you're playing against major winners every time, and in China, you're playing against 6th place teams every time.
Whoa, you're playing against minor and major winners.
Yeah, well,
like Vici Gaming.
That is true. Vici, yeah.
They had to make their way there.
Toward the end of the season, China got stronger. I would agree with that. I would absolutely agree.
Ramped up a little bit in your mind, and hey, it's a pretty good time to do that as well, headed into TI. Now, when we head into the next game, we can start to look ahead now. I think we've really gotten to look at everything that did happen in that first game. VP, how did they really start to break through here? It was the draft. That was the story for you in the first game. Maybe didn't deliver. Is it still the case?
Maybe the guys are right. Well, you normally are. Maybe it's just not down to a draft thing. I still feel like they had a misidentity in the draft. That's why I was talking like the live seal just didn't fit with the rest of it. Even though it fit VP, but again, it was like 2 different identities. But how are you meant to play VP Dota? Like, how do they get back to what they were before? Like, it just doesn't...
They haven't found it. I think enabling Pasha is extremely difficult, and I feel like in their last 2 series, that's what they've been trying to do. And Pasha looked so good at the start of this game, right, on the Tidehunter, but then the previous series, they tried to give him this Pango. He also started the game at top net worth and tried to lead his team and carry it through, but it feels like out of that off-lane position, there's only so much you can do. Whereas before, I feel like they used to be able to kind of give the reins to Pasha in a lot of situations, and he did make that space for Ramses in combination with no one.
Yep.
Now, it just seems too difficult.
I don't know if it's really a drafting problem at this point. Like, you can try to make some adjustments in draft, but I think the main thing is in here right now. And that's really what you got to work on. That's where the coach needs to step in. You know, VP put a lot of pressure on themselves, try to play more freely. The way you can adjust to this in draft is pick heroes that play more freely. Don't pick these like super cooldown reliant, we need to be together all the time and have this tight Enigma, big AoE combos. Pick something that, you know, skirmishes, ganks, Beastmaster, these types of heroes. Pangolier could also work.
Yeah, I mean, it was
could
close.
still work.
It was still looking fine for them.
I totally agree, but it's such a large order, right? To break a giant mental block. A lot of the times I use this example of the mile, right? And you look back in the history of the mile, and people weren't able to break that record for such a long time because they didn't know it was possible. I think right now, when VP looks inside of themselves, they're not sure if it's possible for them to actually win this biggest tournament, the biggest stage of the entire year, and RNG is going to try to make sure that they aren't able to do it. RNG wants to keep on moving forward here. They can do it in just 1 game, and they have the crowd behind them.
It would just be really fantastic if Virtus Pro can just throw away all care factors. Like, okay, we're down, we're not winning, we can't connect anything up right now. You know what? Just YOLO it. Just pick up any kind of comfort heroes, go back into that zone, and just see how hard you can punch down RNG. As you said, play the short kind of breaks and just like get in there.
Toby thinks it's a matter of going for the YOLO. Let's see what Casey and the folks from the squad have to say about that.
So I want to talk about consistency because Virtus Pro is very well known for being consistent. And you're once again coming in after a very successful season to a TI. What do you think is the biggest reason behind the fact that you're able to play so well?
Я цифа.
Ты.
Да, кто отвечает?
Давай ты сначала, потом
я отвечаю.
Да это на русском.
Ладно. Короче, мы все очень сильные игроки индивидуально, и так сложилось, что когда я пришел в эту команду, был костяк, я как-то, наверное, дополнил ее, и так сложилось мета, наверное, что мы начали всех выигрывать, и потом были некие трудности по игре, но мы с ними справлялись, некоторые трудности даже остались, но мы будем идти по турниру, как и на каждом, набирать. В этом наша большая сила.
What are you doing differently this time around?
Борис решил, что не поедет на этот International, поэтому мы решили взять панду на этот раз.
What makes TI9 feel like it could be your most successful one yet?
Панда с нами, враги нападают.
Besides the panda.
Besides the... Так.
Можешь сказать, что твой цвет любимый фиолетовый? Мне, например, да.
Единственное, что могу точно сказать, что наша система, по которой мы готовились к International в этом году, она кардинально отличается от того, что было в прошлом, позапрошлом. И, в принципе, это может дать какие-то результаты, потому что мы делали все совсем по-другому, мы рассчитывали по-другому, как-то рассчитали силы по-другому. Мы все-таки... Тогда мы просто очень много тренировались бездумно. Сейчас мы больше пошли в понимание, а не в практику. И мне кажется, мы во многом преуспели.
I asked Secret the same question, so I'll ask it of you too. VP and Secret, you both have a lot of similarities. You're both coming in at the top of the DPC. Your previous TI finishes have been 5th, 6th. How would you compare the two teams? What, in your opinion, what makes VP stronger than Secret, even though you have similar histories?
Чем побеждать будем?
Не
Team
знаю.
Secret, не знаешь?
Минером.
Чем мы сильнее? На самом деле, на интернешнале ты никогда не можешь быть уверен, сильнее ты какой-либо другой, ну, в какой форме она находится. Например, мы с ними не играли скримы, и мы не знаем, чем они играют, как они играют, хорошо у них или плохо, поэтому все покажет сам турнир.
You've also played together for a long time on the same roster. I just interviewed Kuro, and he said that there are pros and cons to that, and that sometimes it's great because you know what you're getting into, and sometimes it can lead to complacency. What do you say to that, having played together so long?
Да, очевидно, есть и плюсы, и минусы. То, что, ну, минусы, когда бывают разногласия и не можешь прийти к общему, то единственный выход бывает иногда, что, ну, забыть это и продолжать играть, потому что если люди не могут прийти к общему, то это может привести к плохим последствиям. Но в целом мы все друг друга очень хорошо знаем и где-то друг другу уступаем в этом плане. Идем на уступки друг другу, поэтому это делает нас сильнее. И вот и все.
Всегда можно еще водки напиться, если что-то не так.
Да, да. Drink водка, play дотка. Из плюсов то, что мы друг друга хорошо знаем, и как друзья мы друг другу идем на уступки. Вот, если не можем прийти к общему в игре, поэтому это делает нас сильнее.
Мы семья.
Семья, да.
What do you think is different about TI? Because VP has a history of playing really well throughout the season and then coming to TI and placing 5th, 6th.
Я на самом деле не знаю, почему-то у нас часто происходила ситуация, что мы крайне уверенные в себе ребята приезжаем на турнир, и что-то у нас вдруг ломает, скажем так. Что-то происходит такое, что немножко меняет наш взгляд на игру, появляются какие-то разногласия, и, к сожалению, пока что на интернешналах мы с этим, как видите, не справились, не получилось, но я надеюсь, что этот интернешнл пойдет совсем по другому графику.
How does it feel having the international in China for the first time?
Ну, необычно, но мне лично хотелось бы, чтобы для меня ассоциация International это с Америкой, Сиэтлом. Всегда, когда еще не играл ни разу на International, мечтал там играть, всегда, может, тут даже лучше будет, поэтому увидим. Режим ожидания, так сказать.
Very well done. Good job, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Well, originally, before we jump down to the interview, you heard from Toby that maybe they needed a little bit of YOLO to be able to take it. Then we hear maybe they just need a little bit of techies.
Hey, you know what? I'll feel really better when you start using reference points from both Syndrome as well as Trent and not from me to start our conversations.
I noticed he's getting closer and closer to you as well. I think he's taking a liking over there.
So you just want to wear a vest, don't you? You need to, like, your used car salesman look is absolutely fantastic, but you need to level up to the vest.
I think it's a safari. Got a couple animals on there. It's
hey,
perfect.
man, we can look at me all we want, but we really want to be looking at the teams here. We want to talk about
that's
everything
what we're
that they
here
have.
for, right?
I thought they were on a safari with the panda. They're all about the panda, right? Isn't that what you're leading into here?
They're all about their energy. Their chakras are blocked. They need to unbreak them.
Can I just say, we've talked a lot about VP. Obviously, they're a big name coming into this that people are expecting a lot out of, and they have flat out just not been delivering, that's fair to say. But I do want to talk a little bit more about RNG, because the reason Kyle had this team rated really high going in was that he'd been talking to some players, and the teams were just saying RNG is destroying people in scrims. Like, RNG were winning all their scrims, they were playing super well. Lots of the teams going into the group stage were expecting RNG to be one of the top placements, and then when it's crunch time, they're not delivering. So maybe they had a bit of a mental problem that they needed to overcome, but now that you start getting those wins, you start out slow, you recover during the group stage, sure, you don't make up a bracket, but you get better and better and better, you win your first best of one, you win your first game against VP. This team is maybe getting to that state mentally that they were in their scrims.
Right.
And that's scary, because then suddenly if all the teams were scared of these guys and they're playing up to their level, they could go really deep. We've seen lower bracket runs before.
That was exactly what Kyle was talking about. He was just like, the scrims, the scrims, the scrims. And I feel like that is something that Kyle has always evaluated really high. I actually remember that kind of the first time that I got to work with a bunch of you guys, and Kyle was talking about the scrims. I believe that time it was actually EG that he was talking about. And how much stock can you put in scrims? Because now you're starting to say it seems like they weren't hitting that form. Maybe they're starting to find it now. Do you think, like, when you get to a tournament that you can look at the scrims a lot and say, okay, this is how we think they're gonna do?
Well, how many times do the scrims actually reflect in the results?
It seems to go the other way more often, I would say. But maybe it's because everyone always hypes up someone, because they're like, yo, I heard that these guys are absolutely destroying the scrims right now. You guys have no idea how good they are. And then they come in and they just place like bottom 4. That is definitely not unusual. You know, like, it happens quite a bit. So there is that element of just getting on the stage. I think it probably helps having someone like Lonham, who can, like, you know, he's been here several times. It's not like all these players are like super new or anything, like they're names that we know, but he's kind of one of those like OG veterans. It's hard to beat him in the whole space.
He was in the first ever grand final of TI. Yeah. This guy's retired and come back like all the greatest Dota players have. Like it's he's done coach roles, he's done captain roles, he's done like normal roles in teams. It's like, this guy's got everything, and you're right. If these guys get better and better as time goes on, they've got the leadership that's there in the game while the game is going.
And they have more than just one player that's experienced at going far in TI. Monet played on LFY at TI7, who arguably at multiple points of that tournament looked like the absolute best team. They ended up getting third. They didn't manage to get to that grand final, but man, they had some moments of brilliance.
They were crazy.
They were really, really good. And if we get that style coming out of Monet, maybe he can activate some of the other newcomers to the team a little bit into getting comfortable.
Sounds like they're trying to bring that out of them right now.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. You look at RNG right now, and you just look at the facts. You get down to brass tacks right now. And I think you kind of say RNG feels like the favorite all of a sudden in this series. They come in as the underdog. I'm not sure how much you guys really get to see from home besides our faces and the players. This place is packed, and there's an overwhelming desire from a lot of these people to see RNG come out on top. And then you have the added factor that you have a team that we're saying has a mental block, and they just lost a game against a team that they didn't expect to lose that first game to. As much as we've seen them in some of the other tournaments throughout the years, whether it's majors, minors, we see them able to drop games, drop series at the beginning of the tournaments, and they're able to wash that all away, and they're able to bounce back. Do you think that they're going to be able to do it here? We're going to find out very shortly, guys. All of the players are inside of the booths. We're ready to get this one started. The fans are already cheering. Let's see. This is an elimination match. Only one can stay with us in TI. We're going to find out who that is right now.
Virtus Pro versus RNG. Game 2.
Time now, game number 2, about to get underway with drafts picks. Gunnar joining me once again, and Dendy as well. Danny, I want to talk to you first. Navi, sorry, not Navi, Virtus Pro, they kind of collapsed after an early game win there. What happened? What went wrong?
Well, it's very weird. Actually, for VP, overall, the tournament is very weird for me because this is a CIS team, and usually CIS teams are very aggressive, but on this tournament, both Navi and VP were pretty passive teams. They have like longest games in the tournament, and I was hoping that VP maybe at playoff we're gonna start play more aggressively, but they picked Enigma, and Enigma is pretty much late game hero where you always deal with a game to the point where it can't get cancelled black hole and stuff like this. But RNG, they did amazing pickup as Alchemist. I think it was like super good, and because VP already showed their Tidehunter and Enigma, and that's how Alchemist got so fat. Usually teams trying to stop Alchemist from farming, but in this game it was almost impossible, like you guys mentioned. Yes, so Alchemist just got out of hand, and then what was strange, that VP was actually leading in the game, but then there was like, and it was super good for them, with very late game draft. But then one Russian team fight and it's over. It's very hard for Stone Spirit to jump in and do stuff when he's playing against heroes like Rasta and Leshak Eol, those instant disables, and then you need to jump those heroes like Leshak and Rasta to kill them first, but they have Abaddon and Shadow Demon to cover them up as protection. So
really well put together RNG draft.
I do have good news for you and all the viewers. Alchemist is banned. Yeah.
Oh, you don't love some Alchemist, Gunner?
I love it when I'm playing it.
Okay.
Or it's on my team.
The other 9 players less so.
Yeah, maybe the other 4.
Okay.
The Alch plus 4.
Yeah.
Another 5, a little less. So Royal Never Give Up picked the less Shadow Demon. That's a kind of a, I think that's more one of the classicer combos of this tournament. It's been picked a lot. Gives you setup if you want to put them as supports. You can put a mid Lesh. You can even do an offlane Lesh and a support Shadow Demon. So it gives you a lot of flexibility. On the other side, Virtus Pro picks a Warlock, which we've seen a couple times today, I think. It gives some sustain in the lane. It gives you a lot of mid-game, late-game teamfight and scaling, and then Centaur, which going into the tournament I thought was going to be a hotter pick from the offlane.
Yeah. You mentioned aggression from VP, then. Is that their best style and their best way to approach this matchup? Like, last game was like all-in teamfight late game. Do you want to see them go back to the CIS style?
I would love them too, but it's pretty hard to switch when an entire tournament you play pretty passively, when suddenly you want to play aggressive. We see now we pick Kentaur Warlock, which is insanely strong combo, but it was strong before last little patch that came out. After that, Kentaur got a little bit nerfed. There's no double stout shield and stuff like this, but it's still some aggressiveness already and some team fight happening. But RNG getting their Leshak and Shadow Demon combo, which is already cool. Leshak can flex into different positions, and it's a lot of speed already into the game.
It does feel like VP are picking the heroes that were good, like you say, a few patches ago and aren't like the current meta, but it's comfort zone. And as far as VP goes, everyone always talks about, you know, TI with them, how they kind of underperform, they choke, and as far as, you know, maybe playing your best Dota, going to your comfort zone may be the best way to approach this now elimination game for VP.
Yeah, going into the tournament, a lot of teams were picking Centaur in the first phase, like first pick. And it's because they would have this offlaner that would win his lane like 60-70% of the time, almost against any matchup. And now, a lot of the times, the safe laners can tri-lane, and then they can shut down this the Centaur, or the Centaur is just dodging. And then at that point, you can pick an Axe, which is just a stronger hero. So he's kind of fallen out of the meta. And Tiny, yeah, that's been rising up in the meta this whole tournament, right?
The flexibility with the lanes, we've seen a lot more of the core Tiny come back, not just the 4 position. So this is an aggressive hero, though. Do you like the Tiny pick, Dendy?
Oh yeah, I love it. It's very flexible. It can go position 2, it can go position 4. I know that Roger plays an amazing Tiny. I know that Noon plays an amazing Tiny. So it's gonna be interesting to watch. What I worry about is, do we find a good lane for Kentaur in this game? That's what worries me, because I already see really strong lanes from RNG. Shadow Demon Leshak is pretty strong.
I really like the Gyro pick there. It's a deny pick for RNG, I think. The ET Gyro combo is really strong with the Aura and the Flat Cannon and the Rocket Barrage. So Virtus Pro taking it away gives them a strong carry for themselves and also takes away a strong carry for the other team.
It's also a cool pick because we've seen them run it mid lane as well as safe lane. So they're going to be able to go into that final pick, the 10th pick of the draft, and either pick a mid or a carry based on what RNG get.
Actually, ET and Shadow Demon, they have quite high win rate on this tournament. I think we have around 60% win rate at the TI, and those both of those heroes are great. Shadow Demon is actually one of the most insane supports out there right now.
Yeah.
And this hero, I think, also I got Void. Void in matchmaking, actually, he's really strong.
Yeah.
That's what I saw, at least for last games before I left to TI. Yeah, this hero is crazy. He's giving up more team fight. But I don't know how RNG gonna make it up for Void, because usually their playstyle, they group up and they apply a lot of pressure. Oh, we see Omni Knight. Now I can see the image of that.
Yeah, you can grace your Void, he can just go in. You have the GA, which helps set against the Flat Cannon. If this Tiny is a core, when he gets this Ags Daedalus, the GA also is going to help that your cores defend against that. I think it lanes fairly well against the Gyro. It's not crazy, if crazy good, crazy bad. His lane should be decent, I think.
What we've seen here, so VP now thinking about position 4, position 2 or position 1, because Gyro can maybe still be mid lane against Leshak. I think Noon played a lot of games with Gyro like that, and maybe we want to secure the late game a little bit more than just having a Gyro. So most likely they watching for carry, and VP did it a lot. They picked carry for last pick. So let's see what we're thinking of this.
What would you think about putting the Gyro safe lane and picking, say, like Ember Spirit right now for the mid?
Ember Spirit. Well, it's pretty good because there is almost no control on RNG lineup, but at the same time I feel like maybe VP needs some save. Like I would call OD, which is not bad against heroes like Omni and Void, but at the same time OD being pretty weak hero lately.
Yeah. They
and
banned
it's
it
banned.
out, yeah, the last ban.
And they banned it out.
You're one of the few mids who still does play it from time to time.
Yeah, the Axe build that some people go can really save this game, you know?
VK, which is pretty good against Void. Double life.
Yep. This was one of the classic counters to Void if you go back a few years ago. We saw Wraith King often come out just because you don't want to chrono him when he's got reincarnation.
Yeah, against a lot of these like Enigmas and Tidehunters and Chrono, these big ults you want to kill their carry with. You can't kill a Wraith King.
Yep.
You kill him once, you don't have a spell, he turns the fight.
And you can even go that, you're playing against Leshrac, a lot of this uncontrollable damage. The Blade Mail build feels really good after your Radiance, so it is a hero that can cause a lot of problems.
Yep.
Well, final thoughts, Sandy? How do you think about this draft?
I think RNG got this late game actually. I really like those heroes if the game goes delayed.
Okay, well, we're going to hear from Arzik, the Virtus Pro coach, before we hop ourselves into the game.
Arzik, I'm going to ask you about how you feel about this draft in a moment, but first, were you as surprised as some of the panelists and crowd were at how game one went after you had a pretty good draft?
Yeah, we outdrafted them in the first game, but we managed to lose somehow. Now we tried to lose the draft, so we might win the game, right?
Changing tactics?
Yeah.
When you do have a game that turns out that way, do you usually choose to refocus your play, or do you take it all the way back and say, we gotta try this all over again?
Yeah, we just forget about this game. Like, we shouldn't think about it at all and focus on the next game. That's it.
Do you feel pretty confident about this draft?
Yeah, of course. I'm always confident.
And the rest of it is up to your players.
Yeah, let's see how it works.
Thank you so much. Best of luck.
No problem.
Thank you. Back to you.
Why does Virtus Pro always fail when it comes to TI? Why do they always choke when it comes to the finals of the season? A harsh question, but one that was asked in the video series of Virtus Pro and one they've been asking themselves for the last 2 years. Why did they always come up short at the International? And they may just come up short here in this series against RNG, down 1 game already.
TI is so brutal. Like, it's so unforgiving. It doesn't care that you did good in the rest of the year. It doesn't care that you were owning, that you won majors. You come to this tournament and you're going to get beat down. Remember when they kicked Lil? They got 5th-6 with Lil. And they're like, well, it's not a good enough result. We're VP. They kick him. They pick up Roger, the superstar. It feels like they immediately go on a roll. They win their first event after. They win an ESL. It looks like everything is going so well for them. Then they just get hammered. They get handled. They get 8th, or they get 6th. Then they get 6th again. And it just feels like their results aren't really improving. They're not really building something at this point. And that wears on you. This is, I feel like, a life or death series for them. Not just for their TI run, but as a group.
As a team, absolutely.
If you
Virtus Pro, as a roster, cannot survive a 9th through 12th place.
Yes, I will confidently say that if this team, they were built for a top 3 finish. If they don't get it this time around, that could just be the end for them. And RNG on the other side of things, I mean, we saw in their video interview yesterday, it was like, if we get top 6, we'd be pretty happy about that.
Yeah.
And now look at them. They're 1 game away from knocking out VP. And that's part of it too. I think the expectations, the composure that a team can potentially have, those are the things that matter when it comes to TI. Everybody's great strategically. Everyone's good individually. It really just comes down to, can you put it all together?
We start off our game here, Virtus Pro. Roger's gonna start things off, taking one hell of a lot of Shadow Poison charges. We've got a Wraith King Warlock versus an Omni Knight Elder Titan. A mid matchup of No One's Gyrocopter versus Setsu's Leshrac. They're gonna give Setsu Leshrac, which is pretty incredible as this hero has really been shining at the playoffs.
Yes, I think that's, especially with the way that Sumail's been making it look, it has so many good things going for it. You don't really lose very many lanes. Like, you feel quite good against most lanes. It sets up for kills easily. It pairs with one of the most important / versatile 5 positions in the game, Shadow Demon. Like, there's so many different ways to utilize Shadow Demon around your Leshrac is one of those heroes where you want to burst as soon as possible because of his toolkit, the way that Pulse Nova and Edict works. If he's disrupted, it'll continue to go up. And you can use it to set up for a stun. Like, there's so many different ways that these heroes pair together.
The tiny Centaur lane against a faceless Void Shadow Demon. Rogers been trying to get real aggressive, interrupting Afu's pulling. Is this a matchup? It looks like Virtus Pro, they're just going to have to dominate the laning phase in that first 20 minutes of the game, right?
I sort of think so, but I think what the real crux of the lineup is they want to just run at you.
Yeah.
They have 5 really good heroes that are running at you. They're just going to face check team fights. What I really like about the Warlock Wraith King interaction is that the way that Wraith King works as a hero is once you go on him once, you don't have to just drop your rock reflexively.
Oh, Setsu, that's going to be a first blood for no one. Unexpected in this mid matchup. Did
he just get soloed?
Yes, he did. Completely solo, completely 1v1, and Roger, with the Invis rune that he stole away from Afu earlier, does manage to find the kill on the opposing support.
Surprise! As he was headed towards mid lane, but that was sort of rendered pointless since no one just killed him.
Good start for Virtus Pro here. It's 2-0, but they're going to need a lot more, as you said. They're going to need to run at you. They're going to need to find strong initiations, especially against this lineup of Void plus Leshrac. That's a deadly teamfight duo. Virtus Pro, Rams is going to be pushed back here, so instead they're going to get a lot of damage on a solo. As he goes for the body block.
Did that throw you off for a second?
What?
Nothing.
Sitting in position.
Is this a
ready
free
to
Omni
go for
lane?
the toss back. Look at Roger. He wants to be able to get another kill on Setsu, and it looks like he might just be able to get it with the Avalanche. The toss back into the Gyrocopter. No one runs into the tier 1 tower range, and that rocket barrage will just eat Setsu up.
Wow. This is such a good start for no one. Goes without saying, but 2 kills, 14 CS. This is the kind of hero where I feel like Gyrocopter, if the laning phase goes well with that, you're really happy. Since you're prioritizing going for your rocket barrage and your homing missile over just like pure power leveling flat cannon.
Certainly going to offer a lot more kill power when it comes to some of these team fights. Roger now trying to be that roaming Tiny, and we've seen a lot of success of that in the group stage. We got to cast several Infamous games where it was very good.
It's very good for ganking the mid lane, but I think part of the problem is what Infamous were able to do around that hero was protect their safe lane.
Yeah.
You had Schofield rotate towards the top lane, get kills, and just flip between mid and top. In a game like this, I don't actually think that can kill Omni, which is why I said, is this a free Omni game? Because I don't think he really cares about Warlock as a 5 position, and I don't even think he cares about Wraith King as a carry.
Oh, I think so too, especially with the Heavenly Grace. Roger managed to find a haste route with the missile in flight. Is going to be able to get a chain stun on a Setsu, but with multiple rotations from RNG. Virtus Pro in discipline will back up, and it looks like they're going to try and secure the bounty runes at the right side of the map. This is going to leave Flyby alone, but as you said, because it's kind of a free Omni game at level 4, he does not care about a 1v2 at all.
Yeah, he's really happy about this, in fact. He's getting solo XP for it. But Lanem is going to make his way back up to top. Bounty Rune's about to spawn. Ramses is going to snag that real quick.
That'll be 3 for Virtus Pro, thanks to the quick thinking of Ramses. Still, though, top CS occupied by both the Omni Knight as well as the Faceless Void, Flyby, and Monet. Flyby has certainly been doing his fair share of carrying, of course, Monet being the superstar of RNG.
So normally when Infamous takes this sort of lineup, they'll make the same rotation, but they'll have a 5 position that can pressure in the safe lane. So when Schofield does make his inevitable gank up towards top, the Tiny's able to do something.
Yeah.
In this game, because he can't make his way towards top, RNG can just sit one of their supports mid because they know that's the only lane that he can afford to play in. You're not going to kill a Void with this hero either. So you're stuck into a position where this is the stun. The crowd reacts. They voice their disapproval.
Oh, look at Roger. He's thinking, oh, Setsu, you want to come at me? I'll toss you into no one. Then you'll see.
That was pretty rough.
Yeah.
You probably should have had that.
That was a totally free kill. RNG had kind of set up a trap between their 2 supports, Afu and Lanem.
But when you can't gank any of the side lanes and you don't have these pressure heroes, it makes it really easy for the enemy 5 to just sit behind mid and not really lose out on too much because you know where the timing is.
Oh, Monet, bash after bash. The RNG is in his favor. And with the stomp to be able to finish him off, Lanham claims a kill. Pasha.
Let me say conversely, Cap, it's really easy for RNG to set up kills with the heroes that they have in any lane, but Roger running at Afu for the time being.
Sad part is, again, he can get behind that Omni Knight as many times as he wants to, but tossing him into Wraith King and Warlock, that's going to be a hard kill. As you can see, Flyby with the Heavenly Grace able to purge off some of the damage from Grade 5 Blast and the Shadow Word, Fatal Bonds. It's just a perfect lane for Omni Knight to be in.
So you said that you thought the laning phase was going to be, or that VP needed a really good laning phase, but RNG's laning phase is going to be fine. Despite the 3-1 kill lead, RNG is only down by a K.
And that's definitely concerning for Virtus Pro. We heard their coach, Zeke. Nice disruption into the split earth. This time, there will be no mistakes. Roger will die.
You could hear frustration in Zeke's voice when she was like, last game you had a good draft and you still lost. And he was like, yeah, we did.
Yeah, win draft, lose games, so let's take the opposite approach in this one. Let's lose the draft and see what happens. Do you agree with that? Do you actually agree with the sentiment that they lost the draft a bit?
Is that what the draft panel thought?
I actually don't know.
I could see how they win this game. Faceless Void isn't fantastic against Wraith King.
Yeah.
I think this is actually a pretty good run at you lineup. Just there's a lot of counter initiation, which is usually the way you play around that. Like they have Omni Knight and ET and Shadow Demon. Like I think I like their supports better on the side of RNG personally.
They're certainly going to look good with a Faceless Void, whether it's the saving mechanism of the disruption or all the damage that they can lay into a Chronosphere. 6 energy there. They scale well into the late game. Virtus Pro, especially with the laning phase going the way it is, they're going to need to hit that really strong mid-game timing. They do have relatively low cooldowns, so they're just going to have to hit back to back to back, even sometimes without the golem being available to them. I think they're just going to have to keep fighting through it. So no one just goes ahead and gives up that mid lane to Roger for him to get a little bit of experience. He is quite low level. We see this from this 4 position. Tiny who rotates around non-stop. He's going to be a good boy and actually stack for his cores here. Stacks both the camps quite nicely. And returns to mid lane to start getting some levels. Maybe not. No one's just being greedy. He's taking all of the smoke right now. In a relatively quiet laning phase right now, in part because we just don't really have
gank
the heroes to be able to run around and gank. The side lanes are just a bit too strong. Even that Centaur versus the Faceless Void matchup, it needs a bit of luck on RNG's side to be able to claim a kill like that.
I think this game, at least till the mid game, will be a farm fest.
Yeah.
Until you get levels on the side of VP, and that's why no one, he's had a lot of camp stack for him. He's just going to clear these in the jungle, no problem.
And maybe with these kind of stacks, they're going to artificially raise up this Gyrocopter's timing, and he can maybe surprise RNG. I mean, we've seen Gyrocopter, I was quite surprised, being very successful hero without being paired with the IO bottom lane. They do manage to kill Pasha. Setsu makes the rotation over to secure the bounty runes. They are going to try and get the top lane, but Flyby actually managed to snag that bounty rune. Now the TPs are going to come in to make sure he's okay. They cancel the TP. One last heal before he goes, but Flyby, surrounded by 4 heroes, just will not make it out alive. The last Rate Fire Blast secures it, as Solo is the one to get the last hit between the last word and that little bit of damage off the neutrals as well, thanks to the Fatal Bond.
It looked like they were backing up after they saw the TP. But once the TP got canceled, wasn't able to come in, Monet.
Well, Chronosphere has been used. Is this an opportunity? Can Virtus Pro make a play towards that bottom lane? Or are we just back to the farming game?
I think we're just sort of back to the farming game. This is what happens when you can't really pressure through like simple ganks.
Yeah.
So what we'll instead see is probably just explosive team fights. The way that both lineups work, it's going to be, can you hold against the tide? When Virtus Pro just gather up as 5, they Centaur ult, Warlock drop onto you, can RNG counter initiate, get enough heals off.
And look at this. Both teams are looking to make the same maneuver here. A smoke up of the mid laner off of a support and rotate into the enemy safe lane. Virtus Pro is going to do it first.
Look at the timing of this. And they're going to run into Ramses, who got stunned up by the Centaur, but he's by the shrine. They need to hurry up and TP. Roger already starts it, but...
He has a reincarnation. No one. What a fast rotation from him. Instantly TPs into the mid lane. Is going to be able to catch at least one. And look at Ramses go. He's going to be able to get the stun onto Setsu with Roger with a follow-up as well. They're going to lay into that Leshrac and pick up the double kill for no one. As you said, things are going to start in a hurry. It's going to be explosive team fights, and with RNG having their smoke run into a Wraith King, disaster occurs.
RNG have the most like bend don't break lineup I've ever seen. What's going to happen is they're going to get run at, and they have to just be able to hold off of spell usage. They've got great heroes at counter initiating though, Cap. They've got Chronosphere, they have Shadow Demon Disruption, they have Heavenly Grace. They're able to reset fights really nicely. But if VP can just get on top of them and pick off heroes individually one by one, that's where their lineup is going to be very strong once they start with a numbers advantage.
Pasha trying to chip away at that bottom tower, activates his retaliate stacks, but doesn't really commit to the towers. A little bit skittish just because there's so many heroes of RNG off map right now, but it looks like with the rotation of Roger and no one, they should be able to find. They're not sure exactly where he went to. It's a really good rotation through the trees, but still Afu will eventually be found and killed. We haven't mentioned it, but Fatal Bonds plus Black Cannon, that's got to be a sick combo.
But their mid tower's being pressured. They have to defend this. So they're going to bring back no one. They know that bottom tower is ready for flybys here too. They wanted to bring their strongest hero in. Monet going to get run into by Ramses. He's going to throw out the stun. No one's going to defend his tower. And as long as they can keep this mid tower alive, VP can continue to get aggressive around the map. And in fact, I think they should think about taking mid tower themselves at some point. The downside is their carry is going to go for that Radiance, but I don't even mind Ramses just coming in at this point. Secure the tower with your ulti.
Yeah. Especially, is he level 12 yet? No, he's still only level 10. Maybe he just doesn't want to have to use that really lengthy reincarnation cooldown. It's Roger. He's going to try and get that toss on a flyby, but maybe the Omni Knight is not the best target.
Ramsey's going to TP out to the other side of the map, understanding that he's pressing his luck a little bit too much, and his timing couldn't have been more perfect. RNG, because they've taken the top tower, they know if he is farming that jungle area, the shrine won't be near enough, and they can probably pop 2 lives.
Yep.
But Ramsey's read that really nicely, was able to understand that they were probably making their way for him.
And even though these carries both went for the Hand of Midas and their timing is going to be similar in that regard, the Wraith King does have that option of always just being able to summon the skeletons and TP to the other side of the map, knowing that the skeletons will push in the waves and force rotations.
Oh, look at this. They've read them perfectly. They're drawing the lines. They know they're up there.
Yep. And they're just going to play on this right-hand side behind the mid-tower. They still want to be able to protect it, but at the same time, if they don't engage into RNG, the Diabolic Edict will finish off this mid-tower, and Roger trying to brave that distance, but now maybe caught by RNG. Monet doesn't want to use the Chronosphere for just a tiny. He's going to get bonked on the head, but that's what Flyby is there for with the Heavenly Grace and ready to go with the heals. Now Roger's going to be slowed down. They do have good ultimate coming out from no one. They turn around with the Avalanche as well, but can they do any sort of damage? These are really tanky heroes on the side of RNG.
Oh, he got caught by the Centaur.
Onto the Gyrocopter. Now they're going to be able to Chronosphere. The Chaotic Offering gets dropped with the Fatal Bonds as well. Now the Flat Cannon shots raining out on RNG. All of them quite low, but do they have the catch? A nice toss onto Pasha. Will be able to get the stun onto Leshrac to finish off, and now the Rocket Barrage running down Flyby. Missile nails him, and there's just nowhere to run to, nowhere to hide. He's going to try and outpace no one, hide around these trees, away from the Rocket Barrage, just buy more and more time if possible. Drums being activated by Pasha just to make sure with the TP way, but the stomp is there. This is why Pasha continue to chase with the Gyrocopter all along.
And they got split up way too much in that engagement. Try to do a little bit too much. Once the Omni Knight went onto the high ground, that fight was completely done. They weren't able to hold.
And they really funneled, with that deep Chronosphere, they funneled into that that part of the mid lane where just a beautiful Fatal Bond to Chaotic Offering was just going to cause so much chaos and damage, no matter what the Omni Knight's heals could do for you.
So there's one incorrect thing that RNG is doing is they're running at heroes after the fact.
Okay.
Like making your way towards that top lane, I think is such a big mistake because you know that Ramses isn't going to continue that push. The better move to make at that point is to go towards the triangle, because in Dota, you don't want to just run at dots. You want to try to anticipate where the next move is.
Okay.
If you're going for the previous play, you go towards that top lane, you're just wasting your time. There's no carry that's crazy enough without his tier 1 tower to push past where your previous tower point used to be.
Right.
So what you have to do then is anticipate the next maneuver. You have to go where the creep wave is going to be, send your Leshrac up there to farm that wave up, push it in, 3 heroes go to gank, they feel safe, you get the kill on the Wraith King in that way.
RNG trying to do a better job of hunting down these Virtus Pro heroes.
Yeah, that's why Ramses was able to sniff out the gank at bottom too.
Yeah.
They came down for him, but there will be a certain point where Ramses will just retreat into the jungle, and you have to learn how to anticipate that. When you push out the top lane and you don't go for the tower, you can assume that somebody from VP will then TP up there, push out the lane themselves. If it's a carry, he'll get it to a certain point, then move to another part of the map. And that's what the real difficulty of Dota is, trying to understand where that next move is going to be.
And because of that failure, we're going to see a Radiance picked up by Ramses fairly soon here without dying once. But this is very well covered up by the fact that Monet has kept his farm up very high and actually has a hand of Midas into a Maelstrom. He's not that far behind. The Gyrocopter is actually ahead of the Wraith King, especially with the tower being taken now by RNG at the top tier 2. That net worth gets boosted up even further.
But the gold lead, relatively even. Monet gonna sense things. As Roger smoked up, he's been using a lot of individual smokes to get things started. And because VP is taking this tower a little bit later, they're gonna get pressured in other lanes. But because they're so well set up, it's impossible for RNG to defend this tower. They don't know where the vision is. They don't have vision themselves down there. I mean, they'd be walking in blind if you're wondering why they're not just going for it.
Yeah, especially with now they've seen a BKB picked up by no one, just delivered. Ramsey's going to be the first one on the scene defending this mid-tier 2. It's because he's got that reincarnation in hand.
Yeah, in 5-on-5 situations, you're only going to defend that area if you have vision pre-set up.
Yeah.
It's like the #1 thing that I see a lot of pubs make a mistake around. It's they want to defend or take fights where they don't have vision. Then you're just coin flipping for yourself. You're hoping that the enemy team also doesn't have vision and that you can just out-team fight them.
Yeah.
But what you want to do in pro games is eliminate that random chance. Don't just leave it up to, well, hopefully we click buttons a little bit better. You want to make things as easy for yourself as possible.
Lots of deep vision down from Virtus Pro. As we saw, RNG already had one idea of where a ward was going to be, and Afu still does not spot it.
Did they not see it?
They had that sentry down before the ward was placed, but
I don't actually
time
think they
after
see it,
time,
Cap.
they've just walked past it.
It's in such a weird position where I actually think it's just outside the vision at bottom
looking
lane.
to be able to run down Setsu, TP out after the Eul's Scepter, but the Stomp is still there. If he had been a little bit faster on the Eul's TP, maybe they could have done it. I'm not sure how long the animation of the Stomp.
And that's actually the classic case of they anticipated him to be down there.
Yeah. They actually read where Setsu was going to be pushing out the lane. Virtus Pro, as soon as he kind of pokes his head out, they immediately cut it off. And now they're going to be well set up to establish dominant map control. It's the 20-minute bounty runes coming up. And Virtus Pro leading the charge. Ramses with the Radiance, now level 15 as well, with the 15 strength talent that so many Wraith Kings have been taking. This is a really big power spike for him.
They know he's strong right now. They want to play behind him.
Not even bothering to mess around with the bounty runes right now. They try and get some chip damage on the tier 2, knowing that RNG aren't really in position to claim those bounty runes on the right side of the map.
At this point, the Wraith King is better than the Faceless Void, because the Chrono doesn't hard counter you. In fact, you want to be countered. You want to be chronoed if you're Ramses. He's going to ignore it. You chrono him, he pops a second life. By the time he's alive, he can run at you, and that big teamfight ulti's on CD. So Setsu's going to push out top lane. Somebody from VP should respond to this. I don't think they should just blind push down this mid lane. I actually feel like then Setsu will get damage on this tier 3 tower, and you always have to worry about that.
Especially with the Boots of Travel, Setsu has a great build to be able to pop out, get damage on the tier 3 while still joining his team in defending towers. Siege Wagon leading the way. He's going to open up the tree path that he built for himself and pop out. As soon as it closes in on the tier 3, Virtus Pro will take the tier 2 mid tower though.
Yeah, and now they're going to push out this top lane. And partially because Setsu was so worried that one hero would TP back, he has been punished for it.
Yeah. Shrine rotation. Mass TP's coming in. They know where no one is. As soon as they saw the Wraith King up at the top lane, they say he's the strongest hero right now. If he's not here, we can win a fight against VP, but no one is still super tanky with that BKB. Slowed down by the Purge as BKB eventually wears out. Setsu going for the split. Nice landed onto the Arcopter. What a stop from Pasha, though. Gyro, as well as Pasha and Roger just comboed together to get a lot of damage, but Gyro still finished off by Monet, who managed to blink in and finish him off. Now, going back to the Shrine, Pasha looks to be able to catch these heroes in Flyby and Monet. The toss forward into the stomp. No, time walk away from Monet. Does manage to get him away. Nice stomp from Lanem. At least hits the Centaur Flyby, who's super tanky right now. Monet is actually going to go and try and execute solo, but instead going to be caught by the toss. Saved down by Flyby. And now the BKB activated solo. The stomp in. They're trying to finish off this Omni Knight. The physical damage isn't quite good enough. He does manage to get off the heaven.
Flyby's still alive.
Finish off that support, and Monet is now going to turn onto Pasha as well with a Soul Catcher, bringing this tanky Centaur low. He's trying to find his way out of here, but Roger, a beautiful initiation to stop the force step. Somebody die, and they do manage to get him. A follow-up stun onto Monet, but he time walks it off, and Pasha is so low. One swing from Afu, another one. They need a little bit more, and finally he does go down. Roger with the Yule Scepter into the Split Earth is dead as well, and Ramses, you don't have the backup anymore, so he's going to start retreating.
It took them so long to kill Flyby.
It took forever. This Omni Knight, you said it's a free Omni Knight game. He got so much farm, and it shows here in these team fights. His Virtus Pro struggled to be able to bring him down, and round after round of Guardian Angel, Heavenly Grace, so many heals being thrown around, just allowed RNG to persevere through the burst.
It was like a 2-on-4 fight. It lasted so long that the Leshrac was able to respawn, come back in, had a free time, just sort of walk through VP at that point. And it all comes down to the fact that Flyby lasted for forever. I actually thought he was going to live for a second. That was a really nice Force Staff by the Elder Titan. If he's able to pop his heal there, I mean, he's going to reset.
And it all starts with Virtus Pro just getting a little undisciplined, right? They show Ramses up there in the top lane, but get caught on top of the Shrine. RNG made the read that there was an error in Virtus Pro's moves.
And that's part of when you push out that top lane blind like that. That's why I wanted somebody to push in that lane before they went for the mid push.
Yeah.
Because then it becomes progressively harder. If you're going to go defend that top tower, you have to make sure that everyone gets out.
Roger in range of the Yule Scepter.
Back-to-back nets.
He'll die. I don't know if he thought it was going to be a free defense at that tier 1 tower, but all of RNG is here. Well, the rest of Virtus Pro, they're going to try and push the other side of the map.
And they're going to take pressure, though, in this bottom tower.
Yeah.
Plus, I don't even know if that top tower is free. If you think about it, it's so close to the Shrine. They don't have any vision up there. It's healthy enough that RNG will defend it.
Ramses.
And that's why they go back. They make the smart call. They allow Ramses to just defend. RNG want to avoid this hero right now.
Yeah.
Don't run into the Wraith King.
We saw that from the last engagement. As soon as the Wraith King shows up on one side of the map, they move to the other. They're just trying to avoid fights with the Wraith King while he's still so strong. He has the top CF, top net worth right now.
And if you're curious as to why VP didn't just go for the trade right there, it's because they didn't have vision right here. Plus, they know they're weaker.
Yeah.
If the Shrine is up for whatever reason, they have vision on top of this hill, or they see you coming, VP is going to get wiped again.
Yeah. And that's part of the reason RNG was willing to take that trade. They had the vision on the high ground that allows them to pressure the tier 2, but read Virtus Pro's movements in their defense.
Yeah,
so they
more
can
vision,
back up.
And just being stronger as a 5-man unit and being set up is so important. But Lanem might get run into here. Ramsey's going to jump forward, runs into Afu, who gets force-staffed. Does have the ulti and the disruption. Going to try to reset himself.
Roger's trying to finish up Afu, but Setsu coming in. They do have the Guardian's Angel out from the Omni Knight. This is going to slow down a lot of damage of VP. They're going to throw out the Stampede. Yule Scepter chasing down Ramses, lives on a sliver of health. He still has reincarnation, but they're going to go for the Omni Knight. Do manage to get him with the stomp, and now into the Chronosphere. He doesn't get a chance to be able to pop his BKB until the very end, but he's low enough that maybe he can't fight. Monet, he's going to pop a BKB of his own, and there goes the reincarnation of of Ramses. Flyby quite slow, hit by the stomp, and there is the stomp in return. Out from the Elder Titan, and now with the big percentage-based damage, maybe Pasha is actually going to fall here. It looks like too much damage. The Centaur gets overwhelmed, and Ramses tries to turn around, gets this crit onto Monet, but it's not enough to finish him off. And now they just kite around the Rage King and still finish him off. 3 dead on the side of Virtus Pro with no buybacks. Captain Solo on the retreat, but gotta be found as a 4-stab from Monet, and a time walk will surely end his life. Big time kills. Look at Zetsu actually. He's looking to be able to run down no one. He's caught up to him. All that mobility into his favor. No one living with just a sliver of health. Roger to be able to intercept with the Avalanche as well. They won't get wiped entirely, but RNG in a beautiful
Afu's gonna find him here.
Afu managed to find him. Oh, meanwhile, there's that top push at the top lane. No one is going to be able to burst down his own illusions, trying to deal with Afu right now, but that tier 3 at top is taking so much damage. Afu made all that space in the world. Gyrocopter will live through the poison, stacked up, while RNG take a tier 3. Shrines are now unlocked.
This reminds me of last game where they just all in for the supports, and Afu's positioning is so good, Cap, that it takes them way too long to be able to kill him. They have to hard commit for the fight. It makes it really easy for the Void to line up for the Chrono and the Stomp from the ET. Lineups positioning is also very good. He's able to extend the fight with the 4-staff onto a Shadow Demon, and you see why that hero is so highly valued. It's just so tough to bring down. He's gonna get his toolkit off, disrupts himself. The VP have to be better at starting these engagements. Because right now, they're just filtering in, they're taking too long. You see, they hard commit to Afu.
Afu so many times.
Look at this, they're still just all going from, they're ignoring the back line. And because they have to hard commit for this fight, they're just in such bad positions.
No one not popping his BKB and getting stomped by the Elder Titan like that allows them to be able to get the Chronosphere. Even if they don't kill no one in that instance, he's low enough. He can't really commit to these fights. Look at him just playing on the outside lines, and that means when Pasha gets turned around on, no one can't confidently turn and fight with him.
It's either you pop the SD immediately, or, what's the point?
Yeah.
As you see, they're giving up positioning as a result of it. Ramses is just laughing because it's getting kind of ridiculous that they're not able to win these engagements.
It's getting kind of ridiculous how often Virtus Pro choking against these other teams here at the International, on the precipice here of completing a 9th through 12th placing at TI, where their 2 previous ended in the 5th, 6th spot, and that was considered a disappointment. I have no idea how Virtus Pro was going to read a bottom placing like this. They're going to have to craft a way to be able to combat RNG, an RNG that is stronger than ever. Now that they've managed to pick up the Aegis, they're looking at an MKB, Monet, anticipating the build that's coming out from the Gyrocopter in that Butterfly. Their timing is going to be almost exact. That Butterfly has just been hard countered.
And Monet now, he feels like he can go wherever he wants. He's pushing up this top lane real confidently. They're going to take the Shrine here, establish vision, start to choke VP out on the map. VP's lineup is still really scary to push up against because they have Ramses who can just frontline for them. They have the counter initiation of the Warlock Rock. The better thing to do with this Aegis rather than just going blind high ground, I think, is just get map control.
Right. Especially with Ramses, who's about to get a BKB. But boy, this Omni Knight has just been a pain in the ass for Virtus Pro, man.
Yeah, Flyby, twice in a row, he's played a very similar style.
Yeah.
Just counter initiate. He understands the sort of aggression that VP likes to run. Play one of these heroes. Abandon Omni Knight, reset fights, make it difficult for VP to just do the VP thing. In a team fight, get one hero out of the way, move on to the next. Cut them out at the knees.
The last time these two teams matched up against each other was in the group stage. That went 1-1. With the first game going to Virtus Pro with that big team fight lineup, very similar to what they drafted in game 1 of this series. But last time they managed to pull out the W here. Virtus Pro may just get 2-0'd by RNG. Monet, look at how big he is. He's got the MKB on its way and is thinking about Satanic.
I sort of think I don't know. The initiation, of course, is going to matter more, but so is the vision game. They need to be able to find the Shadow Demon immediately.
The combination of Aegis, BKB, and Heavenly Grace allows this Void to play on the front lines like most Voids are not able to do.
And Ramsey is going to TP in. They want to take this fight around their shrine area. Plus, they have the high ground. You can't just allow all of your map to get filtered out. They're going to run into each other 5-on-5.
Disruption, Soul Catcher. Ramsey's already quite low. Almost getting burned out immediately. Pasha's going to try and get the chain stun, but there's that Heavenly Grace. Now Pasha going to be slowed down. Goes for the Stampede, but immediately the Eul Scepter from Setsu. Holds him in place. That's Pasha dead. And no buyback either. Monet not even have to blow the Chronosphere. Is going to look for another one with that Time Walk. Marching towards the Tier 4s, but the initiation coming out from Ramsey with the Avalanche over the top. The Canic offering as well. They get the Fatal Bonds on top of that, but the Time Walk allows Monet to stand strong. He's got the Chronosphere on top of the Gyrocopter as well. Half health, but no one laying out the Black Cannon. Damage is going to be enough. No, he gets first down.
They're so tanky.
Finished off RNG, taking through everything. 3 dead on the side of Virtus Pro. No buyback for Roger as well. He dies, immediately buys back. Him and Ramses are going to have to watch Elena Barracks being pummeled down by RNG.
No one does have the buyback, but they're still not very strong right now, Cap. 10 seconds left on this Wraith King ultimate. Doesn't have BKB. There's still an Aegis on this Void. It's going to last for long enough for them to claim a set of racks. Looking towards mid, but there's still a tier 2 tower. They could just swing up towards top. And the initiation.
Ramsey's trying to go on the left track, immediately trying to deal with the damage dealer. He does have his reincarnation up. Monet is going to take that away from him nice and fast. They do manage to get the toss up in the air onto Setsu. Ramsey's really wanted to be able to lock down that left strike, but can't actually get him. And he may just fall here. It's Monet challenging with bash after bash. Gets another one. Gets the Beyond Godlike to be able to finish up Ramsey. Gets Roger as well. He loses the Aegis, but he's got a second life. No one can finish up Setsu is all. Is that it? Are we seeing the last of Virtus Pro at the International?
They just don't kill anybody.
The last of this roster.
They can't kill anyone, Cap. They hard commit. It must be so demoralizing watching Flyby run out.
Virtus Pro call it. The curse strikes again, and RNG make it through the best of ones. They take down the CIS powerhouse of Virtus Pro, and the home crowd is on their feet. The Chinese underdog team of RNG barely makes it through the qualifiers, barely makes it out of group, barely makes it through best of ones, now dominate Virtus Pro in a swift 2-0.
And the Kings of CIS in a stunner. This is what I feel like is our first really big upset. We're going to see VP go home at 12.
The International is a brutal tournament. As you said, TI, it does not care that you were second place in the DPC points. It does not care that you were a top 8 team 2 years previously. It does not care that you are the favorite against RNG. What it cares about is just those wins that RNG were able to pull out through their aggression, through their strategy. They just had it all planned out, and Virtus Pro didn't have an answer.
And they try to go for a type of lineup where they could just run at RNG. RNG read that completely. They said, we can counter-initiate. The disruption save every single time on the SD. The fact that they could never burst down Flyby made it nigh impossible for them to ever take team fights.
You could see the relief on the young squad's face. Happy to be able to represent China here, led by veteran Lanham, which is an incredible story on his own. Being able to, at 30 years old, lead this young squad forward. They get the 2-0 against Virtus Pro, and now off to Shiver.
Thank you very much, Blitzcap. That was a 2-0. Virtus Pro was once again eliminated before their time, or at least that's what their fans will say. That's what everybody will say that looked at the paper before going into TI. RNG did it, and we have a new member on the panel as well. First TI panel, Lex.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me. Well, you know, they say everyone thinks VP wasn't going to do well. I wouldn't say everyone, Shiver. It's happened a few times. But
sure.
Sad for those boys to be headed out there. I think a lot of fans will be disappointed. I mean, what a fantastic DPC. And then they go out against Royal Never Give Up. Royal Never Give Up. I've never even heard of that team before yesterday. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean,
mostly.
It doesn't matter how many majors you played, how good you did in the DPC.
once you get to the TI, nothing else matters. You just want to perform good here, and this is all it takes. You take one BO1, you take 2 good games, and suddenly you're in a really good spot.
It felt like they've gone through this whole motion now on Virtus Pro, where everyone's like, man, Virtus Pro looks so weird in the group stage. They're playing this really farm-heavy game. It's like, what happened to all Virtus Pro? Whereas, as they said in their interview, drink vodka, play Dota. You know, they got away from that, right?
Well,
They're just going for
maybe
this
they
farm
just-
fest. And maybe that's what they needed here, because it looked like they went too aggro and RNG outplayed them.
Yeah, RNG is on form. And now we all heard the rumors before going in. It's like, well, RNG's been doing really good in these scrims, you know? Nobody really knew what they were going to do coming in because the results this year haven't been amazing. But it's all about peaking at the right time. And they are peaking at the right time. And of course, Monet also, carry of the squad, peaking at the right time. And he is with Casey right now.
Yes, we're here with Monet, and Helen is going to help us translate. Congratulations, Monet. That was an incredible 2 games. How did it feel to be able to play on the TI stage in front of a Chinese crowd?
首先，恭喜获得2场比赛的胜利。首先想问一下，在 TI 的舞台上，在中国打是个什么样的一个感觉？
能感受到现场观众们真的非常的热情，就是很能被现场观众们带动气氛吧，非常的激动。
I can feel the crowd cheering, and it makes me super, super excited.
You can tell that they really are connecting with you. You were at TI7. You had to watch from the sidelines of TI8. How difficult is it to do that when this is the pinnacle of everything that you want to play at?
TI7 你参加了，但是 TI8 你是只能旁观，就是在这个最顶尖的舞台上，你有什么感觉吗？
感觉就是和强队们交手，真的很不一样吧。而且怎么说呢，感觉就是很激动，真的很激动。
It feels really different competing against the strongest teams in the world, and it's just super exciting for me. It's hard to say.
You just beat VP, one of the strongest teams on the planet. That has to feel, I know that you have an enormous amount of respect for them as a team, and to be able to do it here must be really special.
你刚刚把 VP 给击败了，也可以说是世界上最顶尖的队伍之一，就很佩服你。估计也对VP 有很大的尊敬，就是能说一下吗
？VP 真的是一个很强的队伍吧，一支特别厉害的队伍，而且我很喜欢他们的 carry。
Ramses? VP is probably one of the strongest teams. I have a lot of respect for them, and I really like the carry player, Ramses.
Oh, I love it. See, everybody's like family. You're looking ahead. Are you able to take it one game at a time, or have you allowed yourself to picture what it would be like to lift the Aegis?
一步一脚印吧，就能看清楚你下一场比赛呢，还是你有想过就是举起冠军盾是什么样一个感觉吗？
想不到自己举冠军盾是什么样的，但我们就是这个队伍就是一步一步走吧，能走到哪里是哪里。就目前来说，我们是没有夺得冠军那个实力的。
It's hard to imagine the ages right now for my team. We'll just take it step by step and not rush anything.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Shishi, back to you.
Taking it step by step definitely seems to be the right way of going about this, for sure. And even for Setsu and Flyby, this is their first international, you know? Just enjoy the moment, and it seems like they really are doing that, Trent.
I mean, yeah, it's that idea maybe of like less pressure on you, right? You're coming in. Some people maybe are going to crumble at that because they're like, wow, it's TI for the first time ever. I can't believe it. And the nerves maybe getting to them. But there's that other group of people who maybe just also aren't, they almost can't appreciate the pressure in that effort. You know, it's kind of like, I'm just playing some Dota. If you got a veteran presence on your team like Lana, maybe he can convince them of that at the very least to be like, look, man, just relax, do what we've been doing.
They were confident. I mean, as you mentioned, 2 of those players never played at TI, and confident underdogs. I mentioned that term a couple of times already, and this is how you win games, one step at a time.
One step at a time, and unfortunately the steps are done for Virtus Pro, and Rich right now is with no one.
Yeah, anybody who has been watching Dota for a long time is going to have respect not only for this man, but his entire team. Could even hear in the interview with your opponents that they were saying they have a lot of respect for you, and I want to ask right now, for you guys, you have many good years. You get to TI, and it has been that roadblock. What's going through your mind right now?
Actually, nothing. I'm just disappointed. That's everything what I can say like about myself. I know about my teammates.
Yeah, and I think that that's definitely understandable. I think that I would also join the community in saying we know that as players, you're definitely capable of being able to take down this tournament. When you're up there on the main stage, when you're in the elimination series, when you drop a game against a team like RNG that you know they have the potential to take the series, they're definitely the underdog in it. Does that start to pop into your mind, though, the fact that you guys haven't been able to take this tournament yet, that you haven't been able to lift up the Aegis?
I mean, like if you're about the first game after the losing first game, actually it's nothing for us. We just have some love how we lost because I mean like we had 2 games under our control and we just fucked up really hard and I don't know like made some big and huge mistakes, and here we are lost.
I do think though, even with those mistakes, it's very obvious that you guys have proven more times than not that you're a team that can wash those games away. You can have fantastic years time and time again. When you're standing here now, are you already hungry to try to get back next year and actually finally win a TI?
I mean, like, of course, my mind can't actually understand what happened. It's for sure. So, but of course, I'll try my best at the next years. Same for my teammates, I'm sure. I'm not sure we are gonna play as 5 here, as 5, like this roster. I'm not gonna promise that, but I think I'll come back for sure, and I'll try my best. I don't know what to say actually.
Yeah, no, I totally understand, but
it's just hard to take it. It's always hard to take and lose, and I mean, like it's like this. That's
no.
what I can say.
You can be proud of an incredible year, and I know that all the fans are still going to be supporting you. Thank you so much for talking to me right now. We're going to throw it back to the desk.
Yeah, thank you so much to Rich and Noah. And oh my God, that's actually so heartbreaking. It was such a good year for them, only to have it end like this. And then, you know, these 5 players have played together for such a long time. They have all been to 3 internationals. Now, Roger only was part of this squad for 2 of those. But the fact that just that casual sentence from no one, we might not play with these 5, Lacoste?
Yeah, I've heard some stories, even a couple of majors before, that they had some of the issues, but they stick together. They've been together for 3.5 years. If you exclude Roger, when they swapped a little for the Roger, stick together. And I think this result here doesn't justify how good Dota they play. But we got to give credit to RNG. They played amazing. Some new names, some old names combined together with the fresh blood, fresh ideas, and it's paying off for them.
It is definitely paying off for them. We can see that too in the brackets that we have for you, as we have sent another team home. Virtus Pro no longer in the competition, but luckily there's a lot of other teams that are still in the competition. Not for long though, because we have another lower bracket coming up.
Those predictions, guys. Oh, those brackets.
Oh, it hurts.
Shattered.
Oh, yeah.
I know mine's not looking all too hot with a couple of these games on the screen right now.
Yeah, this next series, though. Woo, that's going to be fire.
That's the true bracket breaker right there. All the C fans will still be in, and pretty much everyone else will have been destroyed. Sound about right?
You think that's the bracket changer?
Oh, I mean, it's another one. I think this one was a pretty bad one, too. I had Na'Vi. I switched from Keen to Infamous, too. Really made a mistake on that one.
Well, no one could blame you, buddy. I mean, I got to say, though, some crazy stuff has been happening at this TI. I mean, we got a great group stage, and do you feel like the power of the audience is really taking control here? I mean, we're seeing a lot of teams get a lot of energy from these guys, right?
Yeah, I mean, RNG's feeding into it. There's no doubt about that. You heard it from them. You could see it right out of the booth, too. They understood, like, oh, yeah, we can ride this, man. You know, Pat and everybody in the back. Lano came out like, praise me! And he was praised.
This is Chinese TI, and all the Chinese teams are performing extremely well.
Yeah,
and,
we're going to forget about Keen for a second.
Except for Keen. We don't talk about them.
No, I mean, they're the only one.
They are indeed the only ones. So far, the rest is doing great. And it's like you said, there's a lot of crazy stuff happening this TI.
Yes.
You know what's going to happen on a Friday? I mean,
What's
speaking
that?
of crazy stuff, we are going to have the All-Star match coming up on Friday. Now, the reason that we're telling you this a couple days in advance is because there is free things to be had, which I know is everybody's favorite things, because you can select your hero pick or your player pick of the 10 players that are already set. You know, you can't change those. And based on your pick, you earn a battle pass levels. Based on their performance.
Those. Love those free battle
Yeah, so if you pick Lyrical, who's going to be in Team Dire here, Miracle is gonna crush it, then you get a lot of extra battle pass levels. However, if Miracle doesn't have a great game, you know, you pick wrong.
I'm betting on Team Dire.
Yeah, you are?
Yeah, Team Radiant already has 3 players who are out of the tournament.
I was doing the same math right now, too. But, of course, that is a problem for Dire, right? Because they have TNC and they have Liquid.
Yes.
So they can't focus on the match, huh?
Yeah.
They need to focus on their teams.
That's true. Personally, I have Tim's because I look at the 10 players in this All-Star and I think, who really is going to care the most? Like, who's going to be trying their absolute hardest? I see some players who have done this before. But Tim's, I feel like he's got that burning passion in there to really score me some levels. I recommend him.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Also, of course, make sure you put those locks in before a Friday, because that is when the locks are locked. You know, the picks are locked, rather. There you go. So make sure you lock those picks before Friday. Otherwise, you're missing out, and that would be a shame.
What should I do with my picks? Sorry, just lock them?
Lock
them.
Lock
it, pop it, and drop it. Get those picks in, baby.
All right, you know what we should also lock, this topic for a second, because we are going to move on. We're going to have our final series of the day, Team Liquid versus TNC. And there's so much to talk about with these two teams. And you would just want to, obviously, we're going to see them walk on very soon. Yeah. But I do want to say, it's going to be Heen walking on against his former squad. That, for me, is like the biggest one.
Yeah, that's the storyline of this matchup. You have Heen, who TNC kind of snitched him, and now they're going to use it as Weapon X against Team Liquid. I mean, I'm pretty sure he knows what the general idea, how Team Liquid plays. They only swapped one of the players plus a coach, and it's going to get into their head. I mean, this is some next-level stuff.
They would have to, right? You got to be thinking like, okay, we got to do something different. We can't be predictable, because this guy, he knows everything. He took us through TI. He was there for that win.
Yeah. Or.
What if we pick the same
thing? They sent Heen over to TNC predicting this moment would happen. He doesn't tell him anything. He takes them out, baby.
Okay. Well, we're going to first welcome on the teams on stage before we continue talking about TNC versus Liquid. Let's see these players. Team Liquid coming fourth last year, but that was not enough. Coming second in a lot of majors is not enough. This team wants to win another championship. They want to win another TI. And the last time they did it through the lower bracket, why not try to repeat that again? The toughest road is the most challenging one, and maybe that's the best one that they can think of to take as they want to take that Aegis once again. They need their opponents, though. A tough opponent for sure. Let's welcome TNC. TNC Predator. They made it to the upper bracket. Unfortunately, did get knocked down by Vici Gaming, but it was a close series, and Heen is just walking on here to face his former teammates. And this team, when Heen joined, the players said, you know, we stopped grinding and started learning, and it has shown. All the progress they've made this year has been a phenomenal year for TNC. It has been amazing to watch these players just evolve, and I can't wait to see them play on the big stage in a best of 3. It is elimination. It's very scary, but I believe this is going to be one heck of a match, gentlemen. We are going to get to know TNC also a little bit better, as Casey was able to sit down with some of the players.
Tims and Gabby with TNC Predator, welcome. And welcome to TI9.
Yeah.
How does it feel to be here?
I feel so excited to play the first TI of my life. Yeah.
What was the first TI that you remember watching?
TI3.
TI3?
After I watched TI3, I started playing Dota 2.
What about TI3 made you want to play?
Alliance, they inspired me to play Dota 2 because their play style is really good, and it feels so nice to play with them after.
And now you're playing in the same tournament as Alliance.
Yeah.
All these years later.
It feels so amazed that I made my dream here in TI, that I play with them.
How are you mentally preparing? Are you asking your teammates for advice?
No. They just helping me to improve.
Oh, we're just saying to him that there's gonna be a lot of pressure on TI because in this tournament, like, it's always changing the meta, so you need to quick adapt. So we're just telling him, just don't pressure yourself, just be patient and calm, like playing in bootcamp.
How would you rate your season this past year?
I think this one is like 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10? Yeah?
It's better than last season.
What do you think makes this season better than last season?
Because we got Heen
Yeah.
this season. Yeah, he helped us a lot to improve. Yeah.
I do want to ask you a little bit more about Heen because he came on as your coach in April. How has his leadership impacted the team?
His leadership is really fit us because he's like also Asian guy, so he's like a really calm guy. Then he's from like TI winning coach. Then he has a lot of experience. He teaches a lot.
Then he helped us to improve, not just as a player, but as a person as well, inside and outside the game.
Heen said something really interesting back in 2015. It was an interview with GoSu Gamers, and at that time he had not yet experienced coaching a team to win a TI. But he said that even the top teams are not unbeatable. Do you agree with that?
That's true.
That's true. How do you think that plays into the meta of Dota and how, because we keep hearing that time and time again, that you could come in one day being the best team in all of Dota and it still doesn't make you unbeatable?
Yeah, it's true that what Heen said. Because in this tournament, the meta and it keeps changing, and you need to adapt what do you think is good in your team.
As you look ahead to TI9, are there any teams that you are looking forward to facing or proving yourself against?
Actually, all of the teams are really good, but I want to beat Team Liquid on the stage.
For me, I want to play against Chinese team because we want to prove ourselves that we can win against them.
Well, switching gears to where we are now with TI9, how do you think that you are as a team approaching the tournament this year versus the team approaching TI8 last year?
I think we're pretty ready right now because last year we have some problems in the boot camp, so we only have little time to practice. But this time, I think we had like 3 or 4 weeks of practicing. So we have a really good idea coming to this tournament.
Good. Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Is that?
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The torture is over.
He said it. He just wants to have a chance to beat Team Liquid on the main stage. It's like we planned it that way. And who better to also talk about Team Liquid and TNC here Blitz, welcome to the panel. Thank you for relieving us of Selection Slack's presence.
What's up? I'm so excited for this series, by the way, because I worked with Heen for a full year. It was during ESL Manila. I couldn't really commit to coaching, and so Crow was like, let's bring in another person. Who do you know? And I knew that Heen was... Okay, so here's the real truth.
Okay,
Heen,
here we go.
Heen, I'll tell this, and this is a true story. Heen said, I want to cast. And I was like, he's way too good. He's really well-spoken. He's like a better version of me. So I was like, I've got a better job for you. I'm not even kidding. I was like, how about you come coach? And because we were really close in Korea, like he was... he always encouraged effort. Like even though we like beat their ass all the time, like he was always like, hey, it's all good. Like even though the Korean community hates you, like, you know, we love you. So I was like, oh, it works out.
Thank God he's doing well. Otherwise, he would just steal our job.
Yes,
it's very.
Dude, I was looking out for
thanks,
you.
bro.
I looked. I was like, Lacoste is good. I was like, I was looking.
I mean,
out for
let's
you.
be honest here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with that statement for sure. I mean, he's got great videos. The guy's very smart. He gives a little bit to the community, not just to his team. But it's very obvious that he's got the Dota brain in there.
Yes,
yeah, he really does. And I'm very curious. He's facing Liquid. How much of an advantage, if any, does that give him when coaching TNC to face Liquid? Like, is that something that will give him an advantage? And I know this was a while ago, so, you know, it's been a year. Does it give you anything extra?
I actually think Liquid's like the same team. Yeah, like, relatively speaking. Like
I'm sure that there are some other people that would think differently, especially a lot of people that are a fan of a certain player whose name starts with an M that is not Miracle or Mind Control.
And
that's really specific.
Atumba man. Oh, yeah. Okay, I think I know that guy.
Wait, what?
Here.
Well, I don't understand what she was trying to go for.
I'm just having a random thought. What if he never left Liquid and he's their double agent? So he picks a tri-lane, Clinks, Bounty, Ricky for them right now.
I thought we got Slacks off the panel.
Oh.
Actually. All right, yeah. I had a goal here, Lacoste. Serious stuff.
Serious stuff.
Super serious.
What do you want to talk about that's super serious?
Wait, is this a fun panel? Never mind. You're good. I forgot. We have that draft panel for that.
It's a story panel, you know? These teams have had a lot of stories, and I want to focus a little bit more on TNC because they have had some rocky results. They've had some good results in the past as well, but this time it feels like they're coming in different. They're coming in great. They come into the upper bracket, Trent, and they're looking really good. Yesterday, their series events against Vici, that was a close one.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a team that's been a constant disappointment in terms of, like, they're a team that get you hyped up. 100%, because you watch Dota, like, I cast C Dota for like 2 years, constantly. And TNC, I love these guys, right? I followed them through all kinds of open qualifiers when they were on all their different teams. These guys have been on TNC, off TNC, back to TNC, a couple different teams, and I always get so excited to watch them, and I'm like, oh, here we go. Another great tournament for my boys. And then they bomb out. And then, of course, they actually get through on the DPC, which I wasn't expecting, right near the end of the year. And then they get in the upper bracket.
Yeah, you have a good point. I never know whether to rate them highly or not. One of the hardest teams to read, whether they're going to do good in the tournament. Somehow, it always felt like their achievements are disappointing, as you mentioned, because I expected much more of them. It feels like they can get a top 3, but they can also be last.
Yeah, we know all the talent is there, Blitz. It's just seeing if they can play on the same page, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I think that's where you brought up Heen early on. I think that's where he probably contributes the most and why we've seen them look dangerous. And they had an upper bracket slot. They were very close to beating that Vichy gaming squad. And I think that's where that discipline and that outer influence helps a lot. You have a coach who has a lot of experience. This guy's literally won a TI. I think he brings that sort of veteran leadership to their team too. And that's what having a coach is there for. You fill in the gaps that your team necessarily can't do without you. But I do agree with everyone's assertion because I think GodZ had he had a really good way of phrasing it. He said, this is the most underrated and overrated team.
Yes.
I really like that assertion.
I will fully agree with that as well. But I do want to say Heen, I think we give Heen too much love compared to other coaches. I mean, it's very easy to because of the way the team is like, so quickly turned around. But part of what Heen did is that not only is he just like, all right, guys, this is exactly how you're going to play your lanes. We're going to win this game, and then he just like walks away and they just play Heen Dota. He grew them all too. Like you talk about this idea of like now we're practicing, we're not just grinding. And so all of these players have upped their own game, made themselves so much better. And now maybe they don't need Heen quite as much now as they did before. He's still there, but they're taking it upon themselves now to get these victories too.
We give coaches all love. Like I mean, Boba, like you know, everyone loves Boba.
That's true. He doesn't get flamed constantly or anything.
Sure, if PG loses, I mean, Bulba is the one taking the blame for sure.
You know,
you think anyone's ever like flamed Heen?
The funniest part about that is like when people flame Boba for his Josh when they lose, but no one talks about him when he wins. He's just like, man, they played sick.
When they win, it's Arteezy and Somea went off, you know?
Yeah.
When they lose, it's Bulba's draft.
I think it's also because Heen talks so much with like the community. Like like you said, he creates the videos for the community. He's obviously one of those coaches that you know he'll actually like try.
Yeah.
Whereas like a lot of coaches, they want to give up nothing.
All right, Bulba just shows up on these random casts with a broken microphone. It's just like, yo guys, I'm watching this tournament from my room. It's so sick.
Now, we know Heen is well spoken and he speaks up a lot. Now, on the other side, the coach that Liquid replaced Heen with is Armen, and he feels like the total opposite. If you hear him talking and you're not listening, or like you're not seeing him, you're thinking you're hearing Kuro talk.
Yeah, Kuro and Armen go far back together, even to Dota 1 days. They were the only German players pretty much that were good at Dota. I'm pretty sure. Hani, you remember?
Black?
Oh, Black. Well, Black as well. We're going to give credit to our boy Black, but seems like he's more of a shy guy and not the Poppy type of a person who says you do this or you're out. But so I think it's more of a team thing for Team Liquid. If you see them behind the scenes, they're always grouping up together, always walking as a 5-6 man squad.
Yeah, Armen right there behind the man Kuro. Because if you're talking about Heen bringing veteran leadership to TNC, Liquid doesn't need that in a coach. They got Kuroki. He's been to every single international. And that wasn't even, like, that was halfway his career that he went to his first one, you know? He's been doing this for over a decade. That's veteran leadership in a nutshell. Although he didn't start leading until fairly late in his career, right?
I mean, because he was a core player for like most of Dota 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he played under Puppy for a while as well, of course. And only once he left Puppy did he start coaching his own squad. And won TI, casual, you know.
No big deal.
No big deal. Because, okay, I guess I'll be the captain now, you know, if I got to.
I mean, someone who's a captain doesn't necessarily need to be like an in-game leader. We heard the teams talking about how some players are actually leading them in certain points of the game, like mid-game, early game. Someone's making the calls.
Someone is making the calls, and I'm making the call right now to get this game started. So let's get ready for the draft.
TNC Predator versus Team Liquid. Game 1.
That's right, we are here, TNC versus Liquid. I'm joined by Febby, Kyle. Clearly you're even more prepared than I am, but you know, I don't even need these notes because this is a rematch. I don't need to know what happens. TNC already beat Liquid 2-0 in the group stage. That's what got them into the upper bracket. What are we even doing here, Febby? Oh, okay.
We're talking about the draft.
We are.
We're supposed to be not biased.
Not biased, of course not. So then what are we doing here? It's TNC versus Liquid, Southeast Asia versus Europe. It's already been predetermined. Has Liquid somehow turned it around? Do they know what they're doing now?
It's not just about the regions, man. This is Heen versus Kuro.
Oh.
Come on, this is...
Okay.
This is a
throwback.
Heen's too mild-mannered to say it, you know? And there's no bad blood necessarily, but this is certainly one of those matches for elimination with a little extra play.
Okay.
And it'll be curious. Me and Febby were talking about it before the series started. We agree that if anyone's got to shift it up a bit, it's going to be Liquid.
Right.
Because TNC seems to have their number. I think their play style matches up really well against the way Liquid's been playing. And Liquid hasn't been playing very well.
No, they haven't.
Yeah, so I was kind of looking at the drafts from Liquid, and they seem to always like kind of change it up every few matches or so, because I think they're trying to figure out their own meta as well as the tournament goes on, because their resource has been kind of lackluster. Meanwhile, on TNC, yes, they did lose to VG, but I think it's because of the 10th pick Brood, which I think it actually hurt them. It wasn't actually a good Brood game, so I think the quality of the Dota that TNC has been playing, it's like tier 1. They can like take it for the Philippine boys.
Right, and something that I know Blitz had mentioned earlier when looking at Liquid is that he doesn't think that they're a middle-of-the-road kind of team. They're either going to be bottom 4 or they're going to be top 4. The question is, have they figured it out? Are they moving around in their picks because they want to find out where they're settling? Was their first BO1 where they actually defined it?
Well, can we get into the bans?
Yeah, please.
Because you were talking about this, right, Feppy? You expected the Beastmaster ET would be eliminated from TNC. Because I think ET specifically, like Fog's been jumping up for joy because it's finally been realized by the scene that this hero is nuts. You'd think that, you know, with damage amp being such an incredibly important mechanic, people would realize, like, hey, this hero removes all my armor. Oh, and my magic armor from range. This can't be fair. It really isn't. So that's taken out right away. Liquid.
So the pick order is kind of different. Liquid opened up Chen, and last time TNC kind of baited the Chen open, and they were able to take the Chen away from Liquid, but Liquid, this time around, they just first picked the Chen for themselves. And yeah, meanwhile, SD is still open, and it's one of the hottest heroes of the tournament, SD and ET.
But I feel like Chen's traditionally excellent against the SD, though.
Yes,
in
I
theory.
think so too.
And I feel like if I'm, well, they just do it anyway. All right, SD Mirana.
Yeah,
now,
it's not just an SD, it's an SD Mirana.
Here's the thing, though, because I know TNC is comfortable playing Mirana core. Cuckoo specifically loves these weirder offlaners. He's been, I think, the first person that really played offlane Tiny and showed everyone how it was done with the Ags and the Daedalus build. And this is a threat now because you have that role versatility. You don't know if this is the support duo or perhaps a lane. And I really like Mirana. This is something Optic used to do to us back when we played against them all the time in NA like a year and a half ago, where you would play Mirana safe. Like, wherever you thought the Chen wanted to play and pressure, you put a core Mirana there. And there's always the catapult arrow, you arrow the creeps. Like, it's very difficult for Chen to play aggressive into this hero. Or you could theoretically just have him follow the Chen around in the jungle anytime he looks to get active.
Yeah, that is true. It is a very good counter against Chen. It just one-shots the creeps, so Chen kind of have to dodge the Mirana in the laning phase.
Yeah. I like the Tide in response, though, because obviously you can cleanse the arrow off yourself. It's very hard to 100 to 0. The Shadow Demon Disrupt into arrow combo isn't as effective. And in addition, you have to assume that the SD will be used at some point to make a bunch of illusions late game. The Anchor Smash, very effective. You just limit damage.
It's one of the heroes of the tournament, too, I think. Tide has been picked quite a lot, and it has a pretty high win rate, too.
What is that win rate?
I have no idea. I'm not the stats man. You're talking to the wrong guy.
I threw away my notes. Febby, I thought you had it all prepared.
I'm sorry. You guys want to talk to the man with the white hair.
Dude, it would be so funny, though, if he actually just ran out from backstage, like, furiously,
oh my God, that's
papers
the
flying everywhere.
music.
Yeah.
So can I guess what TNC is going to pick here, or how I think TNC is going to pick Sandking here. The reason is TNC always prioritizes...
They got to ban first. You're getting ahead of yourself. This is that magical part of the draft where you don't have to do anything.
Okay.
You just hang out.
No. Sand King, justify it for me. I want to hear this.
So what I was going to talk about is TNC always picks these like team fight heroes. They have like two styles of playing. They either pick team fight with Earthshaker, Sand King, or they like or they pick Bat Rider and play around with the vision. And right now, Mirana is most likely going to be played by Tims. Yes, position 3 Mirana is possible, but I think like support Mirana kind of makes more sense because they picked it for the Chen. I think this Mirana is going to try to follow the Chen around. So
it's the TNC style, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you consider Liquid's comfort. It feels like Kuro certainly acts as like the brain controlling the body of his teammates. And if you slow down his game, like you can't really impact the map like you want. He traditionally likes to get like level 3, level 4, gets 2 creeps, starts summoning in allies. You can do a lot of cool plays with Tide and Chen because you have now that superior teamfight advantage, but you don't lack in mobility as you usually would with this, you know, fat watermelon that you've got to kind of drag around to fight. Now you just TP him in and all of a sudden you can dive with authority because you're just not going to be able to challenge a Tide level 7, level 8 with Ravage active.
And I think that's going perfectly against what TNC like to do. TNC is something that originally the Raven era TNC is something that I thought was the quintessential floor protect one. You know, you just got to enable Raven, and then all of a sudden TNC will find a victory somehow. But this era of TNC, it's like they get 4 cores at the end of every single game. So if you just rush them early with something like a Chen Tide Hunter, they may not even get the chance.
Kunkka's great here as well. It's one of those hard counters to Chen because you not only offer excellent wave clear, but early game, when Chen looks to get aggressive around objectives, you have some of the best team fight in Dota with the boat early.
So do you think that Tide is as cooldown dependent as he once used to be, Febby? Because I know a lot of people back in the day, they're like, oh, Ravage, you gotta play around Ravage all the time. These days it seems he just soaks up all the aggression from the enemy team. You just need Anchor Smash and just walk around all the time.
Yeah, exactly. When your ulti is up, you can play aggressive. When your ulti is down, you can just play defensive by your tower, and you're just this fat Tide who's like pretty hard to carry because of the Kraken share. So.
And now he's got a Tusk on his team, another form of save. So between Hand of God and the Snowball, it's going to be hard to take down these tanky targets.
I was thinking it was going to be either Earth Spirit or Tusk, because look at how they play with the Chen is this Chen will always like walk around and bring over GH, whatever he's playing, Tusk or Earth Spirit.
Tusk is better here just because, one, you have the synergy with the Chen, you can snowball creeps, you have the tag team for amp damage, and in addition, when you're playing against heroes like Kunkka, like Mirana, you have a lot of like incoming damage that's very easy to foresee. You know, an X into a boat. Now a snowball, all of a sudden, you turn a fight around immediately. Earth Spirit's nice, but it's effectively all aggressive, and you don't have that save mechanic. I think it's really good here.
Right now, it seems like Liquid draft is more versatile in terms of like, playing aggressive and playing defensive. There's two saves from Chen and Tusker.
But TNC's lineup is just it's them to a T. It's pure aggression. Every hero with some sort of stun, some with multiples, and you get ahead, it's so easy to take over the map just because you have the free smokes from the Mirana, and you can just continuously play aggressive the entire game.
For me, Wraith King is a bit of a question mark because his laning against like these aggressive heroes is not good, and against Tide too. Tide is usually pretty good against Wraith King because it just one-shots the Wraith King skeletons.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a question mark pick. I haven't seen TNC play a lot of it either. So it is a pretty good carry hero though.
So what are you thinking for Liquid then?
Pardon? What did you say?
What do you think for Liquid?
Ember looks okay if it's not. Yeah, it's not banned, right?
So
Ember
what are you looking for in that more general sense? So you're saying Ember because what, you want like a very mobile mid game oriented mid, something that moves around a lot?
Because I was thinking like Liquid, I was kind of casting their games here and there, and they looked really solid when Miracle makes like when Miracle is on those like space making heroes like Ember, Les, Gyro, you know, those heroes that don't need items and can still fight early on. Yeah.
Which is something that a lot of people were thinking was going to be the opposite direction whenever Weeha was brought onto the team. They thought that, oh, okay, Miracle, he wants to be an even greedier one than ever before, and Weeha's going to be the space creator. But the way that they've been playing TI so far does go in favor of what you're saying.
It's almost counter to what Kuro said himself during that massage interview.
Yes, exactly.
Casey, where he's like, yeah, I wanted a pure mid player. But then Weeha, you know, he plays this BO1 elimination on a Necro. And we all kind of scratch our heads a little bit, and it just kind of goes to show as well like how complex Dota is. It's tough to understand, you know. There's player comfort, there's team comfort, there's just overall draft synergies that maybe people think are like ahead in power level. You never really know.
I think if you compare this version of Liquid to the last version it was like a pure 4+1. Miracle will farm everything. But this version, I feel, is Miracle and Weeha shares the farm a little bit.
Yes, that's for sure the case. And they're going to go with
one of
Templar Assassin.
Yeah, one of Weeha's signature heroes on this team, right? It's TA or Windringer, and they go for TA.
Probably should have seen it coming, right? It's not...
I mean, it's into a Kunkka, though.
It is, but I like it a lot against Wraith King. It's like a lower armor hero.
For sure.
And in addition, SD Mirana, like even if you set up the arrow combo, it's pretty much just going to be handled by refraction. I do agree that Kunkka, you know, the torrent does take off every single charge.
Exactly.
However, the lane matchup, especially if Weeha gets a little bit of help from this roaming Tusk Chen, you can get ahead and start dominating the lane.
I don't remember which game it was, but I really like this Liquid approach to the Wraith King. They know that Wraith King, he needs Midas, he needs Radiance. It's gonna be online pretty slow. Meanwhile, look at Liquid. They have Chen, they have Tide, they have T8. Like their heroes can snowball really hard. From 15 to 20 minutes, they're gonna choke out TNC's map so hard.
But it requires, I think, a higher degree of execution. You don't have the luxury of making mistakes as Liquid because you're based around this time. TA, sure, you can get ahead, stay ahead, crush through a game, but it's a lot like a Quap. You die a couple times, you end up even in net worth against a hero like Wraith King or Kunkka, and you just don't have nearly the same amount of game impact.
So then one thing that I immediately think of every single time I see a Templar Assassin, and I want both of your thoughts. First, Febby, why do you ever prefer a Blink Dagger first versus a Desolator first on a TA? What context do you go for which item?
I think it depends on how good your game is, and it depends on your cores too. Because if your cores are backline killers, then you don't have to be the one that's blinking in. You can just go Desolator, BKB without blink and just play in the front line and take all the towers down, take all the Roches down. And I don't know. I think it depends on the game.
So then, Kyle, do you think Weeha is a more greedy Templar assassin? You think he's going to be stacking those Ancients, just rushing that Desolator? He's going to be like, yo, give me the early Rosh, even though they are dire, which does slightly complicate things. And they're actually going to wrap it up with the Troll Warlord.
Yeah, it's one of the vintage Miracle picks. I'm not quite sure. It really depends on how his game starts. I think Deso, it depends on how aggressive they want to play. I think more importantly, how many towers they've taken out. Because you can kill a couple towers early. I actually think Blink almost works as a tool to accelerate faster.
You got a Chet on your team.
Now you can play enemy jungle, you can abuse traps, like you have a lot more freedom to play the map. Deso first is usually for more of that static game where once you pick it up, then you start to look for objectives. Because of the Chen, you could perhaps see that coming. You never know, because Kuro could also play, if he has this Mirana following him around the map and he has a slower start, maybe he has to play his own woods more, maybe he's stacking Ancients.
Oh,
and God, that is such
bad
a...
Rider. Templar Assassin, what the hell are you gonna do now?
Troll too, man. This is one of those dream picks. You pop your ultimate on Troll and then just get lassoed, dragged up to a high ground or something. There's not really much you can do.
Yeah, it's a dream Bat Rider game, and I think Cuckoo's, that's like top 3 heroes for Cuckoo. Sand King, Bat Rider, and +1 that I can't really seem to remember.
It just feels like it's TNC's comfort, right? If Liquid make a mistake or two, they're just gonna get run over, and you're gonna get to this point where all of TNC's heroes are just too tanky for these more burst carry type styles of the Liquid lineup.
The combo potential is extremely high from this TNC draft, but I've got a combo that's even better. Let me pass it on over to ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. TNC versus Liquid. What a brilliant way to end day 2 here at the TI9 main stage. Both of these teams, I mean, what can we expect? TNC, they've come in with a lot of big surprises in sort of the group stage in terms of how they've been able to just break down teams in some phenomenally long games, some 60, 70-minute matches. And Liquid have been sort of up and down. They've had some series themselves where I think coming into the event, a lot of people would have expected them to sort of just roll over their opponents in, but they haven't. They've been tripped up. Now here on the main stage against TNC, it's not going to be easy for Liquid. There's every reason to believe that TNC could take this series.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at their draft too, I feel like every time TNC somehow is able to get Cuckoo on one of his best heroes, he seems to always be getting his bat.
How does he get a big bat?
Right? It seems like so many times we cast them, we're like, Cuckoo, he's always super dominant on these 2 heroes, and he always does seem to get it. So we'll see how they're going to be able to make use of it versus that one, because like the panel mentioned, this Templar Assassin, this Troll Warlord, there are some significant counters that TNC has drafted.
Exactly. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ourselves into the action of this best of 3. TNC versus Liquid. The loser is going home, so they better play their best if they want to have a chance of sticking around here at the International. And
ooh, this is an interesting... so we're going to see some tri-lane action, it looks like, by Liquid as they're bringing the Chen in the bottom lane, starting with a Headdress.
A Headdress level? Look at that.
Headdress level 1 to get that bonus HP regen.
Changing the meta.
So let's see. Look at all the heroes of Liquid when they are going to be in this tri-lane. 7.1 health regen per second in an aggro tri-lane. Have to imagine they'll get a Bassi on someone very early too. So this can be a pretty strong one. They really want to ensure that Miracle just is able to farm either versus the Bat Rider or just pull him away from the Bat. So that's probably what they're going to be doing. Even with that Divine Favor, they can dodge lanes, as we've seen teams do quite a lot. Curious to see TNC, as we've seen them playing a lot, they really like their Chen as well, right?
They
so
do.
this one was
Liquid
kind of stealing it, right? AU really likes his Chen, so
it's been first pick so many times.
Yep, you have to imagine that they have a really good idea about how to play around this hero. So we're going to see how they can execute versus Liquids, as Liquid, they've played this combo a lot. They like their Chen Tusk so much as they're able to get really active on the map early on, bring GH all over the place for free with that Divine Favor as well, and make aggressive plays.
Yeah, we're seeing sort of across the draft, right? A lot of heroes that we're seeing time and time again here at TI, but I'd say probably the rarest out of the bunch is the Troll on the Tusk.
Yes.
Compared to all the other heroes, like all the other 8 heroes, I feel like we've lost count of the times that we've seen teams playing.
Absolutely.
And that could bode well, very well for TNC. With a very familiar lineup that they are playing with.
And a strong lineup of disables. Like Kyle mentioned, you look at the lineup of Liquid, they're kind of limited on their disables. They have Ravage and then they have Tusk. And that's kind of, their way of controlling the team fights. You look at the side of TNC, they've got Kunkka, Wraith King, Mirana. They even have Shadow Demon, who I feel like is kind of his own stun anyway now because of how amazing this hero really is. With a 61 pick rate and 60-something% win rate, this hero is insane in this tournament. And it is also a UMTNC. They're actually running their own aggro tri-lane, and they're putting the Bat Rider in the safe lane, making sure that Cuckoo can actually get something. instead of just getting shut down completely if he was left alone or in a dual lane. They want to be sure to try to give Kuku a good game. We'll just see how this mid matchup ends up going. As, like Panel said, Torrent, really good spell versus Templar Assassin.
You've got to imagine the Kunkka's going to have the edge, right?
That's what you would imagine, yeah. TA should be able to farm once you get your levels just fine, but
yeah, you're always going to come back as a TA, right? Like we may see in the lane Armel get the CS advantage, but he's going to be able to find the means to catch back up with the jungle.
Yep. As long as, that's the one thing that I look at, I'm like, they have to make sure that Miracle doesn't have to get resorted to go to the jungle, right? I think that's why they're trying to secure him so much, is because they have a TA on their team. If you have a point where the TA is going to the jungle, your Troll Warlord's going to the jungle, and then you're playing an aggressive lineup with a Tidehunter, a Tusk, and the Chen moving on the map making plays, you're going to be extremely limited.
And they do rely on, of course, having the TA and the Trolls, at least one of them getting one of those early items, whether it be the Deso or for the TA or for Miracle. We'll see what his build is going to be. Whether he
could be a
get the
diffusal. Yeah, a possibility versus that Wraith King, of course.
Yeah, certainly should be expected.
Yeah.
And they'll need it to make those fights happen. As you say, they're already just reliant on the Tide and the Tusk to really get things started. They've got to make sure that they have actually someone behind that sort of play to do the damage, because unlike TNCs, they don't have that crazy amount of wham-bam magical burst and you're dead.
They might have to swap the lanes here. I think Kuroki might want to Divine Favor the Troll Warlord up top pretty soon, as the lanes are starting to get switched up, and now is where you're putting a Troll versus the Bat Rider. Sure, Miracle, he's still free farming really well right now, but we know how this matchup can go. You just get a couple stacks on yourself, and you just get chased by that Bat Rider, and you do not like playing versus that as a Troll.
For now, GH trying to do his best to punch him away.
They got the side pull off though. Tims is able to get that one there as the Mirana here.
Getting good control of that bottom lane. Kuku wants also try and hope to have a bit of a look into the CSs at the moment. He is struggling to find many of the old creeps. The same is to be said for Mind Control. It's a slow start in creep score at least, but they are both getting good experience.
Both of them were pressured really hard. The Courier, Tims, they brought the Courier bottom. It was still walking. He just leaps forward and kills it.
Oh, if only they'd waited a few more seconds. It was just about to be upgraded mid lane.
Armel, almost, guys, the side blades there.
Is able to X-mark Weehar to make sure he cannot dive him. But that's it, yeah, the Courier down. That's someone's Wraith Band hitting the deck.
That's Weehar's regen. Also, he has one Tango. He still has a couple Mangoes, of course, for that too, but he could be a little bit troublesome here, as they won't be able to bring anything else out to him for quite a while.
Is able to keep the CS pretty even between him and Armel. Let's see the matchup transcend with Kunkka and TA 90 for 4, 90 for 3. Very even between these two mid laners. Of course, just both heroes very good at getting the right clicks, whether it be with that hard hitting base damage of the Kunkka or the refraction of the TA.
Yeah, we are catching back up pretty quickly there. So they are starting to recover both of those heroes that were aggro tri-laned at first, now able to start getting something, as Michael Joe's even getting aggressive onto Gabby here with that Mud Golem from Kuro. And like Panel mentioned, the Tidehunter laning versus the Wraith King, it's pretty good. You're always going to be able to go for those anchor smashes onto the skeletons, and look, that's what we were talking about.
This bottom lane, you said they needed to get out of there. They didn't.
I feel like they should have
stuck around. And, I mean, you foresaw this. You said this bottom lane, once the level's there on Pat, he's just going to run them over.
Yeah,
and he does.
He comes back down bottom, too. I mean, they have the Divine Favor from Kuroki, like I was mentioning, to bring him up there. But, yeah, they're just choosing to actually keep this matchup. It's going to be really crippling for Miracle, though. You have to expect that's going to happen. Every single time there's a rotation from Tims, they can easily set up onto this Troll Warlord. But they're keeping it this way. They want it. That's why they want to lane it. They want to keep the Tide versus that Wraith King.
And that lane in itself is still a bit of a scary one for Mind Control as well on the top.
Yeah. Has
to be careful getting down low, just down to the Mango, and obviously a stick, but sitting very low on the HP. In fact, there's the TP. He's going to head over to the Shrine.
Looks like they're actually going to bring the Chen bottom instead of moving the Troll Warlord, so it's still just trying to secure that Miracle's down here instead. So the arrow on the creep. Kuku, he's got Firefly, gonna get slowed up here.
Should be... I'll say that the Mud Golem stun's coming in, causing some issues. He'll pump the stick charge, snowball across from GHH. He's trying to kill, but he's burning. The Firefly's killing him, bringing him low. Tims jumps in, he'll be able to finish it off. Kuku's fine. And TNC getting a third kill down on the bottom lane. It's 5 minutes in there at a 2K lead.
Yeah,
Liquid's refusal to switch those lanes, get a better place for Miracle is making this bottom lane a bit of a it's just a beautiful zone for Cuckoo to have a dream start in terms of getting involved in kills.
I mean, TNC's probably thinking the same thing. They're probably like, oh, this is cool. We have Cuckoo actually lane. This is what we wanted. We wanted to have Cuckoo in versus that Troll Warlord, and even better that it's in the safe lane. That's the way that they set the lanes up, so. Gotta constantly see TNC set up for those aggressive plays.
They've got to be careful, Liquid, anytime they try and go for this bat, as it could backfire.
Aha. They have a good amount of slow. Now with Kuroki getting more creeps, he's able to, get that. The Satyr Banisher, but it's always going to keep getting arrowed. Panel mentioned that, the draft panel.
Tims is going to be happy with this.
Yep.
Thanks for bringing the big creeps to the lane.
The last one almost maybe caught Cuckoo killed a little bit because he killed the Mud Golem and the Shard Golems came out, but it ended up being just fine. But yeah, the 2k gold advantage, they're perfectly fine with the way these lanes are set up. Tims is, like we always say, Tims is going to start transitioning. He's got the first kills of the game. He's already top 5 net worth. He's same gold as the Troll Warlord down bottom. So the stacks, looking at Liquid at the moment, they're not actually setting up any stacks at all here, which we've seen a lot of teams doing, I think, more than ever. We always talk about that stack game. We saw how much, especially EG was doing it this morning. We saw like triple stacks all over the jungle. So we'll probably see them back up soon, or maybe Kuroki will send a creep to stack those.
See top lane, arm out, maximizing the damage, getting the Tidebringer hit off the creep, sets up with the X-Mark bow combo, and Mind Control is taken out. Making those early moves and making the most out of getting that level 7 nice and early on as the mid lane Kunkka.
Yeah, crisp, easy rotations coming out. So the other thing they do have, as we see just used down bottom right there by Kuroki, that little Satyr Banisher, he's kind of keeping that one, not only just to put the pressure and slow, but to remove the sticky stacks from Miracle. So if Miracle is getting gone on, he can use that little Dispel on his teammate to help him out.
Back towards mid, he's coming a little deep,
really
a little aggressive. What's he doing in the trees? He's going to be straight up dead, surely, yes? Yeah, there's no escape for Wii. As it's not only the bottom, the top lane, it's the mid lane as well. TNC, we've seen them do this before. They are getting every single lane in their control, and they're getting kills all across the map.
We saw what they were able to do. The games that we casted versus Liquid, they ran away with those early games pretty hard in the majority and just were able to just completely control the map. And it's only 8 minutes in, but we're approaching like 3k gold marks, and the pressure, like we said, Liquid, how do they get aggressive? The Templar Assassin and the Troll Warlord, I mean, they're still doing okay, but who's going to make the move around the map?
Wow, and which hero do you get aggressive on? Mid lane, another combo's laid out, and it's another kill for TNC, just finding any opportunity to outnumber and make the pounce happen. Because
looking like free moves for them. They're just making it look pretty simple with their rotations.
And I don't know how Liquid can make a move at this moment, because not only, as you say, it's hard for their heroes, it's also hard to do it on the heroes of TNC. They've got a mid lane Kunkka. He's very tanky. If he gets the poke down, now they're trying, but a good disruption. Saves him from the initial combo. Tims is coming in with the wraparound armor. He's trying to run himself away, looking to get to the high ground. He's still alive. They're putting him out. He's getting back to the tower, but they will kill him off. They'll get the kill, but now the turnaround comes into play. Tims turns, finds GH. Weehar's trying to dive for more. One more hit on Tims will do it. Has the salve, ticking him back up. Kuro's looking to dive. Tims underneath the tower will be closed upon. Weehar gets the meld strike in, and finally Liquid are able to get some kills in their favor.
That's massive for them. Just able to set up, you having all these traps set up, Weehaw with that aggression, actually able to get Armel when he pushed up too far this time. So that one, Liquid finally able to turn it around. So that's a lot of space.
Because it is a big kill to find. Yep. As I was going to say, the 3 cores, they're not easy. You got the Kunkka, who's, when he's got the boat online at least, I believe didn't have it available in that attempt. He's going to have that rum on him. Yeah, have a Wraith King with that second life when he's willing to put up a skill point into it. And you got the bat down bottom, as we've seen before. You try and chase this bat, you don't kill him straight away. Next thing you know, you're walking through the fire and the flames, and you're dead.
TNC immediately smoking up. They know they can keep putting this pressure on here too. They still have, every time they do have boat available, they will make that move.
See in the river. TNC heavily outnumbering Liquid here. Miracle and GH have to be careful.
They're able to get, they're able to back up there. Kuroki also getting some deep vision during all these last few moments.
GH tried to come across a little closer to the rune. Arrow is going to be whiffed, but GH is going to end up rolling himself in pretty deep. TNC still a little careful about how they go on him. They don't want to try and force too much on a support kill.
They're losing their mid tower because of it. That rotation, they left to go bottom to gank, and Weeha's like, oh, thank you. He comes in and does 1,700 damage to that mid tower. Very important for Liquid, that map control that they can't get if they are able to actually get that mid tower. So much vision and opportunities they can get from just putting even down TA traps deeper.
So they're going to charge Cuckoo. He's got the Fireflies who will try and get himself over the charge, but with the Troll Summon, they've got the control. Cuckoo trying to escape, they have the damage. It's Miracle. Those axes will find the kill. Liquid now to start to even that net worth difference. Back off.
GH, even though he's 1-4-1, he's making the moves around the map with the team to at least bring them back with that. That tag team bonus really coming into play there versus Cuckoo. Can't actually get away from them as he's constantly getting hit and slowed and hit and slowed. And that allows Miracle to be a little more enabled too. That tag team bonus giving him that extra damage. That's tanking the arrow there, keeping that catapult alive. Nicely done by GH as well.
They'll look to try and outnumber Mind Control top. They know that the pressure's on bottom from Liquid. Mind Control, he's left. Very, very open for that play to happen, and they'll try and get a bit of a push on themselves. But Liquid, as it is, should be able to finish this Tier 1 tower. No interest in TNC coming down here and trying to deal with the Chen Troll push for now. Tower will go Liquid's way. Diffusal play starts to get built into by Miracle.
That cuts the gold lead, the experience lead, completely back to 0 after that early game. Small rotations coming into play, but they're able to also get a lot off the map from Weehaw. As he backs up, takes the mid tower, goes to the jungle, completely recovers. It's the TA who was having a little bit of a disadvantage matchup in that Kunkka, and now almost level 12, and the Desolator's about to come online. Look at these heroes.
Quick.
TNC's heroes, they can be pretty squishy versus that early Desolator.
They can indeed.
Even Wraith King, not that high of an armor hero. He only has the 4 on base and then your 6 extra with that phase boots. But still, that's a lot that's going to be coming out from Weehaw, as he pretty much has it done.
Yeah, they'll have a good shot at being able to kill that Wraith King twice when they go on the hunt for Gabby. It's Gabby. Midas and 1400 gold as he works towards the Radiance. Just a bit of a timer to see what point of the game he'll be able to get that online and how it's going to correspond with some of these core items on Miracle and Weehaw.
Armel's really acting as the ganker here, walking through the Sentry Ward here. Can he get the X? He will get it on Miracle, and the Bat Rider boots of travel on the creep wave.
There's the setup. Torrent will start to lay down some of the poison. With Demonic Purge, Miracle can do very little to get himself out of this. Won't even bother wasting the one charge. Knows that he's dead. TNC find him out. A little too far on that bottom lane and a little alone.
But it is on their side of the map, so that's the one thing for Liquid is, you know, they killed him there, but can they transition into anything there as they have to bring 4 heroes? And look at Liquid. They are quickly running to the pit with that Deso finished up with the tag team.
Are TNC going to expect this? We have the smoke up arm LAU. They're heading over.
They seem to know.
Illusion's going to be sent out first to start to scout any possible maneuvers, but they're still under the cover of the smoke. Oh, so it's not a ridiculously fast Roche. It's a good time with the Deso.
They're starting to figure it out now.
Can they get in the pit? The shards have blocked them off from getting in. Armel, it's a big torrent. They're going to try and interrupt this. Liquid, they'll get him. They get the kill. TNC will get the kill on Roche. Liquid are able to continue to secure the Aegis. Mind Control will die for this one. So TNC find a little bit of action, taking the kill away. And finally, after a bit of time, finishing off Mind Control. But the Aegis is still secured by Weehaw.
Who ended up getting the last hit there? It was the poison, but who actually was it? The poison? Yeah, I couldn't tell.
I imagine so. He got a few stacks on it. It's nothing crazy, but
yeah, a couple things. Yeah, it looked like it was the poison.
That's a bit of money. I mean, you can see there, 3K back up. TNC with that advantage, but obviously eyes are on Liquid to make something happen with the Aegis on Weehaw. They can definitely look to try and push for some of those tier 2s, or at least the tier 1 that does still stand towards that top lane.
Yeah. Still tough to make those like aggressive moves, right? Until Weehaw does have a Blink Dagger or they go for the Tidehunter Blink Dagger, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to get on top of heroes. We still see them, they are constantly smoking though. They're using their vision. They're trying to keep these aggressive moves and keep Liquid able to play on the opposing side of the map because he's trying to make sure that he maximizes the farm for the team. We were worried that maybe they both resort to jungle, but if this is the way they're going to do it, this is a good way to keep the pressure up while farming. But TNC, they're all set up around their area here. These bounty runes. They're going to look to even go for the aggressive one. They are pinging it out. Gabby does kind of want to go up there, but Chen, they see those creeps and they know it's a bit too scary to actually perch forward.
And we'll be able to get the 2 up top though. TNC, so securing the 3. So they just make sure that Liquid struggle to get back in with the lead. Halberd gonna be the next pickup for Armel.
Best item in the game versus pretty much one of the best items in the game versus TA, that longer duration.
And Troll, right?
And also very good versus Troll, yeah.
Both of these heroes render pretty useless in the fights. Obviously a long time until BKBs are out. Miracle is going to start to build towards his after the defusal.
It's definitely grim for the troll. You pop battle trance, you get disarmed, you stand there. Not much you can do about it.
And they've got great ways to play with that sort of time where he's in the berserk. Yeah. Having the disruption, kiting him up as well. It's, yeah, disruption and disarm. Makes it a big nightmare for Miracle before he has the BKB. Top lane again, mind control. It's going to be the one to get gone upon. But the Kraken, but there's the lasso, dragging him back. TNC will finish off the old watermelon.
So much damage coming in from the Kunkka with that Tidebringer, with all these items. The Shadow Blade plus that Sage, extra damage coming in. Quickly able to bring down My Control, he's farming slowly in this game. Not able to really get that Blink Dagger, but he's matched up at least with Cuckoo.
See down here, the Moonlight Shadow being used for Gabby. It's just going to end, so GH eyes on Gabby. Arrow's going to whiff. Gabby's going to try and come in fact, onto Weeha. They'll get on top of him as well with Cuckoo and the Firefly. Tim's and Armel turning up as well as they'll surround Weeha. The Tidebringer hit comes in. They take the Aegis out of Weeha. They're going to look for more. It's Liquid. A push to the side. Here's the second life of Weeha. Aegis, as he'll be able to blink away. Now looks to go back in, looking to get on top of Gabby. Gabby now on the retreat. They've lost Cuckoo on TNC. Can Liquid find anything more out of this? GH has got eyes on Tim's. The trap's being used by Weeha to help continue the chase, but they don't want to run into the dark. They have no vision on the high ground, so they won't go any further, Liquid. As it's simply an Aegis traded for the life of Cuckoo.
Cuckoo's probably right with that. He's, you know, as we say, it's TNC. Cuckoo's like, I'm kind of the sacrifice. I'm not the real 3 position. Tim's will eventually become that 3.
And sort of the time is ticking, of course, for Gabby. He has the Relic. Yep. Creep camp or a creep wave, and that Radiance is going to be done on the Raid King.
And it's going to be a pretty devastating one. I know a lot of times we look at lineups and a lot of times casters always talking about there's so much magic damage on this team, there's so much magic damage, blah, blah, blah. BKB's so important. But you look at Liquids, they're not really that magic damage oriented in this time around. It's a lot of physical damage that is going to be coming out. So that Radiance, that evasion, all these little things are definitely going to start kicking in for TNC. And that Radiance is done, and they're already starting to group up. They want to keep it going.
It's there. He'll grab a Mango as well for the trip. Gabby with the Radiance done.
Radiance Halberd.
With the Halberd, yeah.
Yep.
They've got all those tools together, TNC, which is going to make it almost impossible for Liquid to take fights head on.
They want a greater form of initiation still, though. They want to get Cuckoo with that Blink Dagger, which he's approaching pretty soon. But My Control actually has his finished up already on the Tide Hunter for Liquid. So those counter initiations, that's the one thing as a Bat Rider, you have to be careful versus Tide, because sometimes, you know, you grab a hero and then the Tide blinks past you and ravages your whole team. So TNC, they're going to have to be sure to jump. When they do these kind of jumps, they have to make sure they do it with proper vision to make sure that they can see those backlines to get the appropriate hero caught. And sentries, most of all. Lots of sentries in the lane to make sure you're not standing under TA traps so that Liquid does not know exactly where you're all set up.
So they've got that vision inside their jungle, Liquid, so fully aware of TNC setting up for this push up top. They may just have to let this tier 2 go, though. Still not quite ready, I feel, to turn up, at least until that BKB's done on Miracle. The fights aren't going to be easy at all if they do choose to take them, and just leave sort of mind control to keep the pressure off. Already the Skeleton's starting to really beat down on that tower. Damage is being done, the pressure being kept on by TNC at this early point. Set up down bottom from Marmel.
They know someone's going to show down here. They haven't seen much from Liquid in a while. He sees GH. It should be a pretty easy pickup for them here. Snowball.
Just trying to use it there in an attempt to get away. Torrent will be off the mark. GH with the shards. He tries his best, but the vision's there from Cuckoo. Crossing over the tree line with the Firefly to find the X-Mark vision for Armel.
Buys time for his chorus to at least farm. It's not even that much gold, right? 196 gold. How much XP do they get? They get like 630. That's actually a pretty decent amount. But yeah, he pushes the lane out, forces moves, and keeps his teammates farming where they are trying to get their BKBs. Because, like we said, for Liquid, they have mostly physical damage. But then we look at TNC, they have a lot of mixed and a lot of control. A lot of stuns, as the draft panel had talked about. So these BKBs for Liquid are going to be really needed for them to be able to take those fights.
Was, of course, a kill around the runes spawning. So TNC, again, will be able to secure the majority. 3 bounty runes for the one that Liquid's going to get the chance to grab.
They tried to also use that opportunity to get some deep vision down, but as we saw, Liquid was already prepared. They had the sentry down. Miracle easily able to get that one. So Liquid, like we said, they're just buying time. Right now is farm time for those BKBs. TNC, I mean, they're okay with farming as well.
Oh, then they certainly are.
Yep.
With this Kunkka Wraith King.
Midas and a Radiance, right?
And Tim's, as you mentioned, the 4th core in the making for TNC if the game does go on. They do not mind this passive state of the game. Obviously, Liquid feel like it is the only way for them to play at the moment. You do have to agree.
They need BKBs to fight.
They really do.
Troll Warlord into this is way too difficult to fight when he doesn't have it.
He's pretty much got it, and the same to be said for Weehas. Definitely, within the next minute, when those BKBs are out, you can expect Liquid to start to look to make those plays and look to take the fights on their own terms.
They have to make a lot happen with those BKBs too, right? Your 10-second BKBs are massive because once those start trickling down, that is one of the things that we know about TA is you get to the later stages, you only have a 5-second BKB to work with, it can be really problematic. So they're going to have both looking to come out actually at the exact same time. So this is a big peak here for Liquid. And they do actually also have vision right now of TNC with this ward here up on that top bounty room. So a lot of information going for them on the map. Mid lane is still kind of pushing in, so they have to address that before they can make too big of a smoke. So one person will take that one out. And Liquid, they're going to look to set up here. But TNC, they're positioned here on the high ground.
See, this is the all-important fight for Liquid. They're 4K down, they've got the BKBs. This is the time to swing that net worth advantage back in their favor. Miracle's going to look to start the fight with the wraparound. He's got eyes on Gabby. Jump forward from AU. AU's going to be the first to fall. Now they'll be able to focus down the Wraith King. Gabby getting his mana burnt by the defusal. Weehar picks up the second. The exact kind of maneuver that Liquid was hoping to execute with that smoke and the BKBs. They're able to find a couple of kills, one of them being the big old Wraith King, getting Gabby off the map and opening up some space to pressure down middle lane.
Very methodically done, right? The way they wrapped around that smoke. Instead of just walking up to the high ground, they sent GH to the high ground, and then they wrap around the back to get the squishy supports as well as that Wraith King, who's still at this point, like we said, 5 armor, 5+6 armor. So he just gets easily brought down from these physical heroes of Liquid. And he switched the build. He's actually wanting to go for a more aggressive type build onto Gabby, that is, with a Blink Dagger. He had the BKB queued, he bought the Blink really quickly. So they want to be the ones jumping in and starting the fights, maybe killing units before they get those BKBs off.
I can see that, and I can see that for the escapes as well, right?
Yes.
You're just having the Blink of Wraith King, not only with the reincarnation, but you do have a Shadow Demon on your side. So you are going to have that disrupt into Blink escape.
They still have the axes, right? The Troll Warlord axe is one of the better things in stopping those instant blinks, but yeah, can definitely be used to get an escape off. And the big next timing, right? That Roche. 1 minute until it is going to be spawning. Liquid always keep tabs of it because they have those traps. So TNC, they want to try to have something happen within these next few moments. Try to catch Liquid when they are split up. Yeah, Liquid, they're just farming the map with that BKBs. They're feeling pretty comfortable now.
Yeah, whether it be getting a kill before the Roche is up or just making them use the BKBs, making sure that they won't have the BKB charges ready for that Roche fight. That's at least the aim of TNC, and you see it straight away. Smoke up. It's time to make a play. I know that they just lost sort of the last bit of momentum, but they can definitely get it back if they're able to find a catch. Miracle.
These next few moments are so crucial. They find the smoke also to a power rune. They actually see an arcane. They're kind of camping it here, hoping someone Liquid is going to walk down.
It is warded, so if Liquid had their eyes on it.
They pinged it immediately.
Yeah.
Hiroki pinged it right away. He's like, they're bottom. Yep, they're smoke bottom. He knows.
That's the risk you take when you take those power runes when you're smoked. And either way, it looks like TNC sort of knew it themselves. They grab the rune. They don't try and look any deeper. They don't go up to the high ground. They know that Liquid's very likely to have wards on the area.
They've got all their lanes pushed out right now on the side of Liquid. It's go time again. Like we said, those BKBs, they're also going to be constantly looking for fights. Also now, I believe GH is bringing a Blink Dagger. This is also another very crucial item for Liquid. As Kyle mentioned on that draft panel, a lot of different ways that you can, they're telltale the way the TNC spell is going to be coming out. There's a lot of ways that you can get some nice saves coming in from GH.
There we go. Smoke into Roche.
It's going to be a big fight.
It is scanned out, so TNC know exactly what's up. Cuckoo's going to start heading over with the Firefly. Moonlight Shadow being offered over by Tim's. As Liquid will go for it. He's take it out very quickly. Cuckoo's going to try and look for the timing. He's in with the lasso. Armor's in with the BKB. The time bringing them over. Mind control. He's outside the pit with the Ravage. Armor already got the BKB up, but Tim's is punched up into the air. Gabby's trying to tab, but a quick melt in from Weehar takes him down the once. He's back with a second life. Blinks over to the side. Weehar still trying to keep his eyes on Gabby. The Ray Fire Blast slows down Weehar, but the rest of Liquid collapsing on the Wraith King. As Liquid will be able to hold this area around the pit. Armel tries for another poke, but he's already used the BKB. He's got to be careful. He's out of mana. 2 big hits from the TA. Bring Kuka down low. As TNC back up to the high ground. Tims is looking for the limit. He's trying for the steal. They are not going to get it though. Weehart will be able to secure that Aegis. Buyback for GH as he knows now with the Aegis in Weehart's hands. This is the fight for Liquid to take. Torrent out to Weehart and Mind Control. Miracle still on the seascape, trying to desperately run away from those Shadow Demon illusions. GH and Mind Control, they're still on the front lines, punching up Armel. Miracle, he's thinking about going in, but he's incredible. He doesn't have the Aegis himself. It's on, or it was on Weehart. There's the jump forward. AU taken out. Weehart once more. As TNC, they're getting pushed all the way back. Mind Control's there with the wraparound. Bleak forward for GH. They've found Tims as well. As TNC tried their best to time it around the Roche, but this time they won't even get the kill. Both elements going the way of Liquid.
They're too tanky. They have too much regen and waves of sustain. Coming in from the Chen, he pops the Hand of God, pops him back. Fight kind of turns on itself. TNC, their damage just is not there. And we see Gabby. He looks like a support at this point. He dies so quickly in the fights from all the physical damage. Liquid, they're just knocking on the racks already.
A Cinnaboat down mid won't make the connection. 40 seconds, no Tims. Liquid more than happy to stand their ground and look to take this Rax away. Just 26 minutes there, they'll go for the lead in with the lasso, but snowball forward, Gabby throws out the zone. Armel puts the BKB, but he has to put the BKB in right. It's so much physical damage output coming out from Liquid. Miracle with the ult, he beats down Cuckoo. Gabby's out of mana, he's got to back off. The buyback comes in from Cuckoo. They'll look for the drag back with the X mark, looking towards Miracle, but he has to move at speed to get out. He's back in, has the Orchid, cuts down the SD, looks over to Cuckoo. That's a dieback on the Batrider as Liquid.
They're going to keep going.
Up the mid-racks.
They look like they want to keep going, but they don't have tier 2s. They look like they want to.
I mean, they know they can.
They're just going to go over tier 4s.
It's 2 heroes dead without buyback. This should be Liquid being able to close down the game. Tier 4s are falling. TNC, can they hold up to 3? They're going to jump in. Silence out immediately onto Gabby. Gabby, he's got to be careful. His Moonlight Shadow, the Mind Control, the Ravage hits onto 3. Gabby's dead the once. They'll look for him a second time. Start out to Miracle, but Weehart's BKB is back and available as TNC are pushed back. Blinking aggressively from Weehart behind the Tiffle, behind the Ancient. Gabby's dead for 80. No buyback on him as well. Liquid will retreat. It will offer a little bit of mercy, a little bit of time. Weehart still being fought by Tims and Armel. They'll look for the X-Mark, but Tims, he's been slowed down, run down. He's got 1 leap, but Miracle's into the range for him. Weehart blinks in, and that's Tims dead too. And with that, they could certainly have a good shot at closing this out. The fortification is there.
Armel is going to try his best with some cleaves, maybe setting them back a little bit, but they have the heal coming out from that mech.
Got the SD back in place. 7 seconds and Cuckoo's back in.
They're going to give him some respect. They're going to back off. They got the tier 4s. Structural damage been done.
Absolutely.
All that gold as well.
28 minutes in and the base being exposed. The Ancient exposed. Over the sort of the matter of those last few minutes of gameplay, 4 buybacks being used by TNC to no avail.
You have to be wondering if maybe in some of these situations like Gabby, he needed to go for a different, like an armor item in between. It seems like he bought the plate mail now later on after these last few fights went really poorly, but we saw he walks into the fights over and over again and he just melts. I feel like an armlet could have really argued to be a really good choice on him in this one because he just dies way too fast. He's not really having any type of impact on this Wraith King, while he has these other frontline heroes, the Kunkka, the Batrider, able to get in there.
We'll see it again. TNC just trying their best to slow down this pressure that Liquid's applying. And they just don't have the means to do so. The BKB timings from Liquid earlier just really set everything in motion for their lineup.
And too much sustain. The Chen just rallied around Kuroki, having all that different types of healing coming in. Even the Vlads, more healing coming in for those carries. Yeah, you can see. A bit frustrated.
GH still in the zone. Keeping it focused. As much as it looked like the game would end, it's going to be for now. They do hold the Ancient.
They have such a commanding lead now, though. We saw the last few fights without these other items picked up. Miracle, a full Satanic. The Orchid we saw, of course, by Weehan that last fight. And even now, Solo Crest for Mind Control. So these carries, who are hitting extremely hard, now are going to be hitting even harder versus this, what became a super squishy Wraith King after having such a good farm.
It really did. It really did. And we have seen TNC make some remarkable comebacks in the group stage. And they do it here on the main stage. This game is getting quickly out of control for them.
It feels like their damage is, they've hit a wall of damage pretty much. Liquid just able to counteract it too much. Sure, TNC, they keep coming back in. They throw a Tidebringer, they throw a Starstorm, then they leap back out. They have a lot of different ways to like poke and prod, but yeah, Liquid, they just rally and group up, and it's too much right now for TNC to take. Around this Tidehunter, like we said, this hero has been also winning a lot of games. Just the way that the group up, the team fights that happen, the way that you're able to just counter-initiate and just ruin the whole entire idea and the way the TNC wanted to fight.
And of course, as you mentioned, so that all-important hero, the power of who gets the Chen in this series.
Yep.
And whether we see Kuro being able to grab it for Liquid or AO being able to bring it out for TNC is going to be quite a deciding pick in the drafts.
Absolutely. I mean, you see him. He's 1-0 and 13. It's not even like TNC's like hemorrhaging kills all over the place. Armel is 6-1 and 4 in this game. It's pretty remarkable the way that they can just group up around this hero, around the Tidehunter as well, and just start to close the map and win a couple fights and just snowball out of control. That's what we see a lot happen with these Templar Assassins. These 30-minute pushes, these 25-minute pushes with an Aegis, able to really just take over your advantage. As yeah, Liquid, they're just controlling the map now, and Gabby is trying to find some farm on the map, hiding in the trees with his Radiance off, but Liquid, they want blood. Kuroki wants blood too, look at him.
He's ready.
Pretty fierce stance there by him.
He's got that fighting face on. They'll continue to just clean up the easy free money. Another shrine will fall.
You can tell TNC's feeling pretty desperate. Trying to get any type of forms of farm on the map. Gabby pushing far forward. Cuckoo as well trying to cut waves. Liquid.
To the base they go, the AU. Getting smashed by the anchor. We are in with the quick finishing blow. As this 5-man of Liquid just seems a little too powerful right now. This draft for TNC to deal with and hold back at the 32-minute point. Into the base they go, Liquid. Ancient's starting to get poked upon by Miracle.
Just put him in that front lines there. Yes, Satanic, yes, BKB, yes, Solar Crest. Throne's going down. Gabby can jump in.
He's going to try for the jump. Snowball comes out. They'll turn quickly, looking to burst him down the first. And in fact, he's out of mana. He's dead without a chance. He can't hit. They burn his mana, they burn his life, Ravage is out from mind control. They're all dying again on TNC as Liquid will push Armel back to the base, and GG is called. This game was over at least about 5 minutes ago. They tried for one last shot. It's the main stage, you've got to do it. But game one, without a doubt, goes the way of Liquid. And you can't help but feel as well that this one was a game where a lot of it really was on the draft. It worked out perfectly for Liquid. They knew the exact tempo to play with this lineup. They get the Kuroki Chen. They hit all their timings. And try as they might, TNC as well, a team that had a good start in the lanes. They were performing well in the first 10 or so minutes, but as the draft started to clash, they just didn't have it in their lineup to deal with this physical push and sustain that Liquid had.
It's the sustain, right? And that timing, like you were mentioning, such an important timing from Liquid. They did it pretty much perfectly. All of it came together. Double BKBs came together. They take a fight. And then with this Chen, with this high amount of healing, Kuroki having this 1-0-18, we see the damage numbers. TNC, they did a lot of damage, but a lot was negated.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. First game of the series. I mean, Fog, just a quick word from you. Going into game two, what are you watching out for the draft to change?
Probably the Chen is one you have to look out for a lot.
All right, so all about the Chen. But there we have it. First game goes the way of Liquid in this best of three, as we'll pass you back to Shiva and the panel.
Yes, thank you very much, ODPixel and Fogged. In that game, 32 minutes, and when you're playing against TNC, it's always a little scary because they're a team that makes these games go really long sometimes and then take it as well, as we saw in the group stages even. This time, though, Liquid able to close it out, Trent.
Timing. I mean, what was the big thing about TI9 for Liquid, right? It was all about very specific timing windows where it would be like the Aghanims on the Coddle or like that Necrophos gets the perfect item. We go, we take high ground, we win the game. Sort of a similar situation here, right? Where it almost looked like that VP game I was thinking of, right? Where you had Pasha on the Tidehunter kind of winning these engagements, but eventually the Alkit took over and they won. Sort of a similar thing with the Wraith King, kind of a somewhat similar playstyle there, but actually hitting the timing this time there from Liquid and taking the game.
Yeah, besides the Chen, Tidehunter, and Shadow Demon, they seem like... Tidehunter seems like one of the strongest heroes because you need to pick some kind of a counter for him. You need to have either a Disruptor, Enigma, something like a Chrono, something that he can't get out of. Otherwise, you have a guaranteed Ravage in a team fight, and if you're not playing around those timings, you're just going to get dismantled, especially in the Roche Pit fights. And we've seen that a couple of times. Also, Liquid managed to get Aegis twice. V has stole it once because they got the the last hit on it, also stacking multiple items with minus armor, Deso plus Solar Crest. Right now, in my opinion, Solar Crest is one of the best, if not the best item in the game right now.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree. Plus, I think that even though the laning phase was like a little bit hard, and TNC did a really good job in that, I just felt like eventually you're gonna have to 5-on-5, get into team fights, and you're not gonna burst this Tide down. You're not gonna burst this TA down. If they got the Aegis, I felt like your problem becomes like doubly so, because killing Miracle once is like okay, but you got to get through him twice. They had that one situation where like they actually got lucky where Tim's the double Starfall hit, and they were able to clear it like really quickly. But as soon as Liquid got the ball rolling, I mean Chen looks so good in games like this. He didn't have to do the weird thing with the creeps where it was just like he got all the little tomatoes or whatever, or potatoes. He was able to actually grab like useful creeps and just like march down lanes.
It was very dominant in the team fight, and the game was very even at the start, though, apart from maybe the mid lane where we struggle a little bit there, able to recover. But that Roche fight happened at some point, and at that point it was like, okay, you know what, Liquid, this is their time. They're going to try to make a run for it.
Yeah, TA is one of the best Aegis carriers in the game, and you're playing around the timings. The first Aegis, you want to build some advantage, even though the first Aegis was gone real quickly. The second one, this is where you want to end the game. You want to get to at least one set of Raxes because of the death, so you get one good team fight to clear it out very easily.
Yeah, amazing performance from them. We are going to head into the second game really soon, but first, we're going to check in with Slacks, who has a guest, a musical guest, I believe.
Shito? Ladies and gentlemen, we thought we'd hype this place up a little bit with a special musical guest coming in all the way from Japan. You know him, you love him, ladies and gentlemen, it's Mara!
Hello, everyone!
We're back, baby!
Baby! Big boy's brother!
Big boy brothers all day! Yeah! Mara, we gotta wake this crowd up. We might have one more game.
Yeah.
I need some rapping. Can you throw me a rap, Mara?
Okay.
I'll give you. I got the beat.
What's up, Twitch? What's up, TI9?
Well, I got a rap. Let me do the beatboxing.
Yeah.
You ready?
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Please, come on, please. Yeah. Big boys brothers. Yeah.
Yeah, Mara! We're back! Oh, it's so good to have you back. Hope you guys woke up a little bit. Mr. Mara, anything to say out there to all your fans in the West?
What's up?
What up, dude?
I'm Japanese Dota 2 player. 3K players.
Don't tell me you're 3K. He's very good. Don't listen to him. Follow Mara on Twitch. He's the man, Mara. Great to see you again. Have fun at TI, buddy. And back to you. Dota 2 up!
Dota 2 up!
Woo! You know, I actually started out with that rap thinking, you know what? This is not that bad.
What are you trying to play?
Well,
what are you trying to
Dota 2
play?
up! Dota 2 up! Do you want to give it a go? I mean,
like...
Dota 2 up!
Well, you know, right now you're doing it and your microphone can actually take it, but I heard some spikes there, and I am sorry to all you headphone users out there, because I'm sure there are some that are blown up, but always good to see Mara. What an amazing guy, great energy he has, and of course we remember him from TI8, where Slacks actually took a trip to Japan, and yeah, amazing. All right. Great musical guest. Definitely not what I was expecting.
Yeah, we will cover your medical bills for your ear damage after this.
No, we won't, because it probably will be way too high.
Way too many people?
Too many people. You tried, though.
Because so many people are loving this great series between TNC and Liquid. Am I right?
That is true. All right. I mean, the rap was, you know, to get us more hyped up, get us more energetic. And this series, this deserves also all this energy because it's a big series. We're having an elimination game, Liquid TNC. It's so scary right now being in the shoes of TNC as they are with their backs against the ropelets.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And the weird part is they crushed Liquid in the groups, right?
Yes, they did.
They actually made it so that Liquid had no chance to make it into the upper bracket. And now they're facing one game away from elimination. It's a scary position to be in.
I think it's probably kind of scary when you watch VP go out before you too.
Yes.
I don't know. I feel like that would impact me if I was TNC. Like I just saw these guys who I've been fighting against all year and are kind of, I'm sure, people they look up to and people they've probably looked for playstyle adjustments from, and they just got eliminated. And now you're sitting here versus Team Liquid, who of course is almost similar to VP in that same regard of like, oh my God, why are they down here? They're so good.
Or it's the other way around.
Oh.
If VP can bleed, Liquid can bleed. You know?
Optimus.
If VP can get knocked out like that,
well, for sure they can. I mean, even during the group stage, Liquid showed that they can bleed, and the TNC already took 2 games of them, so I'm pretty sure they can do it again. They just need to adjust their draft a little bit. Don't let Chen, if you have a Tidehunter, get some kind of a counter. I think Doom was also picked in only two of the games so far, so that's one of the good counters to a Tidehunter because he can't get Kraken out of that.
Get more team fight stuff. But that's what we want to see anyway, because these big team fights, that's what we know TNC for. They fight, and they have such precision when they fight, and it's so fun to watch. Not always fun for the fans, because definitely there's some heart rate spikes there, but definitely something that is super exciting, and I'm just hoping that they can get some team fight in there, because they kind of lacked that game too, Trent.
It's hard to fight the Tide though, man.
That's
it's like, you're talking about Doom, only picked like twice, and then I think it was Virtus Pro who tried the Brewmaster too. His first pick of the whole tournament, they were cycloning the Tidehunter, still wasn't enough. And then on top of that, maybe like Ursa also hasn't been picked. Monkey King,
Monkey King is more of an OG kind of a pick. If someone's going to pick it, it's going to be definitely OG. We don't see that hero too much, especially not on the safe lane.
Disruptor's playable, but I feel like a lot of the 5s are currently in the support, or I guess like the saving sort of a role, like the Shadow Demon really standing out to a lot of us in these drafts too. So it seems hard to work these like classic Tide counters in.
And if you give Tidehunter a good laning stage, he will deliver, because that hero actually becomes a core and deals a lot of damage. And those cores that the melee cores, especially that playing in the laning stage and in the mid game with the anchor smash, it reduces so much damage.
Let's talk a little bit about the players that we have soon again on the stage. AU, latest addition to TNC. If you don't count Heen, I mean, sure, the coach came later, but as a team, as a squad, AU has a, of course, remarkable story of being an analyst, and then, all right, well, you know, you can also play.
Oldest, one of the, I guess he's like the oldest member of TNC, because he played way back with Teehee.
He did.
On that old school roster back then. So he's like, he's out, he's in, back out, back in, sort of a deal all over the place. And I used to cast him all the time in all the open qualifiers. And so I would always like message him, be like, yo, can you add me as a friend so I can like watch your games and stuff? So I've been watching him now in before TI. The guy has just been playing Chen. Like every time I click his profile, it's just this guy is currently in a ranked game as Chen.
You just wanted to brag that you have him in the friend list.
It was a really long, weird story to come back.
Yeah, you know, wow, pro player and the friends guys got him. You don't have any of those, I bet. You know, pro player and coach of team. I bet you have no friends.
No.
Wow.
Oh.
Well, we don't have real life friends.
No, dude.
No.
Besides Dota.
Don't they count as real life friends? Come on.
Not really. Like, do you think I'm gonna be? You think I'm gonna hang out with Bulba after my Dota career's done?
All right, guys, let's welcome them back in. They're going to take the stage for game number 2. Team Liquid facing TNC. It should be one heck of a match here, as we already saw game 1. It felt like Liquid of old. It felt like Liquid were back. They're strong. We've seen them do it in the lower bracket before. We're slightly different roster. TNC, before the series started, we did mention them as a team which is often overrated or underrated, and nobody really knows what's happening. But you know what is happening? Casey sitting down with Liquid. Actually, that's not happening. That has happened, and we can watch it right now.
Kuro, GH, welcome. Thank you. So we mentioned TI9. We all made a huge story out of the narrative that of all the teams we had seen come back as TI champs, this felt like the first real chance of seeing a repeat winner 2 years in a row. Did you feel the pressure of that narrative, or did you use that to fuel you?
Apparently there was like some sort of pressure, but I don't think we let it really get to us. It's more like the TI itself is full of pressure, more than anything else.
And it's constantly changing. It's not the kind of game where you win TI, and now a year later, 2 years later, you know for sure you're still the best. Like, you have to really actively work at it because it's constantly
Dota is
evolving.
a kind of game, it's impossible to just stay on the top for a long time without like putting your soul into it. And even if you put your soul into it, doesn't matter. Like someone just overtakes you anyway.
And how is Kuro as a leader? How would you describe him as a leader when that kind of thing happens, trying to keep everybody focused on rolling with the punches?
I mean, it's easy for me to say because I know most of what happens behind the scenes usually. It's hard for the public to understand what Kuro's true job is. It's 90% outside the game that nobody actually sees. So I feel like his true role is not in-game related as much as outside the game, even though he offers an extreme amount of information.
He basically said I'm a shit player, but you know.
I didn't want to say it, but
yeah, how do you separate that? Because I know that you have to make decisions that are business related about friends and teammates. And you know, the most common time for teams to make changes sometimes is right after a TI. You made no roster changes, but then in June, you parted ways with Matumba Man. That had to have been really difficult because you've been playing together as the same players for so long. So I know that that wasn't a decision that you made lightly.
No, it was, I mean, I was basically depressed for like 4 weeks afterwards. It sounds silly because I made the decision, but at the end of the day, being captain, leader, and whatever of this team, I have so much responsibility. Like they're all trusting me after all to make the right decisions. So getting Weeha and replacing Matu with Weeha is not just like exchanging like a player for a better player. That's not what happened. It's more like Matu was like a victim of these events. Like I just needed to change something right now. That's how I felt.
And how was that as a player for you, GH?
I mean, we all felt some kind of complacency in the team. It felt like everyone was just okay with not being the best. We had some feelings of, okay, we didn't win this one, but we were trying our best to win the next one.
Yeah, and he's not talking about Matu. He's talking about the whole team.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So it felt the build-up was there, but we didn't know how to deal with it because all of us as players, we actually wanted to win, but we didn't know what was the missing factor, that spark that actually was going to lead us to win. Because no one was feeling this sense of urgency to actually try 120% better to win the game. So the situation was kind of weird because I have never experienced it before. And Kuro was, I mean, I can keep talking highly about Kuro, but he actually foresaw what was going to happen, and he made the best choice by actually changing something. Even though I love Matu and I love him as a person, as a player, but Kuro had stronger idea that something had to change, and I respect him so highly for that because it's not an easy decision. So I was really happy that he had the strength to do what was necessary in order for us to succeed, our team and Matu as an individual and someone else too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Casey.
Wow, some open-hearted conversations, some heavy topics there that Casey reached together with GH and Kuro. Blitz, I want to get your take on that because obviously you're very close to all of those players, and you witnessed all events as a friend of all of them. How was that for you?
That was weird. It's just like, you want to get mad at Liquid at first, because obviously Matu's upset, but he got over it pretty quickly.
Okay.
Like, actually, he told me his biggest regret about this event was like, they didn't go farther, because he wanted to meet Liquid in like the lower bracket, and like, recreate like the stair.
Yes.
You know, when No-Tail and Fly. He actually wanted to do that like for fun. He thought it'd be funny to like create some drama. But like he's really cool with them all. Like they hang out, they played a party queue game together while they were still at the tournament.
Yeah, after all, it's a business.
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, I've been there. Whether you need to choose whether you want to go in the business side or the friendship, and it's really hard. Sometimes the friendship breaks if they're not strong enough, right?
Now, the main question that was on a lot of fans' minds when that happened, though, and of course that is something that as a captain, again, every time it comes back to decisions and did you make the right one, Trent? We have seen them come second at 2 majors, and even with Matu with second, with Weeha second, and this tournament so far, they're not doing too hot. Was it the right decision?
Oh, I mean, we can't really answer that, I don't think, right? Because we never know what would happen. Maybe you can assume that if they inside and internally and emotionally felt like that could even be done, as well, someone's getting triggered. If they could even make that kick, then clearly it was the right decision, I think. Because if you've reached the point where it's even possible to pull someone off your team like that, then there must be some sort of a lack of trust or something happening there that things aren't connecting.
Tough decisions for sure. TNC has got some tough decisions to make as well. Banning Chen or hoping that you can take it. Felt like that was kind of what we took away from that game. Most of all, Tidehunter, of course, in there as well. It feels like the Chinese panel is having some fun with the crowd right now. So we can hear some feedback from that as well.
It's weird, they don't rap. I mean, I would think that was the cheering.
Yeah, they were happy about that.
Yeah.
And you were kind of stunned, Blitz, after the rap segment. I thought you took an arrow.
Oh, you
5
thought,
seconds.
No, it was something else. I hadn't heard anything like.
I mean, you're a hip hop aficionado.
Yeah.
From what I understand.
It was pretty top tier, if I'm going to be honest.
Would you compare him to any particular artists?
I'm not sure. That was pretty. Maybe Blueface or something like that. That was pretty unique.
I don't know who that is. But I'll take your word for it.
Top tier rapper. Let me just say.
What did you think of the beatboxing? That was the most. It started out great, but ended up being pretty jarring at the end.
I simultaneously like Slacks and dislike him more. Like both of them at the same time. It's like
first time I heard about beatboxing was when Roselle released couple of his songs, and this was way better. I don't know if you're into beatboxing. I've listened to it way before, but right now I still think this is one of the best segments we had.
Is Slacks the TNC both overrated and underrated? Is that what you're
like
digging at here?
I just, dude, the entire time she was asking, like, aren't they your friends? I was like, would I continue to be friends with Jake outside of Dota? It's like simultaneously, he's like one of the people I want to know the most after I'm done with Dota, and the least. It's like, how am I going to introduce him to like my family? It's like, hey, this is Jake. He's like, hi, guys.
Knocks over something in the living room, breaks a lamp.
Like, is my mom going to find that endearing?
Hey, I met your mom. I think she'll be fine with that.
Well,
I think she'll take it in stride.
Okay.
She seems like a woman to just take it in stride. It's like, okay, this is who he is, and we'll go with that.
I guess.
I mean, you know your mom better than I do.
Nah, she's kind. She'll like Jake for what he is. Why are you saying for what he is? But you're implying that he's
That's
not
what
normal?
I said. That was your words.
I'm just saying. I'm piggybacking off what you...
That's literally what you
What was that? Just
what?
Trying to put some words in her mouth over there. Noble effort here.
He's a
on
treasure.
The fun panel.
He is.
One of a kind. We have a lot of one of a kind people in our talent group, which I'm very happy with. One of a kinds, of course, also the players on the stage fighting for a chance to survive here at the International 2019. A lot of money on the line as well. Which, by the way, these two teams don't necessarily need. They're good. They're not playing for the money. They're playing for the
You don't
prestige.
need more money in your life.
At some point, a lot of money is a lot of money.
Yes. But I know, like, for example, Liquid, everyone knows their financial situation, right? Like, they want a TI. They're good. They don't need anything.
TNC
guys,
won WSG twice.
Yeah, they're all good. At this point, you just play for the pride. And the fact that TI is such a cool, unique opportunity to prove that unequivocally you are the best. Like, there are very few things or opportunities in life where, like, you can say that you're good at something, but it's really hard to prove that you're the best. TI is that opportunity. Screw the money. Like, at that point, it's great, and it's a great headline, but at this point, like, players like Kuroki, they're just playing for legacy.
Yeah, that's why some of these teams who already earned a lot of money throughout all these years of Dota, they are not under the pressure. There's new coming teams who are probably thinking sometimes in the booth, oh, I've just lost a lot of money, and you can see it on their faces.
All right, guys. It's going to be an exciting match. I want to know from you guys. I don't want to know anything from you guys, actually. I want to know more of the guys that will handle the draft. So let's head over to that right about now.
TNC Predator versus Team Liquid. Game 2.
It's about time I get the respect that I deserve. I know things. I know, Febby, you know things, and Kyle, Febby, I got a lot of questions for you on this next panel. We just saw a turnaround. We saw TNC basically 2-0 Liquid in the group stage. We thought that they had their number. We saw the draft. We heavily favored TNC, and somehow Liquid ended up getting a victory anyway. What the hell happened?
I underrated the troll pick, honestly. I think the troll pick, I thought at first glance, I thought it was going to be too greedy with TA. I thought he needed to be like a lighter hero, but he itemized to be that like early tempo hero, so Wraith King couldn't have the room to breathe. Because Wraith Kings are a carry that can usually fight early, but not against mana burn heroes. And Troll, he got Diffuser, so he became that mana burn hero. So we saw the game just blowing out of proportion before Wraith King getting that level 20.
I think that TNC was caught off guard by the sheer amount of physical damage that Liquid's lineup could pull off. You had the Solar Crest Tide, you have Gush, I believe you're talented for it, Troll and TA with the Deso, like it's just
the
so much damage.
Spare too.
Yeah, that, perfect. And you also have Chen, of course, giving a little bit of plus damage as well with the Aura. It's just, it's so much that once you get ahead, like once they won that one fight and took the mid-racks, it's really difficult for Liquid to lose, especially when they have the team fight of a Tide Hunter to rely upon. And we saw the Ravages usually, they're hitting 2-3 heroes per fight easily.
Yeah, so I think I was talking about how TNC prioritizes the Earthshaker, Sand King, and the Bat Rider, and I think Tide is good against all these 3 heroes.
Yeah.
So,
well, what if you just straight up pick the Tide, huh? How about
I think that's what they were thinking too. Yeah.
Take a page right out of the book, and they're gonna first pick Tide. Ended up banning out. Man, they keep respect banning the Weepo. Meepo still getting first phase ban, and the Beastmaster again, like you had mentioned.
Yeah, and I think if you compare these team strengths, I feel like TNC has always been just the kings of the skirmishing. They love their guerrilla style warfare. They're oftentimes like they'll make moves in separate areas of the map at once.
And what is the Korean team that we always used to reference that would have that sort of play style?
Yeah. I guess they learned a thing or two from us.
MVP Phoenix, the original man. The Spirit Breaker days of MVP Phoenix, the Caveman Dota days, and TNC Predator, I feel, are still carrying the torch a little bit.
Yeah. Meanwhile, though, Liquid is more about that just controlled, disciplined Dota, and like they kind of just wear you down. If you're in a scenario where you don't have the ability to 5-on-5 them, it's near impossible to take them down because they're just not going to give you fights that they're behind in. And okay, yeah, for a moment there, I thought I heard Miranda like, wait, did Liquid just go SD Miranda inside? That would be good, but of course, that is going to be TNC's hero, most likely the 4 position again, we can assume. I really like the SD Lesh, however, especially against Tide.
Yeah, Lesh is just amazing against Tide. I'm a bit surprised on the Mirana pickup because I was talking to some position 4 players that played Mirana, and they said that this hero needs setup. Like, sure, he can go Atos, but this hero is like, his main strength is the early mid game. That long distance arrow, that like insane amount of damage input, but without a proper setup, it can't land his arrows. There's SD disruption to like counter gank the whatever TNC's aggressions are. And right now, TNC seems like they're gonna have trouble hitting their arrows because they have no stun.
Yeah. That being said, it used to be very common for Mirana +1s to be roaming around constantly together. Like in the Bane Mirana days, it would always be those 2 heroes going and taking a tour from lane to lane. Whereas these days, it seems like Mirana is more content that if my mid laner has a stun, or if one of my side lanes has a stun, then that's all you really need. So she really only needs 1 lane with 1 stun to be at least somewhat effective as a 4 position.
That is true, but I think more the merrier. Like
yes.
There's more play options, there are more kill options. Dota it becomes really hard if you can't farm out maps properly, and if there's a lot of kill threats from the other team, like a lot of like different variables, then it becomes that much more difficult.
I agree. It's these 2 teams are flying through the second, well, really this entire draft. This is the first time we've seen reserve time touched, and kind of expected if you consider Kuro and Heen. If there's 2 players that know how the other think, or 2 drafters rather, it's got to be these guys, as they work together for the better part of 2 years.
Still plenty out that second phase ban. Sven ended up being banned out by Liquid, and TNC Predator respect banning that Templar assassin that we pretty much wrecked shop on in the game 1.
Yeah. It's a long time, but this is arguably the most critical part of the draft from the second pick position, the turn, as we like to call it, because you just ban into immediate pick. And I think this is also, this was a change. Wasn't it just after last TI that this swapped?
I feel like it had been longer than that.
It might have been. I don't know. You lose track, but it, I think, pushed second pick into the better position to draft from, because you get this selection, and then you also get last pick out of the phase, of course. They go Rubik, one of your prototypical Tide counters. Does mean their support duo, really their whole draft is very squishy at the moment. Liquid could be exploited by a number of heroes. Like anything with like high reach, you just get on top of the Lesh, on top of the Rubik. There's not really much you can do anymore.
Yeah, I agree. SD, Lesh, Rubik, both these trio of heroes, they're very squishy. So Liquid has to pick some frontliners on the next two heroes.
Yeah. You think of like a hero. I mean, it's not ideal for the game necessarily, but something like Ember, PA. You know, anything that can just get on top of Liquid, because you then have a setup stun if it's something like an Ember Spirit, and in addition you have Tide. So whenever you have this huge team fighter that's immobile, I like to see it combined with non-Blink Dagger required initiators, so that you have some ability to create chaos and just let the fight develop, so that you don't need to Ravage to initiate.
That's why I really like this Rubik pick, because normally what I would have thought to fill that gap that you're asking for, why not a Tim's Earthshaker, right? Get an Aghanim Scepter on him, something like that. You don't need a Blink Dagger Initiator or anything like that, but Rubik famously so good at dealing with Earthshaker just because Stealing Fissure is one of the best spells in the game.
I'm surprised that Liquid have not addressed the Bat Rider with their second phase bans if they were going to go for this route. And Oracle immediately picked up by TNC Predator. This is something we've seen them use in the past. They're not afraid to take heroes like Huskar. Really, there's the plethora of options they could choose to just abuse this sustain combo. And now you have what will most likely be some super tanky hyper carry combined with the Tide Hunter. The team fight's going to be really difficult for Liquid to deal with.
I mean, TNC have had a tendency to go for Bristleback. That strikes
I love that. That's perfect, right? You just run straight for these squishy backliners. And what does Liquid's draft do right now against a Bristle?
I don't know. I think SD is pretty good against Bristle. I'm sorry to disagree, Kyle, but that's what I think. And I think.
How dare you, Febby? We're all supposed to be friends here.
I'm sorry. He's a bit outdated. You know, like I almost made it to. Yeah, he hasn't been on the qualifiers. Yada yada yada. But I think they're gonna be picking Juggernaut or PA instead of a Bristleback, because SD just owns Bristleback. His second spell takes away half of his HP.
True.
He's got like
Yeah, but you just purge that off, and then he heals back 20% immediately.
Yeah. So specifically with an
synergy.
Oracle, yeah. So an Oracle kind of complicates that.
Febby, didn't we play against each other all the time back in the day? What was our record against Immortals?
All right, that's true.
Kyle, I remember your Shadow Demon also. I famously remember one Shadow Demon game of yours at a TI qual where you just refused to Shadow Poison in Disruption and people kept blinking out of the Disruption. Infuriating.
I don't remember that. Must have blocked it out.
Underlord picked up by Liquid.
Ooh. Damage reduction stacking strat.
This
all right.
is true.
You got the Fade Bolt, you got the Underlord Aura. Still, I think the Dream Bristle game. There is max HP damage from the Wave of Terror, but there's just I just don't see any like real damage to kill a Bristleback right now. And sure, you got the last pick, but I just think it's the perfect pick here. Maybe an Ursa, maybe a Huskar, some sort of beefy hero that just goes in.
Well, do you like that direction, Febby, or would you like more of the assassin direction that we've been seeing? We've seen a lot of these Phantom Assassin getting Aghanim Scepter or something like that. You don't necessarily need to stick around a long time, you just need to kill him really fast. But they're going to go for a Death Prophet, a hero that does like staying alive for a very long time.
Yeah, with the DP, I especially kind of agree with you, because DP Tide, they're just too fatties. I think right now from TNC, they need something
quick and dirty.
Assassins. Okay. Yeah, something like PA, Anti-Mage, like those type of assassin heroes.
I think they need a stun, guys. You're completely all in on your support duo right now to provide lockdown. And I'm always a bit concerned when I look at a draft and I see 3 cores that don't want to impact the other lanes in the early game. And sure, DP can rotate, pop ultimate, take towers, but you don't have this playmaking hero. So if Liquid get ahead early on and their supports have an advantage, all of a sudden it's just naked arrows flying out here and there. If they don't land, there's no kills happening on the map, and it's then difficult for TNC to capitalize on the teamfight edge, because you need the kill to then secure you the opportunity to push for an objective. You don't want to just be sitting 3 of 3 and just like blowing your spells and walking out of town.
I think TNC wants to pick something like Void or Jug to
got banned. Liquid's one step ahead, unfortunately.
Okay, I didn't see that, but
the Jug is a good idea though.
To complement their like 5-man, I think it's either that or they just want to go late game with Anti-Mage or PA, but they don't see enough information to pick those kind of assassin heroes. So
can at least one of you justify this Underlord pick for me? Because to me, that seems like it's coming a little bit out of left field. You had initially mentioned the damage over time from Firestorm being highly effective against, I guess the Tidehunter is one specific hero, but is it really enough to pick an Underlord just for that situation?
I think it kind of fits the category of heroes that Liquid needed. If you look at the first three heroes, they needed a frontline of a beefy fatty hero slash a team fight item getter and a team fight hero.
The aura whores, as I like to call them.
Oh yeah, I guess I like that term. So I think that's the type of hero they.
TNC's lineups also the first three were very low damage. In fact, they still have relatively low damage output, especially the DP ultimate is on cooldown. Liquid have, I mean, well, depending on what they last pick, but just because of the Lesh and the Underlord, like there's so much, they just spam spells, and you're going to be able to out DPS the TNC draft. Still think Ember's a possibility here for TNC? Their tower pushes hand.
But I've heard Underlord was really great against. Berserk, Kyle.
Woohoo! Don't give Kyle credit for that.
You were waiting. I saw your note.
Wow,
that was me.
So they're a bit.
Kyle, why is this hero good? Please tell me.
We already went into it. We're good. And it's handled. If they weren't paying attention the first time, we don't get it. There's no repeats here. It's TI. You should be a fan. Last pick for Liquid, though. This is where things can get dicey because you need tower damage right now. You need something that does raw physical damage output. We've got to assume it's a Miracle hero with the Leshrac for Wii. And
I think they can anti-mage for Liquid, and they can just hold on.
Yeah,
for leaking.
I like a hyper carry. I think that sounds good.
Whoa, fat! Guys, we were both right.
Woo!
Don't high five each other until the camera comes back. Then we can get super hype. I don't even know if it will come back, but you called the anti-mage. You think that Liquid Miracle anti-mage, he's going to be able to 1v5, or what's the situation?
I mean, it has to be a 1v. I mean, Liquid, the other remaining 4 heroes have to play very well in order for anti-mage to come online, and I truly believe that SD is really good against the BB. So I think and we're gonna see that like at least once in the game.
I think it can go either way here, but it is a throwback to like that old vintage Liquid style where you have Miracle. It's a 1-4. It's gonna be 4 heroes running around the map trying to make things happen, and Miracle at some point is gonna be slotted enough to get a triple kill in some team fight, hopefully take the game. TNC, of course, want to prevent that. They got to take towers early and find big team fights before AM's online.
Well, let's see what the TNC draft justification is as we send it over to Casey, who's speaking to Heen.
Thank you. Yeah, Heen, I'm curious how it feels when you're drafting against your former team. Does it make it easier or harder?
I think there's a little bit of both because Liquid, since this tournament's begun, they've started transforming. I think this series there aren't really any surprises.
What lessons did you take from the first game as you entered your second draft? I know you can't get into specifics. You don't want to give away your strategy, but
I think we chilled too much in the game, and the lineup they used in that first game was something very similar to another one we used in Super Major, just like Chen, Tusk, TA, Snowball. I don't know if there's anything I can do with the information that I know about Liquid. It's just more about us. This tournament's about us and us playing the lineups and the heroes that we feel confident in. Of course, we need to counterpick at times, but I think what it comes down to is playing well and having faith in what we're trying to build. And
staying focused and playing your own game. Heen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Casey. Yes, game 2 of TNC versus Liquid. We heard what the draft panel had said, and both Febby and Carl make some really good points. Some good calls. Indeed, the last 2 picks being the Bristleback and the Anti-Mage for TNC and Liquid, respectively. Kind of want to get your insight. The main sort of discussion topic was Bristleback. Can you play it in a game where there's a Shadow Demon?
So I think Shadow Demon, I totally agree with Fabby. I think Shadow Demon is an incredibly good hero versus Bristleback, but I have to, unfortunately, give Kyle a little bit of credit because there is the Oracle. That Fortune's End can be one of those things to always be able to dispel that Soul Catcher, and you can itemize for it as well. So we will probably see Gabby at some point in this game go for something like a Lotus Orb to make sure, something like that to make sure that he can always be sure to dispel that one off. But it's not always you're going to have the situation where you have Fortune's End up or you're in the right position to go for that Gabby. So that's where it can go a little bit of both ways. But yeah, Soul Catcher, Very good ability versus Bristle. We have some other fun interactions, of course, too, with this Oracle versus Shadow Demon. There's some mixed between some teams, how Shadow Demon, if you Demonic Purge the target that does get False Promised, that target can't get healed by, you can't get healed by Urn, Healing Salve, your Fate's Edict constantly gets purged as it constantly keeps applying that Dispel, so we could see that come into play as well.
And what do you think about this last pick? The anti-mage coming in, not necessarily a carry that sort of brings us a free win or a necessarily safe carry, but in the right circumstances, it could be pretty darn hard to deal with. Is this going to be a game where you can see Lyrical popping off and getting that good Battle Fury timing?
I could, as long as they don't get run over. I think that's the one thing that TNC's draft can really start to take advantage is just steamrolling, getting towers pushed, Gabby just parking himself, running at lanes, with the Death Prophet pushing towers constantly. Even Bristleback hits towers pretty hard. Once you get your Warpath stacks, you really do start to chunk those down. So it can be a little bit difficult, but I could see it possible. Anti-Mage somehow at TI always starts to come back, right? People are like, dead hero, Battle Fury's crap, not a good item, blah, blah, blah. Somehow this hero slowly trickles back every single one of these internationals.
And one of those heroes as well that we've seen trickle into this game, but not into a lot, is that Underlord. You know, mind control, getting the Underlord in this match. I feel this hero is a little underpicked. There's some aspects of this hero that seem incredibly strong, especially that aura, right? And there's that bit of bonus as well. This hero turns into a bit of a right clicker down the line.
He definitely does. And I mean, we saw, I remember we had one at the tournament. We had a mid Underlord, didn't we? And that just dominated the game, just took over. I think destroyed like a Templar assassin in the matchup. So I'm also surprised not to see this hero picked a little bit more too, especially with like Monkey Kings and Ursas being very, very scarcely picked. But we're gonna get to see it. And now they have another thing too. They have maybe that percent damage amp onto the Bristleback as well that they do have from that Underlord. So could be fun to watch. Good to see if Liquid's able to actually rally around that one.
See how some of the lane matchups are going so far. That mid lane, Armo getting the slight lead off the first few waves. Bottom lane, Kuro's going to go for the self-disruption, but TNC, they've got the 3 heroes ready to finish him as he comes back out of his bubble. First blood for TNC off the back of this aggressive tri-lane.
And they're getting themselves a very good matchup up top, this Bristleback versus the Underlord. Underlord's just getting pushed completely back by Gabby for now.
Yeah, mind control just about a quill spray away from dying that.
Yep.
It's got to be very, very careful as Gabby will head over, pick up the bottle from the side shop.
I like that actually a lot. You know, Bristle, he's making sure to spam so much that you can pick up this bottle and it's just fine in this type of 1v1 matchup. You're able to out-sustain very nicely as Weehawk. They're committing forward here.
And they're going to look for the dive. They've got the hold from Ayu. Crypt Swarm burst and a right click. Is it enough? He's diving for this Ayu. He's going to find him. Can he get him off the Fade Bolt? Reducing Ayu's right click. Doesn't matter. He gets the second one in and will still find the kill. GH will look to chase. See if he can get his way out of this. He's got a little bit of a heal going. Again, another brute holding back GH. He's certainly making him work for it.
Nice little play. GH does have boots and a lift, so it should inevitably be an easy kill here.
Let's pop it in the south. That is a south cancelled. It still continues to keep Ayu alive. Weehawk will come in though, and that will be a dead Oracle and also a dead healing cell. So a little bit of lost gold there for Ayu.
Weehawk gets the last hit though. That's the nice thing. But we see these lanes very dominant right now already from TNC, the way they have it set up. Anti-Mage is still farming though, which is the most important thing for Liquid. But yeah, these other 3, Gabby just really taking advantage of this top matchup versus Mind Control.
That's Bristle.
Bristle.
Suddenly going to be able to start running down heroes very soon and even diving that top lane if Mind Control's not too careful.
Especially with Ayu up here right now, right? With a Fortune's End, a couple goos, Mind Control definitely could get chased out. He has to be careful of his positioning on this Underlord.
Bottom lane Liquid just trying to keep the mana low on Cuckoo so the harass cannot be there against Lyrical.
Yeah, keep a tri-lane. I think this is what you tend to see when there's an anti-mage in the game. As what we were saying, top lane.
Gonna have a bit of a shot here. He can TP. But yeah, no hesitation there from Mind Control. Instantly knows he has to get himself out of that situation.
So other thing we panel talked about a little bit, but the limited disable on TNC, right? That's why you can see why Liquid, not only just because there's a high intelligence hero like that Death Prophet on the side of TNC, but just look at the stuns coming out for TNC. It is going to be pretty limited unless they go for something like an Atos, which they probably will on either the support Mirana or somebody else. They also at least have silence as well for Armel, but their catch could be a little bit difficult in that mid game if they allow Miracle to actually get away with the game and get some farm going. But right now, it's looking really solid for them. This is exactly what TNC wants to do. Like Keen said in their in that interview too, they were a little bit too calm in that last game. I think this game they're really going to turn up the heat.
Certainly these first 5 minutes just is being cranked up. See if they can get themselves a hold of the 5-minute runes. See how they're going to get split up as both teams are going to try and prepare. TNC is looking a little more prepared, especially on top. They'll grab those two with the setup. See a swing round from the Rubik, looking towards bottom, but in fact, a little too slow for them. It's TNC, then we have to pick up the 3. Still that one on their own half of the map, which won't be looked towards by Liquid, so eventually they'll probably get all 4. Bottom lane, jump forward for Tims with the Starstorm. Kuro's got the stick charges that will save him. Miracle's hunting in the trees for Cuckoo. Cuckoo with the Jukes, trying to get himself out of there. Pots the stick charges, but they're only going to end up giving more mana for Miracle to burn. And Miracle doesn't even need to get the last hit in there. GH and Kuro beat down on Cuckoo and get him out of the lane.
They're trying so hard to just secure Miracle's lane. He's even picked up like a Wraith Band early on so he can have better lane positioning for that anti-mage too. His top. You see these goos start to build up, but they don't want to dive into the tower under that Firestorm. Level 3 Firestorm now already. And my controls are covered. I mean, he was having a he still is having a tough matchup, but he's still 25-3. It's pretty decent for the Underlord in that matchup. There's still a bounty rune bottom. I think Tim's actually walked by it. I don't think he bought his bottle from the secret shop too. And
he should have.
I mean,
yeah,
he had a full bottle, so maybe he didn't want to just. But it's just gonna be chilling there, so he'll be able to fill it back up when he gets back up.
I guess it's unlikely that Liquid's gonna randomly go and scout that position. Mid lane is gonna be where Liquid look towards. They need to help We Are out. He's suffering heavily in this matchup. With the 3 of them in the neighborhood, they'll look for Armel. Armel's still alive, tries to turn with the Siphon, but they will have the burst damage to bring him down. Tim's not there, or AU quite in time to help out Armel. A very important kill. You look at that CS in the mid lane, it was 35-16 against 24 for 4. Armel having a sizable advantage, with that kill opening up for some very early pressure onto TNC's tier 1 mid.
There's no glyph. That's at that tower. They want to commit forward for it, but he is starting to drop low, and they will TP a couple more heroes forward.
They threaten a TP from Gabby to hold off, but as you say, a lot of damage done very early on in mid.
Tims will get his bottle refilled by Armel TPing in, so he's going to be able to keep moving. Oh, they actually did not refill the bottle. Whoops. Armel did not have an inventory slot there for Tims. Tims might have to back away and try to find that bounty rune if he doesn't know it's there.
Because it's still there.
It's still there.
Tims,
check it out.
Come on. There's money to be made. I'm sure he'll see on the way back towards bottom.
Yep, and now another rotation bottom. Weehaw this time with the SD. Easy setup, an easy kill onto Cuckoo.
No trouble killing a Tide when Leshrak's in town.
SD Lesh. Reason we are seeing it across the majority of the games. Easy to set up kills constantly. Kuroki even putting extra points in the Soul Catcher.
A bounty rune.
He's gonna
Still
get
there.
it. He's gonna get it.
Come on, Tims.
Tims?
He's not. There we go. Finally. Oh, this is still it.
He shrined as well, too. He shrined and then he gets it.
Oh, Gabby. We'll get the kill on mind control. Always going to be one of those lanes where you have to watch out for that. This mind control Underlord very vulnerable to the armor reduction and chase of the Bristleback in lanes.
And just the sheer right-click damage, right? That's what we're talking about with the Warpath. You get that 15% faster and those 22 damage per stack. So plus 124 on Gabby when he was diving there.
Yeah, Miracle starting to get the basics into his inventory. Ring of Hell stun, so pressure will be kind of harder to put onto Miracle if it's just the Tide alone already. We've seen Miracle do a good job of getting the CS. It's been slowed down a little bit by Cuckoo's presence. Tim's also hovering around in the area, but Miracle, he's hitting the levels.
Yeah.
And he's hitting a good enough timing with those early items.
It's not on Gabby's level, of course, because Gabby's had to, he's been like, stacking constantly. He had this super good matchup versus the Underlord, but still not too bad for Miracle. This is where TNC, though, this is still great positioning for them. Like we said, they have to keep this map and keep this game very aggressive.
On the hunt here for Tims. Scan out from Liquid will confirm that Tims is still around as Tims
starts his TP.
And he's going to hide in the trees. Corrupt.
A little bit of a stare down.
He's not going to look for him. So Tims will be hiding. I guess they almost certainly saw his TP start. He's going to jump out.
He's got one more leap. They're still stalking him.
That's the setup. See if, no, Weehar's already left. So it's just the two of them playing around with Tims. They'll slowly kill him.
They're going to find him.
They know he's in there.
Oh.
I mean, surely they know he's in there. They saw him leap this way.
Well, let's look in the mid lane. Well,
it's a lot of time wasted. Yeah, back to hitting the creeps, Miracle. Mid lane tower does finally get pushed down by Weehar. And Tims will live.
That's some space right there for sure.
Yeah.
And now he can still position him for some arrows too. Position himself, but his leap is now back online too. So he can actually start doing something and have an impact on the map as well.
Oh, he's looking for an arrow, but that's a creep wave coming in.
he'll take it. 37 gold.
Hey, it's, you know, it's accidental steal of the CS from Cuckoo. Like, oh, was that me? Sorry. Sorry, Cuckoo.
Support Miranas, right? They're like, yeah, I didn't mean to.
I didn't mean to hit the
I
screen.
didn't mean to, I swear.
I didn't mean to take that CS.
Oops, took another range creep.
No, just trying to hit the carry.
Kuroki setting up deep vision. This is the protection ward. This ward that Kuroki sets up here is the one where it's like they're gonna set up for smokes or moonlight shadows from behind the tier 2 to try to kill Miracle, and this is where we'll try to spot it out. And it's an unexpected ward this early on, so it's a nice one that he is able to put down that TNC is not gonna be aware of at all.
I'm not saying that again. That's all 4 bounty wins going TNC's way once more.
Yeah.
They're making a lot of money from these bounties. Keeping themselves with this 2k gold lead, TNC.
It really is up to Weehaw to be the one to just like run around with his team to look to set up for those bounty wins, because Underlord and Anti-Mage, these heroes, they're not online. They're going to take such a long time to be able to really do any kind of impact in that fashion. As Mind Control, he's got his like phase boots and stuff finished up, but it's going to be tough for him to really make moves around the map, as that's not really what an Underlord does. He kind of just parks himself in front of a lane until he has more points in that pit.
Yeah, Miracle having to be a little bit careful on that bottom lane as the ghost push comes in from Armel, Kuro.
They're pushing two lanes at the same time right now with this siege creep.
This is the speed and pace that he wanted to see.
Yep.
Like it's coming out from them this time, TNC.
Yeah, they're playing versus an anti-mage draft. All you want to do is just keep the fight, close the map, restrict the map, and keep the aggression going. But Weehaw, he's also doing something sneaky. Look at that mid lane. He actually gets a full edict inside the tree line there. Chunks the tower down 1,200 health. So they're getting a little bit of a trade, at least for themselves. But TNC pressuring 2 lanes, like we were saying.
Won't quite find the tier 1 bottom, but they do get the tier 1 top. Gabby's farm continue to skyrocket ahead of any other core on the map right now.
And we see the item that's immediately queued up by him. Hood into first item Lotus Orb. He knows he needs to just address the Soul Catcher. Also very good for his teammates too. But mainly for himself as he switches first now. He will buy the Medallion. I think the Medallion also has its great merits. You can just look to pressure and close the map up and then go to Roche. Gives you that Roche always as well with the goo.
They'll finish that tower down bottom. And you know, as soon as Gabby took the tier 1 top, he moves himself to the bottom lane. He says, you know, we can start being really aggressive with this power that he's built up. He's level 11. He knows there's not really much that Liquid can do to touch him right now.
It's going to be a lot of dodging around the map from Liquid for quite a while in this game.
I'll try to set up on mid. Kuro. He's going to be able to find it. We are. Stun timing's hit with ease. Tim's is found. GH wants to actually finish off that kill. Kuro up to the high ground. He's going to spot out Cuckoo. And this is not a fight that Liquid want to try and take, especially with Gabby around. Demonic Purge from Kuroki will come out to hold the Bristleback back. Make sure that Kuro has the space to escape.
This is the trio, like we said, Liquid. They're gonna run around as 3, look to make kills. The other 2, they're just gonna, look, Mind Control is pretty much just gonna be pushing out lanes for the majority of this one. And Miracle's just trying to try to soak the space to get this battlefield at decent timing. So TNC, they gotta keep this pressure going. They have to keep looking to make these moves onto the side of Liquid. And they will. They do not want to slow down at all in this game.
The next target's almost certainly gonna be the middle. Getting ready to push round Gabby once more, level 12. Gabby continues to farm up those stacks. Those jungle camps to keep himself so far ahead. Same importance to be noted the way of Armel. Looking at that exorcism. He's got it ready to push with once more. Gabby is by his side.
Has anyone actually queued up the Atos? It looks like just Yules is going to be the choice here for both Tims as well as Armel. So no Atos to go for that like extra catch. Of course, it's pretty easy. Just click Counterspell for an anti-mage, but going to be a little bit limited on their disables, but they still will have those silences if they can find the AM in the side.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's very true, yeah. Rod against AM is... I feel like it's good against bad AMs, right? Yeah. Against good AMs, the chance that projectile's hitting him with that and pressing E is pretty slim. Unless you're able to sort of get it through a tree line or get it from out of the AM's vision. Yules being that instant setup could certainly be what allows the DP to get on top of him with the silence.
Yeah, or just the arrow connecting in, or yeah.
A lot of ways to time it. TNC's very, very strong with the execution, as we've seen many times. So inside the jungle, Gabby starting to poke. Liquid's going to have a little bit of a look towards him. Moonlight Shadow will be used to try and get him out, but the sentry's down. They've got the vision. He's going to head over, provide some of the backup that's going to allow him to turn. In fact, with Kuko as well, Mind Control's in trouble. They're straight on top of the Underlord. Armel kept just alive in time by that false promise as he falls so low. But AU there, able to save kind of both of his cores. giving the backup required for Gabby to go in, as well as allowing Armel to pop off on the high ground. Excellent Oracle play.
35 HP. He was one hit from dying there.
He had both of them. He had his eyes everywhere. He was making sure that nobody gets ignored on his team.
Well, he's a platinum tier Oracle, right? He's got level like 20 Oracle.
He's saving everyone.
This guy plays his Oracle. And yeah, perfectly set up there to get that defense, and now they'll transition into another tower, and we're going to see map being constricted. That's the style that TNC wants to play in this game. Keep running at Liquid as we see. They do not have damage for that Bristleback. Even when they had him isolated for quite a few seconds with that Soul Catcher, he still was able to be just fine.
See what we are. See if he's got the damage to kill Tims in time. The jump out, we'll say no that he doesn't, and Tims tries to turn, does miss the arrow. Might not matter, and certainly doesn't if Kuku's willing to expend the Ravage like that. Pops it down straight away, and Weeha is taken down for his attempts. Hello, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the stream. We love you. Back to the game, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Great setup there. I think using Ravage in this type of game, with the slow pace that it is, just kill a core, right? Just Ravage a core. It's going to be worth it most of the time. Miracle is starting to get close to that Battle Fury, about 740 gold away from it. So they haven't been able to find him, at least. That's the good thing. The silver lining there for Liquid, but look at the rest. 6k gold advantage. All of TNC looking really, really comfortable with the game, how it's been going so far, and they're going to keep putting the pressure on. Even without Ravage, they will look to keep running at the side of Liquid as they... Exorcism's about to be up in about 30 seconds. Smoke's already being prepped.
Let's see what they can do. This is a excellent timing, really, across the board from TNC. I don't think they could have hoped for a better start to this.
Yeah, it looks...
They're doing everything they needed to. They're making all the moves that are required. It's sort of on Liquid now to slow this all down. They're finding the catch inside of the jungle. Liquid looking towards Tims. They missed the combo, though, and Tims is able to jump away a couple of times. Moonlight Shadow's out. He's going to try and do his best to keep him safe, as he's out of vision, he's out of sight. Tims is out of the way. AU will get left behind for his attempt there to save Tims, but Tims will be eternally grateful. Great play there, but he purging off the dust, making sure he could get out with that invis.
That was really interesting too. He got the leap like mid-Underlord animation. He was actually rooted after the leap.
That can happen.
That was actually pretty cool.
A similar sort of mechanic, right, as the Sand King Burrow strike.
Yeah.
Once you've got that movement going, you're still in the area, so you can still be caught out by stuns and such, but your body will be propelled to safety.
Yep. That keeps him alive, and they're going to keep looking to constrict that map. You see that Lotus Orb, that big item that Gabby wants in this game, is now picked up. So Soul Catcher, not going to be as much of an issue for himself, at least. And it looks like ultis are pretty much at the ready. You can see they're waiting for at least that Death Prophet ulti to come back online before they put too much pressure. And we see Liquid. If you look at their wards in the map, that's how they want to play. They're just like, all right, we're not, like, don't, Chris, the river is not... Don't cross the river. Miracle, you can blink past the river and maybe farm the jungle, but for the time being, crossing the river is a bit of a fearsome one. Weeha wants to poke here. He may be trying to get some damage here on this bottom tower. And it looks like TNC, they're just going to force the Rosh instead of looking for another tower. Tier 2s are too far.
There's no... I think even if Liquid know that this is going on,
they cannot fight this.
They're not going over here anytime soon.
No,
this is
pretty crazy of them to try to take this fight versus TNC.
This is a free Rosh, free Aegis for TNC without a doubt.
Weeha's taking good advantage of this, though. They've identified they're doing Rosh. He's trying to get as much structural damage as possible. They're going to glyph the wave, though, ensuring that he cannot actually push much further.
And they poke up for a little bit of action, seeing if they can find GH Gabby. Oh, he's going to be able to get the snot on him.
But the leaps
will allow GH to prance himself to safety.
TNC not even... Okay, they don't have wards, that's why. I was like, they're not actually putting any deep vision down to watch where the anti-mage is jungling right now. They've actually only placed river wards as well, but we see from this control that they've been able to have 6-6, but they've been very well at moving around the map.
All right, timing set up there, perfect for Tims, but the disruption comes out from Kuro. Keep Weeha safe, and maybe even allow for a bit of a turnaround as AU. He's had a fantastic game so far, but getting caught massively out of position there on the front lines and between the members of Liquid. That's going to be a dead Oracle for 20 seconds.
And Mind Control, again, as we say, they try to take any types of opportunities where they can cross past that river and force the waves as far as possible from their base. So TNC has a harder time to make the move.
Arrow on arrow action here. GH is going to be the one that connects.
And look how long it lasts. Armel is now unstunned.
That's a long, long time. That wasn't even the max stun, right?
It was not.
Got to watch out for those Rubik arrows buffed up by the old arcane supremacy.
Yeah, you know, just a nice 9-second arrow or something could come out.
Is that the maths?
No, it's less than that. But
Do the maths. It's less than that.
It's like 7.5.
36% of 5 on top of 5.
It's like 7.
7. Yeah, what's it? 7.
We'll round up.
Just to simplify it for the viewers, you know.
Miracle, he's spotted. They're actually hunting for him this time here. They have both heroes with the Yule Scepters possessed around him.
Oh, mid lane, what's going on? Nope. So a bit of a cancel the TP there, I believe. Like Gabby. See if we can find this up top. They're trying, but Miracle, he's over to the camp. They do ping it. They know that he's gone for the greed.
They get the
he's jumped up it. It's a little far away. Can they get on top of him? An arrow does fly through.
I think that was
actually GH's anyway, so was just being flown through defensively in case anyone was trying to get on top of Miracle. But hey, they achieved what they wanted. Push him away, push onto the tower. Same time though, Liquid, they're getting objectives themselves. So you've got to watch out. Be aware of this. Lesh is pushing powers. We are takes that tier 2 with the help of mind control. They're actually pushing up towards the base on the bottom lane. So for as fast as TNC's playing, they're actually getting a lot of pressure brought back their way by this Leshrac.
Yeah, pretty much like perfect moves we see by Liquid, at least in response to that. They see 3-4 heroes set up top. They're like, hey, we have opportunities to go for like the Ratto, to go for the split push that they need to do it so they can keep getting this farm. And My Control pretty much has Solar Crest finished up, so buffing up the AM. It's all about the anti-mage that they're going to be looking to throw everything onto Miracle. And now Miracle, we mentioned some things could be problematic for him. You know, the silence in particular. He almost has the Manta done. Have to be concerned here for TNC. This AM is getting online.
With that Manta, Miracle, I mean, he only sort of dies if he makes mistakes. We have seen Miracle make some mistakes this TI, so, you know, don't write that off. It may still happen, but as you say, once he has the Manta, it should be a pretty free map for the AM to jump around and keep the farm up high. Obviously, there's still that danger of the pushes coming in and the AM being forced to retaliate to the aggression of TNC. But for the most part, if the game stays at a state where WeHa is able to push out these lanes and shove them out as far as he can to make sure that TNC cannot get this 5-man push together down a lane, space is going to be there for AM to jump around the map very safely.
Exactly. I mean, that's literally what they've been doing for the last, like, pretty much the whole game, right? Just mind control in one lane, WeHa in the other one, push it out as far as possible so TNC cannot group up and go for their game-ending play, which we could see them start to set up for here. BKB is finished for Armel. They do want to start really pressing that advantage, try to get these tier 2s, because Liquid, they're getting away with a lot here in this game.
This should be, with the numbers that they have, a very quick kill onto Mind Control. They'll even blow the Ravage for this one. Mind Control found. Arrows out to Kuro in the jungle as they'll get both of the pickoffs. Instant TP's up top and the jump forward. Tims, he's got the setup for another. Yule's up onto WeHa, turn with the Yule's onto the Tide, but AU's ready to chase, so's Tims. They'll try and purge up Tims to try and get that root. He won't be able to quite get on top of WeHa. Arrow's actually going to miss WeHa with a cheeky sidestep, but TNC, they've got the numbers. 4 of them are up. Another Yules throws him up. WeHa is surrounded, and they will deal with the push. That threat, that pressure we talked about. Both the Underlord and the Leshrac, they're now out of the game.
Yep, and now they're just looking to push down the lanes as much. But Gabby was also chasing Miracle around, actually gooing him, and just keep chasing him when he was trying to cut the creep waves. So this is that timing. TNC, they have to make a lot happen. They cannot allow Anti-Mage to keep up this split push.
Anti-Mage Miracle, he is getting close, I'd say, to sort of being able to have a bit of a look into the fights, right? Especially once he has the Scardy, at least a component of it. He's going to have good stats to fight with at this stage. Aegis will now expire, but they'll keep the push going, and a tier 2 tower in the mid will fall. TNC take another objective and hold on to that 4K lead.
Miracle is farming under vision here. And they actually try to get the setup. Tim's really trying to get some Yules into Arrow setup, but unable to. Miracle, he's soon gonna pass that #1 net worth pretty soon.
He is, and he's, you know, at this point where there's one tier 2 left to be taken, there's no longer sort of that free money on the map for the push lineup like TNC. The high ground push, that's going to be sort of the next level of difficulty for them. So no longer can they rely on those objectives to keep themselves sort of an item ahead across the cores. The map's going to be open. AM's going to get that farm. Bottom lane, setups there. They'll catch out Tims. Miracle gets himself involved. In fact, he's the one to get the last touch. Level 18 on Miracle, and he has the money for the first ulti orb into that Scardy.
Pretty traditional smoke that we see there, right? The smoke from your base to your carry. We see teams do that so often, just trying to set up in case maybe Miracle's going to get ganked or something like that. They make sure to sweep the area, and now they can even keep continuing to transition this into a push. WeHa threatening always, and TNC has to respond.
Do have all the All the ingredients for a good defense. Cuckoo's Ravage back up in less than 10.
Gabby's just running through into all 5 heroes. He has no fear right now.
And they're having to get away from him as well. Liquid don't want to try and deal with this Bristleback just yet. At least when Liquid are being unnecessarily offensive. They know that they don't need to try and force it. They've just got to try and make sure the TNC are the ones on the defensive.
They just got to dance around him, right? Pretty much in the fights as well. They're just going to have to dance around the Bristleback for a while because they don't have great solutions if he's not completely isolated. If he's completely isolated, sure, they can look for something, but...
Chase, setup's here. Well, look for Tims. Timing's going to be off from Weeha, and that's going to allow the chance for Tims to get out with the Moonlight. He'll sneak off in the shadows, and Liquid won't find the kill.
Gabby, look at him. He's really trying to get aggressive. They want to catch something here. He has a DD. They get the silence. This is so much physical damage that's coming in.
You know, Underlord just gets absolutely shredded.
400 damage right now with this DD rune. The waves, though. Look at Liquid. There's no creeps here, TNC.
Bottom lane, top lane, and as you say, the mid lane. Even with no heroes in at the moment, Liquid had already had the momentum covered before that Underlord was chased down. TNC, the pushing is getting a lot harder for them as Liquid are more than able to make sure the creeps are never in position for TNC to take their tempo to the next pace.
Weeha, they want to go for blood here. As they know, they're just Liquid's getting too much time to farm on the map. They really want to catch Weeha, but that's a boot to travel with a 15 movement speed talent, 30 movement speed talent as well. No way you're catching this Slash. Super speedy. And just continue to push in the side lanes. Now GH can do his own flip push too with the Starstorm. See him just clearing out those waves instantly. Definitely feeling concerned for TNC. This anti-mage.
Timing is falling down and sort of out of their control for TNC.
They're going to have to do a big miraculous push here with the Aegis and the Cheese and just make sure that AM can't actually fight directly into all 5 heroes, but they have to make sure that they can keep their side lanes pushed in. They're unable to reduce... Oh! Yarrow!
Good little snipe of GH in the trees for Tims. Tims will look to close the gap, but GH is able to get out with the blink down. No instance of damage upon him in time to stop him from making that getaway.
Yeah, Tim's got a little spooked when he saw the AM illusion, thinking it could be real.
27 minutes in, 8 to 10. Definitely sort of the kills that, as that anti-mage, you're looking at the top and being very happy with the state of the game.
You look at anti-mage, 330 last hits, 1-0 and 2.
Yep.
He is getting uncontested farm. He's just blinking around the map freely, and they're not able to get the ward coverage to actually watch him. We've been seeing TNC, they've been getting de-warded quite a lot from Kuroki. He actually got 2 of the recent observer wards, and he's just been moving around the map all over the place, getting them. Just keeping it Miracle safe to farm up the map and then just keep split pushing the side. So they have great reads on the map from how TNC wants to play. You know, TNC, it's pretty telltale how they want to be moving. Grouping up, going for the push all the time. So just keep split pushing. But that Roche, like we said, the next thing big on the menu for TNC. And still contesting fights, 5v5 fights from Liquid is still going to be quite difficult. When Exorcism is already popped and they have the front line as the BKBs are there to protect versus the Mana Burn for Armel, as well as, I believe, Gabby also bought a BKB. So I think maybe this is double BKB timing, get Aegis Cheese, end the game for TNC. I think they really want to force the issue here and try to end it before Miracle's able to do any more of these shenanigans.
Let's talk about this a bit. Well, Tims, he's just picked up a Blink Dagger on the Mirana, so he is just going all in on getting the Blink Yule setup.
Catch, yeah. He needs to try to be the one to catch. That is what it seems. They have to try to catch the split push somehow, and Tim seems to be thinking this is the best solution before he can get something like a Hex, which is he just queues up immediately right afterwards. So they need other ways to catch this anti-mage's mind control. Will get easily brought down here.
And back to being able to grab some of those objectives. Roshan, Cheese on Armel, Aegis on Gabby, and a dead Underlord. Top lane Miracle.
That actually hits the real one.
I've got the setup with that stun. TP's coming in, but Miracle's already out into the trees and will make the retreat. TNC, it's all about these next few minutes of gameplay. They've got to do something with this Aegis and Cheese. Top lane, Weeha is trying to fight for this. He is on his own. He does want to look for this sort of solo pickup potential, but backup's in town for Tims. A is around, and Weeha now has to just get out of there.
He's just way too speedy. Even with that Blink Dagger, they can't catch up to him. And also, he has BKB the whole time. BKB to TP out would be probably just easy enough for him to get away.
Can they get this push together?
Both really not letting them every time.
Yeah, they're just constantly the side lanes are always pushed onto TNC's half of the map. So they can do this. They can go all in on the middle. But if it's not a massively successful siege attempt, if they don't get sort of the racks, the mid lanes are going to start knocking at their own tier 3s.
They have a creep wave in the mid lane. This is what we were saying. This might just be the GG push that they're trying to do here. Exorcism pop. They got the Aghanims, the Cheese, the Aegis. They have to get something taken down here for them.
Let's see what they can get. One of the pluses, we did see Tims was able to cancel the TP of Weehaw, so Weehaw can't get back.
Weehaw cannot get back. 20 seconds?
20 seconds. 20 seconds on the bots.
They're full split pushing.
And they're fighting through the backdoor protection. They're nearly actually getting that tier 3 tower. They won't quite. The rest of Liquid will be able to push them back.
They're getting 2 towers here.
Yeah, this is the problem.
Oh my god.
This is the problem, TNC. They weren't able to really get this push together early on, and now it's very vulnerable to these sort of rat plays occurring. Weehaw is out with the BKB TP. And the game now in a bit of a worrying state for TNC as the question has, it has to be asked. Have TNC missed their timing?
It could feel like that at this point. They still have lots of damage that they can deal and go down, but Miracle, how the hell are they going to kill this anti-mage? Now a full BKB finished as well. Uh-oh, TNC.
It says it's 50-50 on the win probability. I mean, I guess, Gaben still really sees that chance of TNC being able to run down mid and just, taking that tier 3, maybe even just going straight tier 4s and Ancients before Liquid's able to react or take the side lanes, but you look at this anti-mage and you say, well, Miracle, he can go for the rat plays, but he can also turn up to the fights.
Yeah, he can start turning up to the fights for sure. It really does. It does feel like Liquid have the better control in the game so far here now. Even though TNC, they have Aegis and Cheese, they have to make something big happen. They're going to smoke. They're going to try to keep forcing this issue. Right now, they're going to be parking Gabby actually bottom, so they can have two lanes at least pushing in, so they don't have to worry about some split push where they lose their mid lane, creep wave. They'll at least have a bottom wave too. But immediately, Liquid, they're not going to allow that. They're going to start trying to fight.
Straight in on mid onto Tims. The Tims is gone. We'll look towards Armel. Soul Catcher brings him low. Pot the BKB. The Miracle's on top of him. He'll pop the Cheese. He's back up to full. He's trying to keep himself alive with the Spirit Siphons. Miracle's just staying on top of the target. Is there any save for Armel? He's going to try and turn with the silent self-fuel, so he'll get himself up in the air. Healing up the stun tap from We Are. BKB's out. False Promise will keep Armel alive for a little bit, but the Mana Void's going to do serious amounts of damage. Miracle staying on them. Ravage comes out for Cuckoo. TNC looking for the turnaround, but they've lost Armel. They'll get Weehaw. Can they get Miracle? He's too tanky and will be easily able to blink back out of the fight. Gabby, he's out of mana, but he's still punching into Kuro in mind control. He says, boys, it's time to go home. Kuro's not coming home tonight, though. Will be mind control on his own, rifting away. Miracle straight back into the mid, keeping that pressure on. So the fact that Liquid have lost two, in fact, he's nearly turning and bringing down Tims and Gabby with him, will finally fall. So they get the 3 kills, TNC. But as you see, they get the kills. The Tims had to buy back. The gold lead is still growing for Liquid. And again, look at those creep waves. Despite the fact that TNC have killed 3, without their Death Prophet alive, it's very unlikely they're going to be able to do anything with this time.
Yeah, as soon as they're chasing GH, and Miracle's already blinking away, going for the creep waves. He knows the priority in this game. Just don't ever let them hit your base. And they're not really letting TNC get to that. And we saw the Ayascati coming into play there. We see why Miracle picked it up versus these BKBs that TNC were getting. He can just keep the chase on.
Oh, he can. And we saw he was just blinking into the high ground next to a tie, gets ravaged. At this point, it doesn't really matter. The AM, he's out of control.
Yeah, he is absolutely out of control, and they do not have that straight physical damage to do. Sure, like, Bristleback can deal that hard physical damage, but he's not something like you're, like, some super physical hero that just, like, really will just stick on him and kill him, like you see, like, the Lifesteers, the Basher, or Slark, or something like that. Someone who can really just bring it to him. Yeah, Liquid now with a very good control of this game, and they're just keeping the lanes always pushed in.
So hard for TNC to make a play. Their lineup really was all drafted around those early pushes. They did a good job of taking over control of the map early on, but they couldn't quite shut down the anti-mage's farm, and now they have some huge problems to deal with.
Miracle he's just like, I'm just gonna keep farming. That's all he really needs to do in this game. Keep farming. 2-0-3, almost 500 last hits at this 34-minute mark. And all they want is this game to go late for Liquid.
Every minute on that clock becomes more and more painful for TNC.
We really start seeing that tick start happening. Of course, in the Dota Plus, it's really starting to feel that anti-mage's pressure. It's up to a 62% from that 50-50. Once that Aegis and once Armel does die, the Aegis gets reclaimed. And do they actually end up using the Cheese as well?
Oh, they did Armel.
Yeah, he
Armel
ended up
used
using it
cheese.
as well on top, so they've used pretty much everything, and Liquid, they just keep this push, keep the split push. We are now taking out shrines, it looks like. TNC just running around trying to catch pretty much anything. It's a game of cat and mouse. Liquid really is just controlling the map way better here.
Not being caught out either. Into the trees, instant TPs down to the wave down bottom.
And Lyrical just, keeps blinking around just freely. Even when they, right now, they're starting to have an idea of where he is. But he's jumping in, hey you. Quickly has to glimmer himself.
Miracle's just hitting the shrine alone.
Right in the middle of them.
What can they do? What can they do about this anti-mage?
He's got BKB.
He forces AU.
Oh, he gets arrow though after the use.
Do they have the damage? There's a disruption that's going to be able to buy him time. Kuro giving Miracle more than enough chance to pop that BKB and get out of there. Kuro will die for trying to save Miracle and of course succeeding.
That was, I mean, Kuroki's positioning there was phenomenal. They even saw him and he's still able to get that perfect disruption. Whew, Miracle definitely looking like he would have gotten brought down there from all that damage.
And it's also, you know, Armel did pop the Ghost in the hope that they would have the control to lock Miracle down. So Ghosts aren't going to be there for TNC to even think about making a play around.
And Ravage. They used both of their big long cooldown ultimates and weren't able to find this. Now Weehaw is immediately when TNC starts splitting up, he finds an opportunity for a kill. He doesn't have a TP available. He has BKB, so he will be able to just run away.
They just can't get a hold of any of these heroes, TNC.
No, they cannot. And
only the supports getting picked off, and in situations where they do not mind dying at all. Level 25 on anti-mage, it's got that extra counter spell, magic resistance. So I don't know how TNC. This looks like an impossible game for TNC right now.
It really is. It's been feeling like that for quite a while
against
now.
them.
Liquid just addressing the split push. They're just constantly pushing those side lanes out the whole game. It really did feel like it was 36 or like 29 minutes where TNC had some like control running around the map, but Liquid just constantly pushing the sides. And you can tell they're probably feeling the same way. They're probably like, this anti-mage is just out of control. The loom and gloom. We always, I know a lot of pros, a lot of players have always said it when you're playing versus like these anti-mages and Medusas and stuff, when they're just like off the map the majority of the game, the back of your mind, you're just thinking about it constantly. You're like, uh-oh. That ticking time bomb.
AM farm rising. Cuckoo, it's got eyes on him. Miracle, he'll turn. Cuckoo has to pop the BKB and head back. Liquid, they've got the full team here ready to fight. This time they're not messing around, they're ready to start some action. Oh, Gabby will start to look for the lead in, gets himself on top of Kuro. Kuro should be the first to fall. G8 with the stolen Ravage. As Miracle locks down onto Armel, they will lose Kuroki, but Miracle's going to start to pick apart the backline as jumps forward up to the high ground for the chase. Mind control and Weehaw burning down Cuckoo. Gabby tried to commit for a kill with his BKBs onto Mind Control.
Oh, the
stolen false promise. GH making sure that Mind Control can get himself out alive. Miracle and Weehaw turn to get themselves on top of Gabby, beginning to burn down the mana. Miracle's over to look towards Tims. The self-heals by sometimes for Tims. He's back down. Armel has got the Ghost, but there's already Tims dead. AU as well. It's a buyback from Cuckoo. Can they get any kills out of this? They have found Weehaw. Weehaw will fall. So TNC are able to find a pretty big kill, taking the Leshrac out, but still...
Such a costly one. A buyback from Cuckoo.
Yep, and Miracle's reign continues in this game where they cannot do anything about the anti-mage.
GH having a little bit of a showcase right there, having that Stone Ravage from earlier, then also blinking and stealing the false promise. Some clutch little plays there from him, but Miracle just continuing to keep this split push and keep himself in such a great spot. Looking to pressure Gabby a little bit here. Can't kill him, but get rid of that mana.
I mean,
how does TNC do? Onto Cuckoo, also burns all of his mana, so 2 heroes on TNC have no spells.
They're just, they can't offer anything to the fight. Mana is burned. They're held outside. Demonic Purge being as well used to keep him outside of the pistol. Now will flow through, won't make the connection. Miracle's able to pick up the Aegis. I believe Weeha's able to grab the cheese. They'll get Roshan Liquid, and now they'll look to try and find some of these kills.
Armel can't run. The Eye of Scotty is too much onto him. The arrow connects onto Miracle. They're trying to disengage on TNC, but they can't run.
Miracle is just running into the 5 of them. An arrow does come out. Gabby pops his BKB again. The mana gone. Gabby has nothing to fight with. They'll continue the chase. Miracle's in onto AU. A false promise having to be used upon himself to get him out of there. They're very tanky, TNC. They don't die easily, but they are also unable to do anything easily at all. These heroes now pretty rendered useless as Miracle's in. He sees a chance to blow up AU with a Mana Void, and her arrow does come out again. Stolen arrow onto Tim's with that extra Arcane Supremacy debuff increased. He has no chance at all. Gabby's in, and as soon as he's in, the mana is out. Miracle just diving past tier 3 onto the supports, running down AU, jump forward again. It's a triple kill for Miracle. He's just slowly dismantling TNC and slowly doing his best to take them out of the tournament. There KB popped. He's not going anywhere.
Still no fear. There we go. Now he's gonna give him some respect. Back up. But
he knows. I mean, 12k, 13k lead. There is no answer at all, as it seems, for this anti-mage. They'll set up an arrow.
They got this one here connected. He has
Manta and also has the blink. They won't even be able to touch that Aegis or get near to touching it.
They just have no damage for him at all anymore. He's got the freest game in the world, it seems like, now on this anti-mage, which was the last pick by Liquid, seeming to play around it absolutely perfectly. Just keeping the game split push. 40-minute mark. AM with top net worth by a long shot.
TNC, what are they able to get themselves close to? We are closing in on a Hex from Armel. The Bloodthorn's going to be the item that Gabby is trying to get done for the team. So looking for some of that single target lockdown, which may give them some sort of a shot of tackling Miracle.
They needed these quite a while ago, right? The Hex or the Abyssal Blade, some type of instant type of disable to look for Miracle to catch him when he was doing this, but I mean, he's just at way too much of critical mass here. This anti-mage.
Seemingly the perfect pick. Really, and you could definitely see and understand what TNC went for. We heard it from Heen. They wanted to play this pace. And this is what's sort of the risk of running this sort of lineup here on the main stage. If you are unable to get the job done by a certain point, things just grind to a complete stop for your lineup.
Yeah, and you really are starting to understand why they went for the Underlord as well, right? Just to constantly split push the side lanes out. That's what we've seen that hero used for quite a while. Defend towers and then just park yourself, just push out lanes constantly and just get it onto the other side of the map. And that's been the name of the game for Liquid. Push lanes. I know Will is probably in the back like, shove lanes, yes! Like, it really is just the definition of this one entirely for Liquid, just keeping it past the river after that early game. Now they've got a Hex picked up, the blink and the Hex on Armel. See if it can catch Liquid off guard. But they are all grouped together.
I mean, that AM kill will be worth a hefty penny.
As long as they can bring him down. He's 28 armor and, like you said, 70% magic resistance. So can they actually have the damage? With Ghosts, with everything committed, if they can get the chain lockdown, that could be one of the options. But besides without...
They've got to do it twice.
Yeah, without like Death Prophet Ghost, it seems pretty unlikely. It's Miracle taking 0 damage from that Purifying Flames. And they're just going to get the push going.
He's just in the racks.
Yep. Ghosts are popped. The Hex, it gets Lotus Orb.
It does. He's going to self-pig himself, arm out.
And GH even stealing Exorcism as well in the back line. He did.
Oh, he did.
Miracle, gonna get stunned up a little bit, but he's just keeping himself shown there for a second, then backs up. But that's what we see. The Ghosts, they have the damage, but can they actually get the catch? It's Miracle keeps blinking away. GH has his Ghosts ready to use. He also has a Refresher Shard on roofing.
Oh, okay. Double Exorcism.
If only they stacked.
Indeed, but just having the duration to be able to push with Miracle again. More than enough time to blink out and away from them. Armel starting to fall low.
Just to the illusions.
He'll get himself a little bit of heal, well, a lot of bit of heal from those Ghosts returning in. False Promise being used by AU to try and get him out back to safety. He's just running straight into the midst of them all with a BKB popped up towards the base.
Stun AU.
Forcing the 5 of them back towards their tier 4. They'll turn, they'll look for Weehaw.
GH has the Ravage.
Weehaw does fall. They're able to kill the Lesh. Anti-Mage on the high ground on top of Armel. Can't quite finish into both this. BKB finished GH for the refresher sharp force. He's up to the high ground and has that Ravage ready to play with. Armel is dead without buyback. AU's dead as well. GH is in. Stolen Ravage out onto the three of them. They'll lift up the Bristleback, slam him back down. Gabby's out of the game. Miracle's moving in. There'll be a buyback from Gabby. Miracle held back by the Eels, but we are just runs down Tim's. Tim's dead for nearly 2 minutes. Liquid cleaning up another set of racks.
Stolen some Ravages as well. He also had a spectacular game. Seemed like Liquid just had a really good understanding of how they wanted to play this game. They executed it perfectly and didn't allow TNC to do what they wanted to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, a victory for Liquid as they'll move on in the lower bracket, and goodbyes for TNC. Liquid to take the series 2-0.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fogged. Indeed, Team Liquid moving forward after a game which seemed like every single one of Liquid's players could make a case of them being the MVP, and that is always a great sign after a match like that. Lacoste, what are your initial thoughts on seeing this form of Liquid?
TNC had a lineup that needed to finish this game pretty quickly. They got the first Roche, but Liquid played extremely well, just split pushing the map, buying time for Anti-Mage to come online. Even after the second Roche, they still didn't want to take the fights. You have like these three, probably the best abilities in the game. Dark Rift, you have Anti-Mage, and you have Lash, who were just split pushing. They had nothing to pierce BKB with, and if they wanted to get a kill, they needed to heavily commit, get one of these big ulti cooldowns, either Ravage, either Exorcism, and then Liquid just was kiting after that.
And it felt like
you couldn't
every
take the
time
fight.
they got one of those kills, right? You look on the other